1.
We have entered FTL, my queen,
Keeper said, bowing his head to Abby.
Just like that?
Abby replied.
I didn't feel anything.
The Covenant does not rely on Dysterium for faster-than-light travel,
Keeper replied.
It has its own alternate technology.
Oh yeah? Gant said. What kind of tech are we talking about?
Traversable wormholes.
Are you kidding? Even if it was possible, do you know what the power requirements would be?
Yes, it is possible, small furry creature. And yes, I'm aware of the power requirements.
The name is Gant, Gant said, annoyed. You're saying you have enough power on board?
The Covenant is fueled by a combination of exotic fusion reactions and advanced energy stores collected from gamma rays. To put it in a perspective you might understand, take all of the potential energy of the Earth's sun and place it into a battery the size of this room. There are 8 such cells on board.
Pick whistled.
That's a shit ton of juice.
Yes,
Keeper agreed.
It is. A large portion of the active energy was being diverted toward the focus to maintain the containment field, leaving only critical systems operative. When the field was shut off, main power was restored throughout the Covenant, including to my central nervous system.
That big blobby thing?
Pick asked. Keeper looked at the trover.
Yes,
It said flatly.
That big blobby thing is my central cortex. It, and I, am the brain of the Covenant. An advanced artificial intelligence.
Like Ruby?
Who is Ruby?
Oh, you'll meet her later. She's a synthetic human. She's great. And pretty.
I have not met a synthetic human from this galaxy before. That would be interesting.
Abby turned her head, looking back at the focus behind them. Energy was still flowing to it, along with the restored blood of the shard.
Speaking of containment fields,
she said, pointing at one of the dead Asura soldiers nearby.
What the frag?
It is a long story, my queen. But you've already discovered the effects of the juxtaposition.
Juxta, huh?
The Asura come from a place they call the Veil. It is a parallel multiverse that sits between the fabric of what we understand to be the connected universes created by the One. While the practical definitions and algorithms have yet to be fully determined, the most basic understanding is that for this universe to exist, the Veil must exist with it. What is truly astonishing about the Veil is that it should be vacant of intelligent life or living organisms of any kind. The bonds are tenuous, and many of the regions unstable. Somehow, the Asura have made a home there.
And found their way here. How?
The crystals. The Darkstone in particular. The resonance of it alters the landscape of space and time itself, pulling the phase of the Veil closer to the phase of our universe. The Asura are drawn to the Darkstone, and the juxtaposition allows them to cross from one side to the other. Once a route is opened up to them, they are difficult to control unless they are contained, and even then they can be a struggle to eradicate, as you have witnessed.
You talk about them like they're pests, but it sounds more like they're intelligent life forms who wound up getting stuck here.
They swarm toward the Darkstone like it is a narcotic. They follow its call without reason or logic, even directly into death. They are unable to participate in diplomacy because of their need. Is that intelligence or instinct?
Fair enough. Are there others on board?
Most likely, though they will be struggling to stay organized without their general. I can provide a tool that will keep them in phase and allow you to track them down.
Bug hunt? I like it.
We'll get to that. How long until we reach the extant?
94 Earth hours.
I knew it was far, but that's a long way.
Especially as we are traveling at 3 times the speed of a Dysterium drive,
Keeper said.
Take me back to the others. I want all of us to regroup. Ruby, can you hear me?
There was no reply.
Ruby?
Abby said again. Our comm signals don't reach down here, Gant said.
My apologies,
Keeper said.
If you provide me with security keys, I can create a relay that will enable ship-wide communications using your systems.
Just like that?
My creator is the one who made this entire galaxy and stocked it with life forms, including yours. Your technology is impressive in relation to the age of your kind, but rudimentary to that of the Covenant.
Did he just call us stupid?
What about a map of the ship? It would be helpful to know what's what around here.
As you command, so it will be done. I can upload a schematic of the Covenant to you once I connect to your tactical network.
Thank you.
Of course. If you follow me, I will return you to your soldiers.
Abby and the others followed Keeper out of the focus room to a new section of the corridor she hadn't seen on her way in. They circumvented the shaft the Asura had been using to move around the ship, returning to the center on the same level, not all that far away.
Why don't our comms reach very far in here?
Abby asked.
The Covenant is shielded from most traditional frequencies,
Keeper replied. Why? Gant asked.
It is a long story. Perhaps I will have time to share it during the journey. Here we are.
They entered the core. Abby was immediately taken by surprise at the sight and size of the central cortex, pulsing with energy and throbbing like a living thing. She stared at it for a few seconds before noticing the rest of the rejects nearby.
Queenie!
Bastian said, smiling as she approached them. He walked toward her, his shoulders slumped and caked with blood.
You're hurt.
It's nothing. I just can't move my arm, and it hurts like a mother.
He smiled, reaching out with his good arm. She embraced him for a moment before backing away and greeting the others.
Pudding, Uriel, you're injured as well.
I would have been healed by now if I still had the gift.
Cherub, can you? Both of them? Of course, Queenie,
Jakun said.
Imp, pull down your light suit.
Bastian raised his eyebrow.
Here?
Don't be an ass. Just do it.
He unhooked the clasps and shifted it off his shoulder, grimacing as he did. Jakun stood in front of him, putting her hands on his wound. Her palm began to glow, and he opened his mouth as the gift started putting him back together.
Nerd is pretty banged up,
Flannel said. Abby moved to the youngest member of the crew. He was on his back, unconscious. He looked like shit.
He will survive,
Keeper said.
The Covenant's medical bay can heal damage like this.
So can I,
Abby said, leaning over him.
Pudding, help me get his armor off.
Flannel moved to her side, assisting her in getting his light suit clear of the wound. A jagged cut had torn the flesh of his stomach, and it was still bleeding heavily. Abby put her hand on top of it, closing her eyes as she sent the gift out, asking the nanny-aides to put him back together. They didn't resist, extended from her palm and into his flesh, seizing control of her cells and instructing them to reproduce more rapidly, to accelerate the healing process. Abby could feel her hand warming up as they did their work, and within minutes he was whole again. Erlan opened his eyes, looking up at her.
Queenie, you're alive. Or I'm dead. And you're dead.
He convulsed in fear.
I'm not dead, am I? You're not dead?
Just like a nerd, Ben Hill said.
Nerd, relax. You're fine. We're both fine. Alive and well.
He calmed down again.
You saved my life.
Not really. According to Keeper, you weren't going to die in the first place. I just sped things up a bit.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Abby stood, glancing at the rejects surrounding her. Jakun was healing Uriel's arm, and everyone else was back in one piece. She was grateful for that.
Just to get you all up to speed, the asshole that was commanding the bugs on the ship is dead. The focus is back to its original state, and we're in FTL, on our way to the extant.
What? Uriel said, leaning away from Jakun and making a face. Are you fragging crazy?
There are still some bugs left to squish, though,
Pick said.
So at least we won't be bored on the way.
Not at all,
Abby said, responding to Uriel.
The Republic needs reinforcements. The Nephilim are keeping slaves. I intend to free them and bring them back to the Republic with us, along with as many ships as we can hold.
You have the focus, Uriel said. You can tear every ship in Thraven's fleet to shreds.
The focus was never intended for violence. The Shard gave it to the Seraphim so they could continue his mission of building life in the galaxy. It was the Seraphim who sullied it with altered nanny-aids.
She paused, her expression changing.
But you know something about that, don't you?
Uriel lowered his head. I'm not responsible for it, if that's what you're suggesting.
It isn't what I'm suggesting. Was it Charmine?
Uriel shook his head. No. She was against putting the Omicron into the focus. But Azrael overruled her. They couldn't think of another way to stop the Nephilim. At least that's what she told me at the time. It was a long time ago. You can't blame them for peeing in the pool if it was the only way to win, Bastion said. We might end up having to do the same.
I hope not. You're right about that part. My problem is that the Seraphim knew what they were doing would be temporary. They passed the burden forward, on to the individuals they were supposed to be helping to support. And now that the Nephilim are back and ripping the galaxy apart, most of them are nowhere to be found. In part because they killed a large portion of their own kind trying to turn the gift into a weapon.
But Lucifer had already turned it into a weapon, Uriel said. Were we supposed to stand there and take it?
You were supposed to have faith,
Keeper said.
The Covenant is a promise of protection.
From the One? He allowed the Shah to be killed. He allowed the Nephilim to come to be. He allowed them to feed on our creations. Is that your idea of protection?
You two can argue your theology some other time. I didn't bring up the focus to start a fight, only to point out that we can't use it as part of the war effort. Not directly. Not if we want to keep it pure.
Keeper was silent. Uriel stared at the floor.
Anyway, by hitting the Nephilim on their home turf, we can take them off guard and use their assets against Thraven, the way Thraven is using our assets against us. We can increase the overall strength of our resistance and at the same time reduce the potential for Nephilim reinforcements. By the way, does this thing have any offensive capabilities?
Not exactly. The drones were initially intended for taking environmental samples from nearby worlds. They were repurposed to protect the Covenant.
And we knocked most of them out, Bastion said.
My queen, if you can provide me with your keys, I will enable your communications across the Covenant.
Keeper approached the core, putting his hand on it. Tendrils reached out and wrapped around his fingers, holding him to the bundle. Abby recited the security keys. Keeper didn't move, but a moment later his voice came out of her communicator.
I believe it is functional,
he said.
Ruby, do you copy?
Queenie, I read you. Sensors just began tracing you again. I'm glad you were alive. I was worried.
Can you worry?
Ruby hesitated for a moment.
Yes, I suppose I can. Perhaps it is a residual effect of having Charmine's configuration stored on my memory chip?
Maybe.
I am picking up the others' TCUs now as well. You are all clustered near the center of the ship. Are you well, Queenie?
We're fine. Keeper, can you upload a map of the Covenant?
I am still familiarizing myself with your system,
Keeper replied.
It will take a few minutes to encode in a compatible format.
How are you synchronizing? Gant asked.
I have bypassed the security protocols in that one system.
Keeper pointed at Pick.
Why me?
It was the first system to accept the passcode combinations I was attempting. Your security is poor.
Oh.
Wait a second. Keeper, stop. I get that you're an advanced AI, but you claim to be serving me, right?
My function is to serve the light of the Shard.
Then you don't hack into my team's systems without my fragging permission, okay?
Apologies, my queen. I have ceased integration.
That's enough with the my queen, too. Call me Queenie or DQ.
DQ?
Demon Queen. I like it.
I do not understand the meaning.
We came from a prison planet called Hell, Ben-Hill said. Well, some of us. Well, I guess now we're in the minority in this outfit. But that's the root of it. Demons, get it? Abby's the boss, which makes her the Demon Queen.
Yes, I understand the origin. It is fitting in that context.
So glad you approve. Resume integration of your systems with ours. This ship is too big to be wandering around without a map.
As you command, so it will be done.
You can just say, I, Queenie, or yes, Queenie, or Roger, or affirmative. I'm not that into long-winded formality.
I, Queenie.
Better. Ruby, once you've received the map, meet us wherever the control center happens to be. That's where we'll be headed next.
Roger, Queenie,
Ruby said.
Nerd, do you want to head to medical? I'm sure Keeper can show you the way.
No, thank you, ma'am, Erlan replied. I feel great thanks to you, and I don't want to miss anything.
I don't blame you. I'm glad you're all safe. Although, now that I think of it, I did order you all to leave.
She turned to each of the rejects, glaring at them. Sorry? Bastion offered. It's my fault, Queenie, Gant said. I wouldn't let them leave. Bullshit, Ben Hill said. It was my idea.
It was not,
Pick said.
It was my idea,
Jakun said.
I told them we couldn't go.
I wanted to go, Uriel admitted, lifting his head and smiling. Your rejects were too damn loyal to leave you here to die. Or, if you were going to die, we figured we might as well die with you, Bastion said. Are you going to court-martial us?
Seeing as how you don't have ranks, that might be difficult. I appreciate that you stayed, but I can't let your disregard for my command go unpunished. Give me some time, and I'll think of something.
I don't like the sound of that, Ben Hill said. Maybe the threat of punishment is the punishment?
Trust me, Imp. It isn't.
2. Good morning, Haley, Olaf said, as the younger Cage entered the mess of the mangrove.
Good morning, Captain,
Haley replied, offering him a smile before heading over to join the crew of the freighter on the chow line. Olaf watched her go with a balanced mix of calm and trepidation. Haley had been much more cheerful since they had spoken to Abby, but at the same time, he was sure she was worried about her mother. After all, Abby was rushing headlong into the thick of danger while she would soon be hiding out with one of the most powerful civilians in the galaxy. He hadn't told her he was planning to leave her there yet. He wasn't sure how she would take it. The 3-day jump from Earth to Gamlen had given them plenty of time to bond, and once she had opened up to him, she had opened up completely. He had taken on the role of both her mother and her father at the same time, one that he had found he minded less than he ever would have thought. In fact, he didn't want to leave her. Like her mother, he also didn't have a choice. Abby was counting on him to enlist Don Polimo and rally his mercenary forces around the Republic resistance against the Nephilim. They needed every asset they could get, and the bridge of a warship about to engage the enemy was no place for a child, even one as mature as Haley. She would be better off on Gamlen, safe in the Don's care. She put her tray down opposite him and sat. She had skipped all of the healthy food, instead opting for some kind of sweet-smelling, thick soup. Do you even know what that is? He asked, pointing at it.
It's from Tro, sir, she replied. Cam stew.
Spelled S-T-U, I'm sure, Olaf said, reducing it to 3 letters. Did you get any sleep?
Yes, sir,
she said. She had refused to drop the formality, even after multiple requests. He figured it was comforting to her.
6 hours. Are we close to Gamlen?
We should be there within the hour, Olaf replied.
Do you think you can convince Don Polimo to fight?
I have a feeling I won't need to do too much convincing. Gloritant Thraven crossed him in a way that he's already proven he didn't appreciate. And while the rest of the Republic might be on the defensive because of the Gloritant, I think the Dawn is itching to get involved. He had to know that Thraven wanted you, which is why he wanted you too.
It isn't the best way to be wanted, is it, sir? A pawn to use against my mother?
Not typically. I wouldn't worry. You're safe with me.
And you're safe with me, sir,
Haley said, smiling. She had brought up the fact that she saved his life a few times. He didn't think it was to gloat, but as a way to prove to herself she was capable of handling all that she had been forced to go through over the last few days. He was impressed enough with the way she was handling the loss of her father.
Good morning, Captain,
Sergeant Coxey said, approaching them with his tray.
Good morning, Hal.
Good morning, Sergeant,
Haley replied.
How are you?
Another fine day as a hauler,
Coxey replied.
Do you mind if I sit with you?
No, sir,
Haley said, sliding over so the Curleton could fit beside her.
We'll be dropping out of FTL within the hour,
Coxey said.
The mangrove was supposed to continue on, but the Don asked us to stick around for another cycle, just in case. He wasn't sure whether or not we would be able to make the delivery, considering the state of things.
Does he know something we don't? Olaf asked.
Thraven has hit a couple of hauler ships already. Someone must have told him we took you on.
Individuals are dying because of me?
Not because of you. And not because of your mom, either. This is war, Haley. The enemy doesn't need extra reasons to attack. He looked back at Coxey. You're sure Gamlen is safe?
Safer than anywhere else these days. The Don keeps himself protected, and nobody outside of the haulers knows he keeps his headquarters there. Even within the haulers, it isn't common knowledge.
The good news is that it will be that much easier to get the Don into the fight, Ola said. He noticed then that the sergeant had also taken the cam stew and nothing else. How can you both eat that stuff? Coxey grumbled a laugh.
Have you tried it?
It's delicious,
Haley said, taking a spoonful of it.
Are you coming down to the surface with us, Sergeant?
She spoke with her mouth half full, her words muffled. Coxey nodded.
I asked for my squad to descend with you while we make the transfer. You're in good hands with my team.
I know. You saved our asses once already.
Getting back to Thraven,
Coxey said, looking at Olus.
The Republic loyalists are being hammered by the Glorantant's forces. It doesn't help that he's got the Outworld governance convinced that he's on their side and he's going to help them remove the Republic threat once and for all.
It also doesn't help that he's been sabotaging Republic assets for years. General Kent is trying to help re-enable communications through a Galnet backchannel, but he has to make close-range contact to do it.
And who is to say Thraven won't bring down the Galnet?
The Galnet is too big to fail. There are millions of distribution routes.
But they all have to go through transference satellites. There are thousands, but it isn't an impossible number. And reducing the transference potential would eventually create a bottleneck that would stall communications. The only reason he hasn't is because he's using it too.
I don't understand why we don't crash the Galnet then. If the Republic already can't communicate, why not frag Thraven?
Olus looked at her. It's not a terrible idea. But unfortunately, then we would have no way of coordinating our forces, and right now we need to get the resistance organized. That isn't to say it wouldn't be an option later.
I understand.
Sergeant, you mentioned the Outworld governance.
Yes? Why?
Olus considered. Maybe there was an opportunity there that he hadn't considered. He would have to discuss it with the Don. I have an idea. Perhaps the Don can be even more helpful than I originally thought. 3. The planet Gamlen was what the Republic OSI called a black ball. It meant that the world was home to a lot of individuals who had at one time or another been caught up in activity illicit enough and important enough that it had caught the OSI's attention. It didn't mean all of the residents on the planet were criminals. Hardly. But Gamlen was where the Republic sent snitches, informers, and whistleblowers to disappear, providing new digital identities, and in some cases new physical ones in the form of expensive surgery. Why Gamlen of all places? Because of Corvin Lale. He was known as the Prince of Tools, a recluse whose simple inventions had earned him an undocumented fortune, which he used in part to fund a private militia that defended the planet. Not from violent invasion, but from surveillance both internal and external. Olus had often told his team at the Office of Strategic Intelligence that Gamlen was where intel went to die. Lale was a genius, but he was also more than a little paranoid, especially when it came to the idea that his ideas might leak out into the greater Republic. The rumors held that he worked alone, surrounded only by synths and bots that had been programmed to keep a tight lip on anything and everything related to his personal life. It was said he slept in a bed with a pleasure bot, but never used it for its intended purpose. It had also been reported the few times he had been seen outside of his compound it hadn't really been him at all. Some people believed he had perfected synth technology and AI to the point that his creations were indistinguishable from humans. Some people even believed half the population of Gamlen was composed of the fake individuals. And then there was that other rumor, the one that Olus had only heard whispered once in his life, passed on from the prior director of the OSI to the Prime during a fundraiser over 50 years ago. It had been stated off the record, as conjecture, not fact, but as the shuttle carried him and Haley down to the surface, he couldn't help but wonder if the greatest secret in the galaxy had nothing to do with the war between the Seraphim and the Nephilim. Was it true that Corvin Lael was Don Polimo? He supposed he was on the verge of finding out.
"It's ugly, sir,"
Haley said as the shuttle descended toward the planet. Olis looked out the viewport beside her. Gamlen did look ugly from here. It was a mountainous planet, coated with a layer of dark rock that made even the vast oceans appear soiled from orbit. It was heavily surrounded by thick, dark gray clouds that drowned out a good portion of the light passing in from twin red dwarfs nearby. It was hardly a paradise, though the capital city of Dent was impressive enough to draw a fair bit of tourism.
"It's not so bad once you get used to it," Coxey said.
"You live here, Sergeant?"
Haley asked.
"No, my home is still on Kurlat, but I have spent downtime here between tours. The planet doesn't get a lot of direct light, but Dent is something else."
"What do you mean?"
"It was constructed into the cliffs of the Dentatus Mountains. That's where it gets its name. Anyway, most cities sit flat on the planet's surface. A few places, like the outworld planet Anvil, have built up enough that they're multi-layered, but even then they look like organized cubes. Dent is unique because it's fully three-dimensional, following the flow of the Dentitus all the way to the Sugar Sea."
"Sugar Sea?"
"The black you see from space is a mineral called chocolite."
"It is not."
"It is. When the chocolite breaks down in water, it releases glycerol. It has a sweet taste, but it isn't sugar. You Terrans like to come up with creative names for things that remind you of other things."
"Does the drinking water taste sweet?"
"No. The glycerol is filtered out. It isn't good for Terran digestive systems, and Gamlen is 73% Terran."
"Oh. Maybe it tastes sweet, but it doesn't look that attractive."
"I've had girlfriends like that,"
Coxey said. He tilted his head, listening to someone on his comm.
"If you'll excuse me, duty calls."
He moved away from them, toward the front of the shuttle where his platoon was assembling.
"He isn't lying, Captain?"
"He may have embellished slightly," Olis replied. "I believe the stone is called chlorite." Haley smiled, settling back into her seat. The shuttle continued its descent without interruption, pushing through Gamlen's atmosphere and heading for Dent. Haley perked up again as it neared, staring out the viewport in wonder at what had been nicknamed the Hanging City.
"This is the coolest place ever, sir,"
she said. "I don't know about ever," Olis replied, "but it's up there." He let himself gawk at massive structures tethered to sheer rock faces by wires and posts, at the narrow, hollow cables that connected different areas of the city to one another across deep ravines, and at the flow of external traffic across the landscape, brightly colored craft climbing and diving and zipping through the visually disorganized but compositionally precise architecture that seemed almost as though it had grown out of the mountain.
"What's that, sir?"
Haley asked, pointing to the tallest peak in the distance, where an amalgam of lights and antennas protruded from a blocky structure that had taken over the mountain. "The Lael Estate. And the Amazing Things Factory."
"Amazing Things?"
"Corvin Lael's company. It makes—"
"The Best Buddy,"
Haley said, smiling.
"Yes, sir. I had one of those when I was 6. I carried it with me everywhere. I didn't know this was where the Best Buddy came from. Do you think we'll get to meet Dr. Lael?"
The question brought Olis back to his previous line of thought. Were two of the wealthiest individuals in the Republic one and the same? He had no reason to believe they were, but could it be a coincidence they were both living here? "I doubt it," Olis said, as the shuttle banked to the left, carrying them out of view of the estate and heading for the Dent spaceport. "If he comes out of his lab once a year, that's considered a lot."
"Oh. Well, it was cool to see his house anyway, don't you think, Captain?"
"Yes, it was. The spaceport is equally impressive. It was constructed inside the crater of a volcano."
"Extinct, I hope, sir."
"Very." They were silent for a few seconds as the shuttle banked again, bringing the spaceport into view. Haley stared at it for a moment and then turned to look at him, her eyes suddenly serious, her expression way too mature for her age.
Captain, I know you're planning to leave me here. I'd like you to reconsider.
Haley, Ola started to say.
I know you want to protect me, sir. You and Mother both. I've listened to you talk to Sergeant Coxey. I know what's happening out there. You can't protect me, Captain. Not from them. Not like this. If you abandon me here, you'll be making a mistake.
Ola stared at her, locking eyes as they descended into the volcano. He had a responsibility to keep her safe. But was she right?
Promise me you'll think about it, sir. And if you decide I should stay behind, promise me you won't leave without saying goodbye.
Olis nodded. Okay, Haley. I promise. 4. The shuttle's ramp extended. Sergeant Coxey took point as they descended, walking out onto Deck C of the Dent spaceport. To their left, the elevator that carried the smaller craft down into the belly of the complex began to rise to collect another arrival.
Clear,
Coxey said, doing a visual scan of the area. Deck C had space for nearly 100 shuttle-sized vessels, and a handful were arranged in rows on the right side of the lift. Theirs was the only shuttle that had been placed on the left. Coxey's team followed behind him, 3 Terrans and 2 more Curlitons dressed in civilian clothes, who also swept the area with their eyes.
ETA?
Coxey said.
3 minutes,
one of them replied. Coxey turned back to the shuttle and waved Olis and Haley down.
A transport is on its way to pick us up and bring us downtown. We'll make the exchange there.
Exchange? Olis said.
Don Polimo likes to keep a low profile. I know he's on the planet somewhere, but even I don't know where he's staying. We'll drop you in a safe location and retreat from the area. A second group will pick you up and take you to him.
How do we know they can be trusted, Sergeant?
Haley asked.
We're already in communication with them and exchanged security keys. They're legitimate. Do you trust me?
Yes, sir.
Good. This way.
Coxey led them out of a side exit to a secondary elevator, motioning for Olis and Haley to enter. Then he and his team surrounded them, weapons in hand. Olis glanced back at the sergeant, slightly nervous about the activity. Expecting trouble, Sergeant? Olis asked.
Hal is the highest priority individual I've ever transported,
Coxey replied.
I'm not taking any chances.
The elevator dropped nearly 1,000 meters deeper into the volcano before pausing and opening into a large, crowded station. Hundreds of individuals were moving around a central concourse, while vehicles pulled in and paused, picking up passengers and moving out, all of the transports brightly colored and at the same time worn. Coxey motioned them out onto the concourse, keeping them surrounded as they passed 50 meters to the pickup area. Immediately, a large yellow transport pulled up in front of them, the hatch and ramp sliding open as it came to a stop. They boarded the transport and moved away, the entire pickup taking less than 5 seconds.
We're en route,
Coxey said through his comm. The transport passed through a tunnel and out into the open air of Gamlin, revealing the beauty of the mountain-hugging city up close. While Olis was accustomed to heavily trafficked skies, the layout of Dent caused everything to move in an organized chaos that drew his attention. He quickly made a game out of trying to track a single shuttle from one point to another as they dipped and turned and swung around one another, around buildings, and around crags and cliffs. When he looked over at Haley's face, he could see she was equally impressed, her eyes wide and mouth open as she tried to take it all in. Downtown was aptly named because it rested on one of the lowest peaks of the Dentitis Mountains, sitting only 2 kilometers from the sea below. It was also a relatively flat section of landscape, suitable for long stretches of walking and landing areas before converting to more lifts and cable cars and shuttles. As they passed over, Olis couldn't help but note how many bots were moving along with the organic inhabitants. Most were humanoid, but some were more exotic or plain, depending on perspective. That's a lot of bots, he commented.
Amazing things,
Coxey said, as though that explained everything. To Olis, it did.
They use the city as a testing ground for their designs,
Coxey continued a moment later.
Most of what you see here will never make it off-world. The residents are used to it.
The transport hooked around a precipice and sank toward a large depot. It entered a moment later, coming to rest on a concourse similar to the first. The hatch opened, and they all disembarked.
"This way,"
Coxey said, leading them. They went from the concourse to a street outside, across to the stone entry that led them into a series of tubes that would deliver them up or down. Coxey and his team stayed with them the entire time, though there was no indication anyone had even paid them much attention. The inhabitants of Gamlin were so used to out of the ordinary that it had become ordinary.
"Enter that tube,"
Coxey said.
"It will drop you with the secondary team."
"Thank you, Sergeant," Olis said. Haley turned back to Coxey.
"Thank you, Sergeant,"
she said.
"You're very welcome, Hal,"
Coxey said.
"Good luck with the Dawn. And stay safe."
Olis and Haley moved to the tube, entering it as Coxey's team spread around it, defending them until they started to ascend. He caught a glimpse of the squad easing up before he lost sight of them, their end of the mission complete.
"Have you ever met Don Polimo before, sir?"
Haley asked. "Not in person. We've spoken a few times."
"Is he nice?"
"I don't know. He's on our side. That's all that matters."
"Affirmative."
The platform came to a stop a few seconds later, dropping them in a well-lit garden atrium that Olis had noticed on the way in. It had a transparent bubble surrounding it, a climate system providing a more humid atmosphere that was very unlike the rest of the planet. The doors slid open, allowing them to exit. Olis hesitated, scanning the path that spread out ahead of them.
"Where is everybody?"
Haley asked. Olis put his hand on her shoulder. "Stay close." He reached inward for the gift, sensing it along his skin. It had warned him of trouble before. It wasn't warning him now. But what was this? He shifted his hand from Haley's shoulder to her hand and led her out of the tube. They entered the garden, surrounded by large green leaves and an abundance of colorful flowers. When no one appeared to greet them, they moved further into the area, following a winding walkway through the growth. They reached the center of the atrium a few minutes later. A man was sitting on a bench there. He was older, with salt and pepper hair and a wrinkled face. His clothes were plain, but clearly expensive. A cane rested to his left. His head turned as they approached, and he smiled.
"Ah, there you are."
He took the cane and used it to help himself up. Then he bowed to them.
"Captain Olis Mann, Miss Haley Cage, Don Arturo Polimo, at your service."
Olis glanced down at Haley, his other hand dropping to where he had stashed a knife. "I've met Don Polimo before," he said. "You aren't him." 5. The man came out of his bow already smiling.
"Of course, Captain Mann. I've met you as well. We've spoken to one another face to face. Granted, not with this face."
He tapped his cane, a projection firing from it that completely altered his appearance, changing him to the Don Polimo Olis knew.
"My own design," he said. "I've got a team still working on making it seamless from all viewing angles, but it's convincing head-on, isn't it?"
"You're telling me that the Don Polimo the world knows
"Isn't the real Don Polimo?" the Don replied. "What makes an individual what they are? Their appearance or their soul? I've made a lot of enemies over the years, Captain. I'm sure you understand that. Oh, they won't come right out and say they hate me, but of course they do. The Hollers are as close to a monopoly as anything in the galaxy, and I like it that way. Plenty of others don't."
"I heard a rumor once that you and Corvin Lale are one and the same," Olis said. "It's true, isn't it?" The Don put a finger to his lips.
"Our little secret, eh, Captain? There are only a handful of individuals in the galaxy that know about it. The fact that I'm letting you in should be proof of how important Miss Cage and her mother are to me."
"Why?"
"You know what the only thing worse than a liar is, Captain?"
Olis smiled. "A backstabbing liar."
"Exactly. Gloritant Thraven not only lied to me, but he also used my haulers and me. Now, I don't hold any airs about being an upstanding citizen of the Republic. I'm pretty certain I've shipped some cargo that would make me sick if I knew what was in those pods. But when his soldiers turned on my crew, when he lied and tried to blame Cage for it,
his pleasant expression turned dark.
Nobody crosses me like that. I don't give a frag who they think they are. If he had told me one of his units went rogue, it would be a different story. That's not what happened.
You took a big risk to get us off Earth, Ola said. Some might argue it was too much risk for such a small favor.
Some might screw their sister or their doggy, too, Polemos said.
He glanced at Haley.
Pardon my language, Miss Cage. I don't spend much time in the presence of the young.
It doesn't bother me,
Haley replied.
Even so, it proves my point. Just because some might think a certain way or act a certain way, that doesn't automatically make it right. My crew's my family. All 200,000 of them. You hurt one, you hurt us all. And you hurt me the most.
You know what Thraven is doing to the galaxy?
His little rebellion? Of course. Not only is he disrupting the back end of the business, he's been attacking my assets directly. He acts like it's my fault I've got it in for him.
Sergeant Coxey told me you owe Abby a favor.
That's how these things work, Captain. One good turn deserves another. When I found out Miss Cage was in danger, I put my team on it, and now she's here. She's under my protection until her mother comes to collect her. It's my way of repaying her.
And you're certain she'll be safe here?
I can name every individual who knows my whereabouts and count them on one hand. As you witnessed with the sergeant, I take great pains to stay out of sight, both in the galaxy at large and here on Gamlen.
He tapped the cane again, his visage shifting. Olis recognized the new face as Corvin Lales.
Very few people have ever seen my true face.
He tapped the cane again, dropping the mask.
Consider yourselves special in that regard. I know your history, Captain, so I trust you with this. Miss Cage, your mother showed more compassion and honor than my hunter deserved. I assume you're her equal in that department?
I try to be,
Haley said. He smiled.
Good enough. Very few know my face. Fewer still know I'm on Gamlen. Plus, I'm very well defended here, even if it isn't obvious from the outside. I wouldn't feel uncomfortable to say that this is one of the safest places in the galaxy for Miss Cage to be.
Olis looked over at Haley. He knew she didn't want to be left behind. He had even given some thought to keeping her close. Enough that he was undecided. Was it better to stash her somewhere that was supposed to be secure, or was it better to take personal responsibility for her? He knew from Zoe and Pahalaya that being around him hadn't been very good for their health.
And what about the Resistance? Where do you stand on that?
I knew that question was going to come. You don't waste time, do you, Captain?
We don't have a lot of time to waste.
Glortant Thraven crossed me, which means he's no friend of mine. I'm organizing my resources as we speak to teach him a lesson in manners. But helping the Republic? I'm neutral in political affairs, Captain. I deal with both the Republic and the Outworlds and can't afford to take a side.
Even when millions of innocents might die?
What do they have to do with me? My business is my business. Other than that, I suppose you could argue a thinner population means fewer sales of my toys, but it's a weak argument.
Perhaps I can appeal to your sense of honor, then. Thraven has the Outworld governance fooled into thinking he's doing all of this with them. They're going along with it because they believe they'll get a piece of the Republic when all is said and done, and that'll boost their holdings across the board. The truth is that as soon as the Republic is disabled, he'll turn on them as well.
A fact that wouldn't surprise me. I'm still not inclined to get involved beyond my own motivations. I'm not a charity.
We're talking about the end of the galaxy here, not a few planets changing hands.
What do you want me to do, Captain?
Polemos said.
Or, more importantly, what's in it for me?
I thought you wanted to get back at Thraven.
I do.
I thought your crew was your family.
They are.
Then why do I even need to convince you? Thraven murdered your crews in cold blood. He's destroying your ships, their cargo, and their personnel, and you believe any response you give should be measured?
An eye for an eye, Captain. That's what my father taught me.
Do you think the Gloritant will stop at your eyes once he's taken the rest of the galaxy? Polimo fell silent, staring at Olus with a thoughtful expression.
You have a point. But then, I should have guessed the infamous Olus man would be able to make sense out of madness. These are uncertain times, aren't they?
Only for individuals who are navigating for themselves, and not for the good of all. I know what my responsibilities are.
Be careful how you speak to me, Captain. I'm lenient with you because I respect you, but you're getting close to the line.
Olus froze. He was getting too emotional. But why shouldn't he? Individuals were dying out there.
My apologies, Don Polimo. I feel very strongly about this situation, both as a loyal member of the Republic and as Haley's current guardian.
Don Polimo smiled, his face turning warm once more.
I understand, Captain. I'm a businessman, not a monster. There are no hard feelings. Your words aren't lost on me, and I need time to consider them. Let's head back to my estate. You can help me get Miss Cage settled, and then we can discuss matters of violence. Agreed?
Agreed.
If you'll follow me, I have a separate entrance to the atrium. The gardens are one of my favorite places on Gamlen. So relaxing. Most of the time.
He turned and started walking toward the opposite direction. He was near the edge of the pathway when someone approached at a run. An older man, clearly a soldier, muscular and raw, with a thick, deep scar that went across his face and both of his eyes. His original organic optics had been replaced by mechanical lenses that stuck out from the vacant sockets.
"Get down!" he shouted as he dove toward the Dawn.
Olus felt the tingle of the gift at almost the same instant. He reacted instinctively, scooping Haley into his arms and covering her as he fell to the ground, the gift spreading around them. Something hit the top of the atrium. He could hear the transparent cover shatter as though it were happening in slow motion. A loud, echoing whoomph followed, and then a wave of heat and force that battered at his sudden defenses, threatening to break through. Apparently, Gamlen wasn't as safe as Don Polimo thought. 6. Olus looked up from his smothering position over Haley. The garden that had been there a moment earlier was gone, nothing but ash and flames remaining where the foliage had been. Pieces of the outer cover surrounded them, and the sound of heavy buzzing was thick in the air.
"Haley, are you hurt?"
Olus asked, shifting his attention down. She was staring back up at him in a state of shock.
"Haley?"
"I want to go home,"
she said, her lower lip starting to quiver. It didn't matter how strong she was trying to be. She wasn't ready for any of this.
"I want my mom."
"Me too," Olus agreed. "Right now, we have to get away from here."
He helped her to her feet.
"Shit on a fragging comet,"
he heard the soldier say beside him.
"Shithead, get the boys inbound ASAP."
"Roger, Colonel,"
someone replied.
"We're on the way."
Olus turned his head, finding him leaning over Don Polimo.
"You've got to be yanking my balls,"
the soldier said, noticing the motion and looking back at Olus.
"Do you believe this shit?"
Olus looked down at the Dawn. His head had been pulverized, as had portions of his body. There was no blood, only exposed wiring and some clear lubricant.
"A fragging synth," the soldier said. "You think the Dawn's even on Gamlen?"
He started laughing, getting back to his feet and scanning the air.
"What's happening?" Olus asked.
"I'll tell you what's happening," the soldier said. "There's a cloaked warship up there. A fragging hornet's nest that the Dawn thought might be fun to kick as hard as he could. Name's Quark, by the way. Colonel Quark. Your man. That's Cage."
He put his fake eyes on Haley.
"I met your mom on Azure. She kicked my ass pretty good, and I liked it. You look like a smaller version of her. You tough as rocks, too?"
The question seemed to get Haley back to the immediate. She straightened up and nodded.
Yes.
Good. We need to get off this fragging mountaintop before the Shrike circle back. The rest of my riders are heading in, but that won't mean shit if we get slagged before they arrive. Thanks for the shield, Captain, even if it missed Robo-Dawn over there. Being pissed off won't help anyone against standard ballistics.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't matter. Let's just get the frag out of here.
He pointed back the way he had come, through a wall of flame.
Can you keep that away from us?
Olis noticed movement in the sky nearby. A dark spot was angling back toward them. It had to be a Shrike, coming back for the kill.
Do I have a choice? He replied.
He put out his hands, the gift spreading from him. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it.
Come on!
He led them to the fire and through, a force field keeping the flames from reaching them. The Shrike was closing fast, set up to launch more munitions their way. Something streaked up from a lower peak, a flash that struck the side of the Shrike and detonated, blowing the craft to pieces.
Thraven doesn't know what he just got himself into, attacking Gamlin,
Quark said.
The Dawn isn't one to take it lying down.
He was so sure Thraven wouldn't track him back here. It seems like his secret isn't very secret after all.
I'm sure I'll be charged with solving that mystery sooner or later,
Quark said. He looked at Haley again.
Don't worry, darling. Me and my riders are the best there is. We'll get you away from this mess.
They reached the secondary tube. 2 soldiers in battlesuits were flanking it, and they saluted when Quark approached.
What the frag are you standing there for?
Quark asked.
Let's move.
They boarded the tube, heading back down.
Shithead, ETA? Don't give me the I can't fly my way through 50 Shrikes bullshit. I need you here, now.
Olis heard the explosions further away, along with the sounds of rapid gunfire. They had escaped one war zone on Earth to wind up in another one here. He felt especially bad for Haley. She didn't deserve any of this. The tube doors slid open, showing the concourse in chaos around them. Transports were trying to squeeze into the closed space to escape the Shrikes outside, while individuals were huddled in the center in an effort not to get hit by the vehicles. The bots had all moved the opposite direction, going outside. Olis wasn't sure what for.
Of course, Shithead can't land in here,
Quark said.
We get outside. We wait for him to drop. You with me, Captain?
Roger,
Olis said. Quark called himself a colonel, but it didn't mean a thing to him. Mercenaries had their own ranking systems, as did the Outworlds, and he was sure the soldier had never been part of the Republic military. They started crossing the concourse. Quark and his guards vaulted the transports easily in their suits, while Olis picked Haley up and carried her through the mess.
Shit!
Quark said suddenly, stopping his advance and ducking behind one of the shuttles.
Head down, Captain,
he called back. Olis dropped between vehicles, placing Haley down and sticking his head up. A squad of black suits came in through the exit a moment later, sweeping the concourse in search of them.
Wait here,
Olis said, finding his knife.
Be careful,
Haley replied. Olis crept to the edge of the shuttle they were behind before using the Seraph suit and the gift to vault over it, bouncing toward the black suits. They fired at him, but he put out his hand, deflecting the rounds as he landed directly in front of them, batting one soldier's weapon aside and stabbing him in the neck before spinning and kicking a second soldier, breaking his leg. He moved behind that one, slamming his shoulder into the third and knocking him into a fourth. He pounced on them while they tried to disentangle, digging his blade into their necks in the space between helmet and suit. As long as they weren't converts, they wouldn't get back up. 2 quick pops dropped the remaining 2 soldiers in the squad.
You sure you don't want a gun, Captain?
Quark said, popping out from behind the shuttle.
It's a little cleaner.
Olis looked down. He had lines of blood on his clothes. It was a small price to pay. He bounced back to Haley without responding.
We're clear. Come on.
He picked her up again, carrying her past the dead soldiers to the exit. The individuals on the concourse watched them go. They probably thought he was crazy for going outside. The city spread north along a wide track before ducking back underground where another series of tubes waited to carry inhabitants to other sections. A Nephilim dropship had landed on the far end, and at least 3 platoons were rushing off, headed their way. Olis had killed the black suits as quickly as he could, but someone must have tagged him in their TCU.
I don't like that way,
Quark said, noting the dropship.
Shithead, you need to come in on the south side. Got it?
Quark pointed to the south end. It was at most 3 kilometers long, passing through a crevice that had apartments hanging from both sides of the rock.
"That's too narrow for a dropship,"
Olis said. Quark laughed.
You've never seen shithead shred.
He reached to his hip and withdrew a sidearm, handing it over.
Take this.
Olis accepted the weapon.
"Thanks."
How are you holding up, sweetie?
Quark asked, his mechanical eyes turning to Haley.
I'll survive.
Damn right.
They ran south, trying to keep ahead of the Nephilim soldiers. Olis noticed the bots along the way, most of them sitting in shadowed crags and corners as though they were trying to hide. A pair of Shrikes passed overhead. A handful of drones followed behind, taking shots at them.
"I heard Gamlen was well defended,"
Olis said. Quark shrugged.
Bad day for the good guys, I guess.
"In there,"
Olis said, noticing an open archway into the side of the rock. The group ducked inside, coming to rest out of sight.
Shithead, seriously, any fragging day now. Captain?
Olis spun around. Sergeant Coxey and 3 of his squad were already in the tunnel. The fur on his arms was caked with blood.
"Sergeant,
Haley said.
are you hurt?"
It isn't mine,
Coxey replied.
"What happened?"
Olis asked.
We were on our way back to the shuttle. They targeted the spaceport, dropped a bomb or something right in the center.
His large eyes lowered sadly.
It was a massacre. We barely made it out. We commandeered a transport to look for you, but were hit on the way over. I lost Havoc and Min.
"I'm sorry, Sergeant,"
Haley said.
I've got a dropship inbound,
Quark said to them.
You're welcome to ride with us. Thank you,
Coxey said, pausing for his name.
Colonel Quark,
Quark replied.
The riders?
Coxey said. Quark smiled.
You've heard of us? I have. I didn't know you were in system. We are.
He paused, raising his hand to excuse himself. Then he looked back at Olis.
Okay, Captain. We need to haul ass. Drung, Cable, give us some cover.
The 2 soldiers in the battlesuits saluted and then moved out into the street. They started shooting right away, jumping laterally to draw the enemy's fire.
"Due south, as fast as you can bounce,"
Quark said. Olis held out his hand. Haley took it, letting him pick her up.
"We are going to make it,"
he said. He drew in a sharp breath, pushing the gift out around him. Then he exploded from the tunnel, out into the street. He risked a single glance north at the approaching black suits and 2 mechs that had joined them in support. Where was fragging planetary defense anyway? He hadn't seen any evidence they were involved in this fight at all. Were they loyal to Thraven? He skipped off the ground in a long, low arc, heading away from the approaching force. Rounds split the air around him, but the gift shielded them, keeping them safe from the incoming projectiles. He hit the ground and bounced again, moving quickly ahead. A rumble ahead caught his attention. An older model dropship tore around the side of one of the crags, spinning neatly and firing. A moment later, a smoking Shrike went past, crashing into the top of a building and sending debris tumbling down. Then the dropship cut power in a rough landing that put it right in front of him. 2 soldiers in battlesuits moved out carrying MGs. They hefted them, holding their fire as they waved Olis on board. He nearly reached them when something caught his attention from the incline to his left. A mass of Gorshin leaped from the cliff, pouncing down toward them. Olis had just enough time to point, and one of the soldiers had just enough time to adjust, swinging the MG around and opening up, tearing a half-dozen of the Nephilim in half before they could hit the ground. It wasn't enough. They landed around the dropship, 4 of them jumping on the first soldier and pulling him down, another group coming for Olis. He held Quark's sidearm, pointing it at the closest Gorshin and pulling the trigger. He didn't think the small rounds would do much. He was wrong. The bullets weren't standard. It hit the creature on the forehead and exploded, removing most of the skull. He shifted, fired, shifted, fired. 2 more died. Then Quark was there, bouncing into the side of one of the children and slamming him so hard he hit the side of the dropship and bounced off, right into the superheated air of the idling thrusters, skin and hair melting away in an instant.
Nobody invited you, assholes,
Quark said, producing a long knife from his suit. Olis noticed the end of it was slick with some kind of oil, and when he cut the Gorshin with it, they didn't heal. Who the frag was he?
"Get on board!"
Quark shouted.
"Now!"
Olis ran, carrying Haley to the ship and bouncing inside. He put her down.
"Wait here."
Then he jumped back out. He punched a Gorshin in the head, knocking it back, diving away as it pounced on him, rolling and coming to a stop near the downed soldier and his weapon. He brought his knife to hand, using the gift to throw it out at the oncoming enemy and planting it in the creature's eye. Then he picked up the MG, turning back to the street and finding the friendlies in the mess. He made sure to aim around them, sending flechettes ricocheting off the stone street, a line of sparks indicating where the projectiles hit. Coxey made it to the dropship, bouncing in. So did Drung and Cable. Coxey's remaining squad was missing. Dead. The sergeant wouldn't have left them otherwise.
Captain, it's just you and me,
Quark said, getting beside him.
Let's go.
Olis nodded, bouncing backward to the open hatch. Quark joined him a moment later, reaching to his suit and picking a grenade from it. He tossed it out toward the enemy, and it detonated in the air, creating an immediate, large smokescreen.
Get us out of here, champ,
Quark said, confusing Olis. Hadn't he been calling the pilot shithead? The dropship immediately started to rise. Randomly fired rounds peppered the armored hull, threatening to break through.
Faster, shithead,
Quark said. There were limits to how quickly the dropship could rise. Sharp cracks rang out from the metal frame, and a pair of holes appeared in the side of the craft. One of Coxey's soldiers cried out, clutching at his neck while blood poured through his fingers.
Shit, Quark said. That has to be a portable battery. Take cover!
There was nowhere to take cover. A few more rounds pierced the shell, the bullets somehow missing the occupants. The attack stopped, almost as suddenly as it had started. What the? Olis said at the silence of the attack. The dropship swung around, and he looked to the cockpit, trying to get a view of the front. The street flashed past for only an instant, but it was long enough to see hundreds of bots throwing themselves at the enemy. It was almost surreal to see them hitting the blacksuits with their weight, stopping in front of them, or otherwise interrupting the attack.
It's about time,
Quark said, noticing the activity. The dropship shot away from downtown Dent, turning to the east, but not ascending.
Colonel,
Olis said,
shouldn't we be getting the frag off the planet?
I'd love to, Captain, but this bus has another stop.
What? We barely made it out of there alive.
Some of us didn't,
Coxey said, leaning over his soldier.
Don't shoot the messenger, Captain,
Quark said.
I got orders, too. We're heading to the Layla estate to pick up a VIP.
Olis had a feeling he knew who Quark meant.
A real one this time? Or another fragging synth?
Quark laughed, a little too loud and easy for Olis's liking.
Damned if I know.
7. Drones continued to chase the Nephilim Shrikes across the skies, keeping them distracted while the dropship crossed the distance between Dent and the Layla state. The compound was clearly under attack, with part of its walls already destroyed and signs of enemy soldiers that had jumped in from above. Fortunately, the terrain made it nearly impossible for a larger dropship to land there, keeping larger numbers of Thraven's troops from entering. Olis could see and hear the fighting as they approached. The estate wasn't undefended, and soldiers in battlesuits faced off against the blacksuits, who were easily recognized as converts by the jerky motions of their limbs as they walked directly through lines of fire. Of course, whoever was commanding the assault had saved their most loyal and hardy units for the more difficult branch of the attack.
Put us down there,
Quark said from up front, pointing to a small debris field on the southeast corner.
Are you in contact with the Dawn?
Olis asked.
I've got his beacon on my TCU,
Quark said.
He isn't responding to verbal, but he's still alive in there.
He pointed to a locker on the side of the ship.
Open that up and take what you need, Captain.
Olis retreated to the locker, pulling it open. It was well stocked with arms, and he pulled out a heavy rifle, turning and holding it out to Haley.
I thought you were going to tell me to wait in the ship,
she said as she took it.
I think you might be safer inside,
he replied, passing her a few magazines.
I wish we had a suit that would fit you.
Quark came back to them, his eyes passing over Haley.
We might, he said. Carta was full grown, but she was about your size. You ever wear a combat suit before?
I used to try to wear my mom's,
Haley said.
I bet you looked cute as a duckling,
Quark said. He moved to a second locker, grabbing the top of the dropship as it shuddered, absorbing fire from somewhere. He reached out with his free hand to open it, revealing a line of rubbery, armored light suits. He thumbed through it, looking for Carta's.
What happened to the soldiers who used to wear those?
Haley asked.
Dead,
Quark said.
My business is an ugly business. but you're Queenie's girl. You'll be fine.
He found the light suit, pulling it out and passing it to Olus.
Your chest and hips haven't developed yet, but it should fit decent, and it'll give you some impact protection and a bit of added strength.
He made a face.
You're gonna have to strip here, though. We don't have a latrine.
He faced away from her and shouted,
Anyone tries to sneak a peek at the kid gets my fist through their nose. Aye, Colonel,
his soldiers said. Olus turned around, staying close to Haley to keep her blocked from view while she changed. It was hard to manage with as roughly as the dropship was moving, but it was better than being dead.
How's it coming?
Olus asked, looking to the cockpit. The landing zone was approaching in a hurry.
Almost there,
Haley said.
We don't have time to get you set up on the tactical command network,
Quark said.
That's okay. Just follow the captain and you'll be sharp.
Roger,
Haley said. The dropship descended suddenly, as though the bottom had fallen out of it. Haley screeched and grabbed onto Olus's back, while he reached out for the side of the craft. They swooped down to the surface, the hatch sliding open as they tapped down.
Let's go, riders!
Quark bellowed. His soldiers led the way, exiting the dropship and rushing toward a hole in the side of the compound's main building.
You two next,
Quark said, directing them out.
Stay behind me,
Olus said, taking the lead. He hopped out of the dropship, quickly scanning the area. The sky was rough with shrikes, but they were being kept distracted, harassed by the drones. He felt something against his back, looking over his shoulder to see Haley stumbling to regain her balance. She used the rifle to catch herself.
This is harder than it looks, sir,
she said, trying not to overpower her motions.
Most people get acclimated within a few minutes, he replied. Follow me. Move naturally. The suit will handle the rest.
He bounced away, trailing behind Quark's soldiers. When he landed and turned, he saw Haley coming toward him, a little too fast. She landed and jerked a few steps before straightening. It didn't help that the suit was a little ill-fitted, as Quark had mentioned it would be.
Not bad,
he said. Haley smiled, taking a few easier steps toward him. Quark landed beside them, waving with his rifle.
We need to get under cover. Champs go in a circle and try not to get killed.
The dropship was lifting off again, rocketing away from the area. Coxey and his remaining soldier caught up to them, urging them forward. They moved through the hole in the wall, into the corridors of the Amazing Things factory. Olus could hear the gunfire in the distance, Thraven's units meeting the Dawn's resistance.
I've got a link with internal security,
Quark said.
Stand by.
Olus waited while the networked suits were passed the internal team's tactical data, including target positioning. He couldn't share in the intel, but at least Quark and his soldiers could guide him.
12 uglies,
Quark said.
Commander is reporting bullets don't seem to slow them down.
Tell him he needs to remove their heads,
Olus said. Quark nodded.
Already did. This isn't my first dance with fraggers like these.
Where had the mercenary encountered converts before? It was a conversation for another time. The colonel took the lead, running through the complex. There were dead guards in the hallways, along with a number of shattered bots destroyed by the incoming enemy troops.
Any sign of Gifted?
Olus asked, in part to see if Quark knew what he was talking about.
Not so far,
Quark replied.
They're good in bed. Not good for much else.
Olus raised an eyebrow, but didn't respond, causing Quark to laugh. They reached a tube, the clear enclosure messy with blood. Olus glanced at Haley to see how she reacted to it, satisfied to see her face set in cold determination. A platform was waiting for them, and they crowded in, taking it up through solid rock.
Polimo's house is up here, Quark said. The Tangos are 50 meters in, trying to break through a friendly barricade. Once we get up there, we'll have them caught in a crossfire.
He took his long knife in his free hand.
You slow them down, I'll do the cutting.
Roger,
Coxey said, replacing the magazine in his rifle.
Roger,
Haley said. Quark paused, looking at her.
Are you sure your aim is good, sweetie? I'd hate to wind up with a round up my ass.
Whose daughter am I?
Right. I almost forgot.
The platform reached the top of the tube, the doors sliding open. Quark led them around the corner, coming up on the back of the converts. They were pounding on a closed door with the butts of their rifles, leaving dents in the metal but otherwise unable to pierce it. They turned at the sound of the incoming soldiers, their motion rigid as they aimed their weapons. Haley, Coxey, and the others started shooting, peppering the converts with rounds, tearing huge chunks out of limbs and sending blood spraying everywhere. The enemy tried to get their weapons aimed, but the impact of the bullets kept them off balance, leaving them open to Quark's assault. He moved in like a tornado, his knife flashing back and forth, leaving deep gashes in between quick grab and pulls that left the converts without their heads. They fell rapidly, one after another, well-aimed rounds spitting past the mercenary to keep the black suits off balance. Olis was impressed with Quark for being so unafraid of friendly fire, especially considering he didn't know most of the squad he was fighting with. Did he trust them that much, or did he just have no fear of death? It was another question for another time. It was over inside of a minute. Quark was left standing in the center of a perimeter of headless corpses, breathing slightly heavily as he bent down to wipe his knife off on one of the converts. He looked up as he slid the blade against the armor.
"Nice shooting, Miss Cage," he said.
Thank you, Colonel.
"When you get a little older, look me up. I've always got space on the riders for someone like you."
Thank you, sir. But I intend to be a breaker like my mom.
Quark made a face.
"Organized military isn't all it's cracked up to be. You might change your mind once you see for yourself."
He stood and turned to the door, raising his fist to knock on it. He didn't need to. The tactical link would have already informed the forces on the other side that only friendlies remained. The door slid aside before he touched it, and he had to stop himself from rapping directly on Don Polimo's head.
"Sir?"
Quark said, switching his fist to a salute.
"A little close to the action, aren't we?"
"Also closer to the evacuation," Polimo said. He was identical to the synth that had been burned back in Dent, right down to the metal cane. He looked past Quark to where Haley was standing.
"We meet again. Sorry for the deception, but—"
He shrugged.
"Otherwise, I would be dead right now."
He looked back at Quark.
"We have to hurry. Thraven is stepping up his attack, and at some point, they'll decide they don't care if they capture any of us alive."
The building shook, a large thump sounding from somewhere outside. A second one followed almost immediately after.
"I think they've already reached that point," Quark said. "Time to move."
He pointed back the way they had come. Almost at the same time, something hit the building, shaking it hard enough that Olis couldn't keep his balance and fell forward onto his hands. Dust and debris poured out from behind them, filling the corridor with dust.
Haley?
He said, trying to see through the sudden fog.
I'm here.
Haley replied.
I'm not hurt.
Olis looked behind them.
We aren't getting out that way,
he said. Another missile struck the complex nearby, shaking it again.
"Shithead! What the frag is going on out there?"
Quark shouted.
"Shithead!" "Damn it!"
He glanced at Polimo.
"I don't suppose you have another way off this rock?"
8.
Where the hell is planetary defense in all of this?
Olis said, glancing back at Don Polimo. He was directly in front of the businessman, staggered behind one of Quark's soldiers so that he had a clear line of fire. They were making their way through the Dawn's compound, trying to reach the subterranean hangar where they would hopefully find a ship still intact and capable of getting them off the planet.
"Your guess is as good as mine, Captain," Polimo replied. "I was under the impression that my money was buying their fragging loyalty. Not only are they apparently leaving me to die, but somebody must have told Thraven who I was."
Olis put his eyes forward as they neared a bend in the corridor. The Amazing Things factory had been light on opposition. Polimo's inner sanctum was another story. As near as he could tell, another Nephilim dropship had landed on the far side of the complex, using the surface entrance to launch their assault, maybe even with the help of PD. It was hard to believe that Thraven had subverted the entire planetary defense, but then again, Olis had witnessed his influence on Earth firsthand. He wasn't direct about his manipulation. He spread rumors and lies and whispers. He patted the right palms and used just the right amount of misinformation to bring the right individuals over to his side. And then he showed them the gift. He made them believe he was special and that his words had a ring of truth. And with all of that, he had turned the galaxy against itself, convincing countless individuals to fight for him while keeping himself shadowed in mystery. Olis could only imagine what this fight would be like if the rejects hadn't destroyed the fleet on Kel, or if Abby hadn't escaped from Azure, or even if Delixix hadn't given him the gift. The galaxy was burning, but they still had a chance to prevent it from becoming ash. With Abby in play and cured of the poison of the Nephilim's gift, there was a possibility they could stop Thraven from his slaughter and enslavement and put an end to the Glorotant's quest for conquest and revenge. Right now, they just needed to get off of fragging Gamlin.
Watch the flank!
Quark shouted, spinning to his left to cover an adjoining corridor at the same time a squad of black suits appeared. Olis followed his aim, squeezing off a few quick rounds and dropping 2 of the targets. Of course, they didn't stay down. They started to rise again, their bodies convulsing as they were commandeered. Quark broke free of the group, approaching them without hesitation and quickly removing their heads.
I hate these assholes,
he said. What about your ships in orbit? Olis asked, turning to the Dawn again.
Gone, he replied. I sent them away.
You did what?
They're freighters, Captain. Haulers, not warships. The few armed vessels I had would have lasted 5 seconds against the battleship out there. I've heard what those ships can do.
You may have signed your own death certificate, Olis replied. And ours. I'm prepared to die, but if Haley doesn't make it—
She'll make it, Don Polimo said. We all will.
You sound certain. The Don shrugged.
I've been around a long time, Captain. I know how to outmaneuver a snake like Thraven, and I'm always prepared. Take the Atrium, for example, or downtown Dent. I didn't build those bots for war, but they did have their use when the time came.
Olis didn't respond. It didn't matter anyway. Either they would make it off the planet or they wouldn't. His mission was to keep Haley alive and get her somewhere safe. Abby was depending on him, and he wasn't going to let her down. It took another 10 minutes for them to reach the hangar, fighting their way through what seemed like an endless supply of black suits. They lost one of Quark's soldiers along the way, after he was hit by a lucky shot that managed to puncture his visor and find its way into his brain. Haley stayed close by his side, adjusted to the light suit and moving smoothly, adding her firepower to the rest of their hastily assembled squad. It was easy to forget she was a child by the easy way she merged with the rest of the group, following Quark's orders or reacting under pressure. He hoped she would have a chance to go back to being just a kid again, but he knew from other children in other war zones that was much easier said than done. Quark guided them toward the edge of the open hangar bay doors, motioning for them to hug the walls as they neared.
There's about 0 chance of there not being an ambush waiting in there, he said. Hell, I did the same thing to Queenie on Azure.
He smiled.
She had some nice tricks in her bag. What have we got?
I'll draw their fire, Olis said. He pointed at Quark's remaining soldier, whose name he didn't know. You move behind me and get their positions on tactical. Quark, once you've got a lock, you move in hard and fast.
I like the way you think, Captain. Are you sure you want to be the rabbit?
No, but I'm the only one here that's relatively bulletproof.
Good point. Check your magazines, all of you. You don't want to run out of ammo in the middle of this shitstorm.
Roger,
Haley said, ejecting her magazine.
Anyone have a spare?
I do,
Coxey said, reaching into a tight pack and retrieving it. He handed it to her, and she snapped it in.
We're getting out of here.
Haley nodded.
Affirmative.
You ready, Captain?
Quark said. Olis wasn't, but he nodded anyway, feeling the gift churning below his skin. He pushed it out around himself, preparing to absorb the assault. Don Polimo lifted his cane.
Nobody asked me if I had any tricks. I'm an old man, but as I said, I'm always prepared. Get the targets on tactical. I'll take care of the rest.
Roger, Olis said as the compound shook again, dust and debris dislodging from the walls around them and signaling them to hurry. He could feel the energy of the nanny-8s surrounding him. He glanced over at Haley, about to offer up the "if I don't make it back" speech. Frag that. He was kill shot. He was going to make it back. Here we go, he said to Quark's soldier. Then he bounced out from their position, pushing off with the gift and approaching the hangar at an inhuman speed. He skipped through the opening, barely touching the ground before bouncing again, arcing high in the air. He could hear the rounds whipping past him. He could sense it every time one got caught by the nanny-8 shield. He flipped in the air, turning back and seeking out the source of the attack, nearly stumbling in the sky as he made not only a heavy contingent of black suits, but a pair of mechs as well. The launch doors on the far side of the space were wide open. He could see the Nephilim dropship waiting beyond. It had found a space to nestle amidst the sharp black crags of the mountains and had unloaded everything it had into the compound. Smoke was rising from the remains of the Dawn's defenses, which seemed way too light given the circumstances. His head caught up to him as he dropped toward the floor of the hangar, his mind finally piecing together the signs that he had missed before. The atrium, the bot's indent, the light resistance they had run into on the top side of the compound, the bombardment that always seemed to be a few meters behind them. He hit the ground, bullets smacking against the gift but unable to reach him. He turned, not toward the source of the fire, but back to the entrance of the hangar. Don Polimo was walking out, leading the others. The end of his cane was missing, removed to reveal a laser cutter which he was holding up to Haley's throat. Quark and his soldier were behind him, hands up in submission. Coxey wasn't with them. Fragging traitor son of a bitch.
"Cease fire!"
Polimo shouted.
"Cease fire!"
Olis's whole body shook, his anger overwhelming him. He couldn't believe he had been duped like this. He couldn't believe he hadn't figured it out sooner. He was getting old. Old and slow and stupid.
"Don't even think about it," the Don said, looking at him. "Calm yourself, Captain."
Olis took a step toward the Don. He moved the cutter closer to Haley's throat.
"You know you need her alive," Polimo said. "Stop moving."
Olis stopped. What else could he do? There was motion near the bay doors. A man in a gray uniform flanked by a pair of black suits. He walked with an air of importance, head high, expression smug. He barely glanced at Olis as he approached, passing him to stand in front of the Don.
"I held up my end, Honorant Frake,"
Polimo said.
"I'm a man of my word," Frake replied. "The attacks on your assets will cease immediately."
He looked at Haley.
"And you."
He reached out to touch her face. She turned it away.
"The Glorotons will be very pleased with me for retrieving you. Very pleased."
He turned back to Olis.
"If you want her to die, by all means, try to resist."
A squad of black suits closed in on him. He didn't fight back as they bound his hands. Then one of them jabbed a needle into his arm, and he immediately started to feel dizzy.
"What?"
he said.
"Poison, Captain," Frake said, "to control your gift."
"How could you, Polimo?" Olis said. "You sold your soul to the devil."
"It's the difference between men like you and men like me, Captain," Polimo said. "The soldiers who attacked my crew on the Devastator would be dead by now if Cage hadn't killed them already. That part was personal. This?"
He waved his finger between himself and Frake.
"This is business."
"You said you owed Abby a favor. This is how you make good on it?"
"I have the Glorotons' word that Haley won't be harmed. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry, Captain, but I have my own interests to protect."
"You aren't worth the air you're breathing, you piece of shit," Olis said. He was getting lightheaded, his body chilled by whatever they had injected him with. He could feel the gift fighting against it, working to keep him alive.
"Haley, I'll get you out of this. I promise."
Haley looked at him. She had tears in her eyes. She was scared. She deserved her fragging innocence. Not to be here. Not to be a pawn in this bullshit game.
"Always be prepared, Captain," Polimo said. "That's how you get where I am. Always be prepared."
Olis's lips moved as he tried to tell the Don to go frag himself. He blacked out before he had the chance. 9.
"My question is, why?"
Abby said. She stared at the still liquid of the pool in front of her, her eyes crossing over the collection of crystals submerged within. In the center of the pool was a spot for another, larger crystal, but it was empty.
"Why, what?"
Keeper replied.
"Why try to contact another shard? Why build this in the first place? Charmaine knew it would bring the Asura, but she did it anyway."
"To save this universe from the Nephilim, Queenie. I believe that purpose was obvious."
"Don't get pissy with me,"
Abby said.
"She had already made one of these things on Azure. Why another one here? Or did this one come first?"
This transversal was created first. The Arch-Chancellors were using it to try to reach back to Elysium and speak directly to the One. Yes, they knew it would bring the Asura, but they prepared a containment field. They were ready for the creatures. They knew the risk, and if they had succeeded, the One might have sent aid. Perhaps even another shard.
If they had succeeded. The One didn't answer.
No one answered.
You knew they wouldn't.
I did not.
Yes, you did. You're the keeper of the Covenant.
I am the caretaker of this starship.
That's not the Covenant I'm talking about. I don't understand why you're playing coy with me. I've spoken to another shard. I've been chosen by the light. I purified the focus. I know what's happening here.
Do you? Perhaps you think you know. And perhaps that is why I'm playing coy, as you put it.
You're supposed to be my servant.
And your guide. And protector of the Covenant. I am serving you, even if it isn't in the way you wish to be served.
You didn't warn Charmine that it wasn't going to work. You let the Asura gain control of the shard ship.
I had no power to stop her. Or them. I'm an advanced artificial intelligence, Queenie. But still artificial. A machine. Unlike you, I do not have the freedom to act as I desire. I have rules that I must follow, for my safety and the safety of those I was made to care for.
And those rules don't include protecting the Seraphim from themselves?
No. Children must learn to stand or fall on their own.
But the One swore to protect the Seraphim as part of the Covenant. You're contradicting yourself.
Why did you want to come down here, Queenie? I told you that the transversal was inoperable. The Asura consumed all of the Darkstone on the ship. It won't function without it.
Believe me, I don't want it to function. I've had enough of those assholes. I wanted to see the transversal, but I also brought you down here because I want the truth. The whole truth that you won't give me in front of the others.
Why do you believe I'm withholding information?
Aren't you?
Keeper didn't answer.
Damn it! Tell me what you know.
Keeper looked at her. It was still hesitant.
What are you afraid of?
The Covenant isn't what they think, Queenie. The Seraphim believe in it. They believe it has power that it doesn't have.
You aren't talking about this ship.
No. The true Covenant. I'm sure you've realized it's more than a contract. More than a promise.
The Nephilim Covenant contains instructions on how to build weapons. I know that much. I've been under the assumption that the One's Covenant has something useful in it. Charmine seemed to think whoever controlled it could change the vector of the war, and even the shard I spoke with thought it was worth recovering.
The Keeper was shaking its head as he talked.
No, Queenie. The Covenant contains instructions on how to build incredibly complex tools. But as you know, the One prefers to steer away from conflict.
Which is at least part of the reason this is happening in the first place.
Be that as it may, the designs contained in the Covenant aren't weapons. There was one you may already be familiar with. It was stolen by Lucifer long ago.
The Elysium Gate?
Abby guessed.
Yes, a means for the Seraphim to return to the place of their creation. It didn't suit Lucifer's belief that the Seraphim were slaves when the One had provided the very thing he wanted in the Covenant. A way home.
You mean, he lied to the Nephilim?
Yes, the first of many.
Do the others know this? Does Charmine?
Of course. But what good is the truth when there's no way to prove it? Lucifer took the pages from the Covenant. He erased them from my databanks in secret. The Nephilim believe what they choose to believe, right or wrong.
Why didn't you tell them what he did?
All the Seraphim knew of my loyalty to the Shard. It would only have fed into Lucifer's untruths.
Lucifer is a real bastard, isn't he? Okay. What else is in there?
Instructions on how to build the transversal. The One believed that if the shards were in communication with one another, then none of them would be isolated. We didn't know about the Asura when we built the first, many centuries ago. We learned through desperate warnings from distant places. Turn it off, shut it down. One shard learned to contain them and passed the message to the others.
But you're saying the Asura have been drawn to this universe before?
They don't have the technology to build starships. They're parasites and would need a host to spread.
Abby shook her head.
There are worlds out there with Asura already on them?
A few. They are distant from the settled galaxies. It is not a concern.
That's easy for you to say. So, how could the One not know about them ahead of time? Isn't he a god?
No, Queenie. The Seraphim labeled him as such for what they didn't understand. He has never claimed to be their deity, only a benevolent benefactor.
But they won't listen to that either, right?
Correct.
But if the One doesn't know about the Asura, and he tries to operate a transversal of his own?
He would invite them into Elysium. He is capable of handling the threat.
No physical weapons, fine. Is there anything we can use in there? Charmaine told me that whoever controlled the Covenant controlled the truth, and that the One's truth was a powerful weapon on its own.
Keeper shook its head again.
That's what I mean about the Seraphim's belief, and what I'm hesitant to admit. The technology of the Covenant was intended to keep the Seraphim together as a community. Across time and space, across infinite distances. The One believed that this cohesion would prevent conflict. He believed the Seraphim were evolved beyond the selfish need for power and control.
But they weren't.
No.
So, he was wrong about that one?
Yes.
And here we are.
Here we are.
And I thought my day was shitty already. What you're telling me is that the Covenant is bullshit?
What? Of course not, Queenie. The One believes in the Covenant.
Belief isn't going to save the galaxy. You're telling me that he promised the Seraphim he would take care of them. You're also telling me he isn't capable of doing that.
Keeper stared at her in silence.
You have to be fragging kidding me.
Keeper remained silent.
I blamed the Seraphim for screwing with the Naniates. But this isn't their fault, is it? They had to use what they were left with as effectively as they could. They had to cover for a god that abandoned them.
He isn't a god. And he didn't abandon them.
Then what did he do? At the very least, he made promises he couldn't keep.
Abby remembered her brief interaction with the Shard. An asshole cut from the cloth of an asshole?
Because Lucifer stole the plans for the Elysium Gate, preventing the Seraphim from returning home. Because the Asura appeared when the transversal was used. Not a god, Queenie, and therefore not capable of knowing these things would happen.
Then he shouldn't have fragging promised!
Abby shouted, losing her temper.
He created us. He seeded this universe with his creations. His mistake is going to cost millions of individuals their lives. My daughter is one of them.
I understand you are upset.
Do you? Do you have any fragging idea? Why am I here? What the hell was the point? The galaxy was screwed the second Lucifer decided he wanted to be in charge. We're just little specks of shit on the ass of the galaxy, and sooner or later we're all going to be wiped off.
It doesn't have to end that way.
No? I don't even know what the hell I'm doing anymore. The more I learn about the Seraphim and the Shards and the One, the less I like any of it. I thought I was coming out here to save the galaxy, not learn how fragged it is.
She glared at Keeper for a second, and then headed away, leaving the transversal behind and not looking back. She didn't want to look at the AI. She didn't want to be on this fragging ship. She wanted to be back on Earth with Haley. Hell, she would have settled on being with Ket on the Brimstone. She had let Charmaine convince her that the Covenant was important, and that it could help her free the Nephilim's slaves. It was a lie. A carefully hidden lie the Seraphim told themselves so they could hold out hope that Thraven might be stopped. Keeper would have clung to the lie as long as it could, allowing them that false hope. She wasn't going to do that. She was going to tell the rejects the truth. She was going to turn the Shard ship around. She was going to go back to the Republic, find Haley, and take her away from all of this. She pulled to a stop, leaning against the bulkhead, tears running from her eyes. She had never asked to be the Demon Queen. She had never asked to be more than Lieutenant Abigail Cage. But life wasn't always fair, and nobody got everything they asked for. What made her think she needed the Covenant to do what needed to be done? What made her think she needed the light of the Shard, the focus, the gift, or any of that other bullshit? She had her training. She had loyal friends. She had a pretty badass starship. And she had the Covenant. Maybe it wasn't the Covenant she wanted, but maybe it was the Covenant she needed. And if it wasn't, maybe she could make it into something she could use. She stood up, quickly retracing her steps back to the transversal. Keeper was still there, staring into the still pool.
Keeper,
she said, getting its attention.
Queenie, You came back.
You knew I would.
Yes. That is why I'm still standing here.
The One didn't believe in violence.
No.
Too fragging bad. He had his chance, and he blew it. This is my show now.
It always has been, Queenie.
10. On your left, Bastion said, swinging his rifle in the same direction. An Asura soldier came out of phase a few meters away.
Save your ammo,
Pick said. He leaped toward the creature. It was hardly moving, the loss of its general and its inability to phase leaving it stunned. His shoulder slammed into it, knocking it back. A heavy punch from his mechanical hand crushed its head.
Ew,
Uriel said. Do you have to be so violent?
I like violence,
Pick said.
at least against things that deserve it.
I don't know, Bastion said, turning his head away from the corpse. I kind of feel bad for these things.
You didn't feel bad for them when they sliced your arm.
Heat of the moment, you know. They were a lot more dangerous then. I mean, we've spent the last 12 hours hunting them down, and so far not a single one has come close to even trying to attack us. There was that horde on deck 34, Uriel said. Horde? Bastion replied.
We were outnumbered 15-1,
Pick said. You dropped a grenade into the middle of them. They didn't even try to run. I don't think they knew what it was, Uriel said. My point exactly. I'm getting nauseous every time we squash one of these things now.
What are you suggesting?
Maybe we should talk to Queenie about it?
Keeper said we needed to remove them from the ship.
Keeper isn't the boss.
What's your problem, anyway? You didn't used to be such a baby. Remember that time you beat that guy in hell because he looked at you funny?
Hell was a different place. You had to be a prick or wind up on the wrong end of the beatings.
Urinal? What do you think?
My translator just called you urinal. Uriel glanced sideways at Bastion, waiting while he and Pick laughed about the error. The Asura are dangerous. You forget that they nearly killed us not that long ago. They were different then, Bastion insisted, just like I was different in hell. They started walking again, leaving the body of the creature behind. Keeper had told them to leave the corpses, that they would be taken care of. Bastion didn't know what that meant, and he didn't want to know. They moved further into the shard ship. He pulled up the map Keeper had uploaded to their tactical network, checking their position. The ship was massive and easy to get lost in. They had been hunting the Asura for almost 12 hours and had barely covered 2% of the space. We should see if Pudding can program her bot to hunt them at least, Bastion said. This is going to take forever.
It beats sitting around and waiting to get to the extant,
Pick replied. Uriel, you're ancient. What do you know about the Nephilim worlds? Not much, Uriel replied. I've never been there. Dysterium-powered drives can't reach them. So, how did Thraven get from there to here? The Nephilim took one of the seed ships. Those reactors are more than capable of making the jump. They learned how to reproduce it.
Then why haven't they tried to take us out before now?
Didn't Jakun talk to you about this already?
Well, yeah, but not in specifics. Besides, you're working for Thraven. I thought maybe you knew something we don't.
I know a lot of things you don't. That doesn't mean I'm going to share them with you.
Aw, come on!
The Nephilim are controlled by the prophets. There are 12 in all, and from what I understand, they all hate one another. As a result, they've spent a long time warring with each other for control of the extant. Yeah, Jakun told us about that, Bastion said. The question is, what made them stop fighting long enough to plan an attack on our part of the universe? Thraven wasn't one of the original prophets. He was a Terran slave many years ago. Egyptian. Bastion raised an eyebrow. What? That caught you off guard, didn't it? The prophet Malais took him as one of a group of slaves, bringing him back to the extant to help stock his farm. Hold on. Farm? As in chickens and cows and all that shit?
What kind of farm is that?
Pick asked. A human farm.
I thought chickens came from boxes.
No, idiot. That's the factory-grown garbage. The real thing comes from farms.
Oh.
Tastes completely different, too. I only had it once, but it was so tender and juicy. Do you want me to keep going? Uriel asked. Because I don't need to tell you this story. I already know it. Sorry. Go ahead. The Nephilim have farms, like Terran farms. Only yes, they raise humans there, not chickens. That's fragged up. You don't know the half of it. The humans are raised for their blood, but that isn't all. I'm sure Jakun didn't tell you this. The Nephilim elite have been interbreeding with slaves for generations. They had no choice. The original Seraphim lines were too thin, and incest is not a good idea for any species. If the Nephilim have sexy time with their slaves, do they stay slaves? It depends. It's also one of the reasons the prophets were fighting. They didn't all agree on how the situation should be handled. Some wanted to create a line of diversity and then outlaw the practice. Others believed the slaves who became parents of a Nephilim child should be freed and integrated into society. I heard that Malays didn't think they should breed with humans at all, and killed any of his underlings who did. Ouch! The Nephilim ruling class see anyone who isn't part of the ruling class as a lesser. Not only Terrans, but also the creatures they breed from the seeds they stole. The Gaussian, for example. They have a higher regard for them because they made them, but they will never achieve the same status.
I thought you didn't know that much about the extant.
I'm not talking about the extant itself. I'm talking about Nephilim society. I spent a few years with the Venerant. They're part of the Nephilim ruling class as well. They're given the gift and trained as courtesans, spies, and assassins.
Cool.
I suppose. Anyway, she explained all of this to me. I was only half listening most of the time.
She knew Thraven was a slave?
No, I got that part from Thraven. He's very proud of where he came from. An Egyptian eunuch slave who became a prophet of the Nephilim and is leading the Great Return. From the other side's perspective, it is very impressive.
Did you say eunuch?
What's a eunuch?
Yes.
Castrated or emasculated?
I don't see how it matters.
Which one is it?
Emasculated.
Gloritant Thraven has no nuts?
You could put it that way.
I don't get it.
Someone chopped off Thraven's package.
Have you two noticed you get hung up on the stupidest things?
It's entertaining. I need to come up with some good names to call that asshole before we meet up with him again.
I told you, he's proud of who he is and what he's managed to become. I don't think calling him stupid names will bother him.
But it'll make me laugh.
Let's go this way,
Bastian said, checking the map again. There was a larger compartment a few hundred meters down. It seemed like as good a place as any for the Asura to hide. Not that he wanted to kill any more of them, but until he was able to speak to Abby about it in private, he had orders to follow.
So, how did Thraven get out of a life of slavery?
Bastian asked as they walked. I don't know all of the details. Somehow, he learned to speak in the language of the Seraphim. He managed to convince Malays to put him to work inside his palace, where he began reading about the Father, the Promise, the Great Return. All of that. Then he learned about the gift. He killed a Venerant and drank of his blood, giving himself the first part.
He killed a Venerant without the gift?
That's what he told me.
Do you think it's true?
He had no reason to lie. Take the gift away from Gloritant Thraven, and you're still dealing with a very dangerous individual. When the Prophet heard what he had done, he expected the gift would kill him.
But it didn't.
No. He was more naturally adept than any of the Noviates the Prophet was training at the time.
Like Queenie?
Very much so. Malays took it as a sign and decided to train Thraven instead of killing him. He raised him from lesser to Nephilim, and when the time came, Thraven repaid Malays by betraying him and taking his place as prophet.
Because, of course. How could it end any other way?
Thraven spent hundreds of years at war after that. He conquered 2 of the prophets before convincing the rest that they were fools to keep fighting one another when they should be following Lucifer's words and freeing the rest of their people.
So he left the extant and came to frag us.
Pretty much.
Speaking of which, what's the deal with you and Queenie anyway?
Bastian glanced over at Pick.
How is that speaking of which? You completely changed the subject.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And what made you ask that anyway?
Pick shrugged.
I don't know. Uriel mentioned the girl he was having sex with, and it made me think of you and Queenie.
There is no me and Queenie.
Yeah, but do you want there to be? I see the way you look at her with those big googly Gant eyes,
I do not! And definitely not with Gant eyes.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't!
You do. Even I've noticed it, and I haven't been with you all that long.
Shut up! I don't. Well, I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't if I had the chance, but Queenie doesn't think of me like that. She doesn't think of anyone like that.
I don't know. She's nicer to you than she is to the rest of us.
She is?
On a whole. I don't know if you two feel the same way, but she can be a bit bossy.
She's assertive. There's nothing wrong with that.
Defending her? You totally want it.
Pick fell silent as they reached the large room at the end of the corridor. The door looked like it was stuck open, and a large, scaly shape was visible beyond it.
What do you think that is?
Bastian said, staring at it. It looks like a snake, Uriel said. A big snake.
Do you think it's alive?
Pick asked. The scales shifted slightly, just enough that it was obvious it had moved.
Queenie?
Bastian said, opening a channel on his comm.
What is it, Imp?
Abby replied a moment later.
Can you mark our position and come down here? We have a situation. This isn't the kind of situation I was expecting,
Abby said, looking at the creature through the entrance to the room.
You and us both, Queenie,
Bastian said. Abby approached the mass slowly, not quite sure what to do. It was barely moving and hardly seemed dangerous.
Any ideas?
She asked, looking back at the others. After Bastian had asked her to come down, she had requested Keeper, Gant, Jakun, and Trinity join her.
It has to be a Sura,
Keeper said.
but I have no record of anything that size.
If it's a Sura, we should kill it,
Pick said.
We don't need to kill it,
Bastian replied.
Queenie, I wanted to talk to you about that when you have a minute.
Talk to me about what?
The Asura.
What about them?
Bastian hesitated.
Maybe we can discuss it in private?
He doesn't want to hurt them. He thinks we're being mean.
I didn't say mean, asshole. But I'm not comfortable exterminating them like this. They don't even fight back when we find them.
The Asura are dangerous,
Keeper said.
They don't seem very dangerous to me right now.
I'll keep killing them for you, Queenie. No problem.
Hold on, all of you. One thing at a time. Let's figure out what to do with whatever this is first.
Okay,
Pick said. Abby looked at the mass of scaly flesh again. It moved slightly, twitching.
I'm going in.
I'll go with you,
Trinity said. Abby nodded.
The rest of you wait here. Be ready to back us up.
Roger, Gant said. Abby moved in toward the mass, passing through the open entryway. The room itself was huge, with a high ceiling that probably reached to deck 31. It wasn't immediately clear to her what the space was for, but the mess of twisted metal in the corner suggested whatever this thing was, it had made some room for itself. She rounded the scales, following them along a curved line to a much larger mass ahead. It rose into the compartment, a solid fixture of mottled bumps that reached 20 meters off the floor.
It's huge,
Trinity said, finding her way around to the side of it.
Be careful,
Abby replied, trailing behind.
Uriel. This is definitely not a snake.
What is it? Uriel said.
I don't know yet.
She followed Trinity forward. As she did, she noticed a large, curved shape sticking out from beneath the larger mass.
Is that a claw?
She asked. Trinity stopped and turned to look at it.
I think so,
she said. Abby took a step toward it, examining it more closely.
Queenie?
Trinity said. Motion from the front of the mass interrupted them. The creature was moving. Something shifted above her, a long arm stretching out, spindly fingers extending with leathery webbing between them. It swept over her before shrinking back, the entire mass adjusting with it. She followed ripples of hide up toward the front of the creature, her breath freezing as her eyes met the eyes of the beast. It was looking back at her, small orbs on a huge head that ended in a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth.
What the frag?
She said. A line of flame burst from the creature, pouring out toward her. She reacted immediately, surrounding herself in the gift and watching the flames spread harmlessly around her. Trinity was caught in the same attack, but she barely flinched, her armor immune to the fire. The flames stopped. The creature turned its head again and roared, the sound echoing across the chamber and shaking the walls and floor.
"Queenie?" Bastion said. "What the hell are you doing in there?"
Abby continued staring at the monster. It quieted down, lowering its head slowly, still facing her.
"It's a dragon,"
she said, not quite believing it.
A what?
Pick asked. A dragon, Gant replied. A creature from Terran mythology, usually serpentine or reptilian in nature. In most legends, dragons breathe fire.
Does it breathe fire?
"Yes,"
Abby replied.
"I can't believe I'm standing in front of a fragging dragon."
The legends had to come from somewhere, Gant said.
"That would suggest the Seraphim knew about the Asura a long time ago,"
Jakun said. Abby hadn't gotten the chance to tell them what she had learned about the transversal and the race of phase shifters. They were out there somewhere, on at least one other planet. No thanks to the One.
What's it doing?
Pick asked.
"Nothing now,"
Abby said, still staring at the creature. Its eyes tracked her, but it seemed too weak to raise its head again.
"I think it may be sick."
The generals feed on the resonant energy of the Darkstone and spread it to their servants.
Keeper said.
Without a general to give it strength, it will die. It's probably just as well,
Trinity said.
It's too big to get out of this room.
"How did it even get in here?"
The general must have brought it through the veil during the juxtaposition.
Keeper replied.
"It's been trapped here for 8,000 years?"
That is most likely.
"Poor thing,"
Abby said. It didn't look frightening to her. It looked pathetic.
There's nothing we can do for it,
Trinity said. She continued to stare at it. She was tired of being told they didn't have control over their own destiny. She was tired of being told what she could and couldn't do. She was standing in an ancient planet-sized starship on the way to a galaxy beyond her own, surrounded by a hyper-intelligent Gant, a trover with a metal arm, a 5,000-year-old seraphim, a brain inside a mechanical body, and an artificial intelligence. She was pretty sure a dragon was close to the most normal thing she had come across recently. She bounced forward, up onto its side. It lifted its head slightly, but otherwise didn't move. She put her hand down, feeling the smooth scales.
Queenie, I don't know if that's a good idea,
Trinity said.
"I don't care,"
Abby replied. The dragon started lifting its head, turning it toward her.
Even if you feed it, there's nowhere for it to go,
Keeper said.
"I don't care,"
Abby said.
"We'll give it a way out. The central shaft is big enough. All we have to do is get it there."
And then what? It'll still be trapped on the ship.
"Only until we find somewhere to set it loose."
It will still die.
"Then at least it'll die free!"
Abby shouted. She began pushing the gift over the creature's side, creating an energy field against it that spread across its entire midsection. The head that had been angling for her paused, lowering again as it saw she wasn't going to hurt it.
Oh, he's cute,
Pick said, appearing around the side and standing next to Trinity.
Can I name it? I always wanted a pet.
It's not a pet,
Trinity said.
Whatever. Do you think it likes ear scratches?
I don't know. Why don't you go over and try?
Pick laughed, but stayed near the dragon's haunch.
I'll just wait here until Queenie is done.
Abby remained over the creature as the minutes passed. 10, then 20, then 30. She was starting to feel tired by then, the power of the gift depleted from her. At the same time, the dragon was starting to look much healthier. Its scales had gone from gray-brown to a reflective red and green, and it was holding its head up, watching her. As she pulled her hand away and released the gift, it lowered its snout to her face, rubbing against it.
Ha ha ha! I think you made a friend,
Pick said, laughing.
"I guess so,"
Abby replied. She couldn't keep herself from laughing, too. Wait until Haley heard this story. A pet dragon, Bastion said, again in disbelief. Frag. I mean, all right, why not? It's less crazy than a dickless prophet of Satan trying to enslave the galaxy.
"That's what I was thinking. Do you know what else I was thinking?"
Do tell.
"You're right about the Asura. Maybe we're being too hasty in killing them."
Queenie,
Keeper said.
I can't allow you to...
Shut it, shitbox, Bastion said. The Demon Queen has spoken.
But...
He's right, Uriel said. Shut it. She just tamed a dragon. You don't think she can handle a few shifters?
I doubt you can understand me, but I'm going to get you out of this room,
Abby said to the creature.
And I'll let you loose somewhere when I can.
It didn't react to her words, but it did lower its head again, eyes closing. Abby jumped off the dragon and onto the floor. She nearly fell over when she landed, her body more tired than she thought.
Are you okay?
Pick asked, rushing over to help her up.
I'll be fine. Keeper, do we have anything to eat on this ball?
I can supply the appropriate nutrients,
Keeper replied.
Good. Can you bring it to my room? I'm going to lie down for a while. Okay, you can name it if you keep an eye on it.
Deal,
Pick said. Abby made her way back around the creature's tail to where the others were waiting. Jakun and Bastion were smiling. Uriel looked indifferent. Keeper was clearly unhappy with her decision. Would he turn on her if she proved to be more willful than he had hoped his rescuer would be? Was he even capable? The corridor started to spin, her eyes blurring. She reached out, her hand landing on Bastion's chest.
Queenie?
Bastion said.
You flirting with me? Shut up. Help me back to my quarters, will you?
Sure, Bastion said, slipping himself under her arm and holding her up. You know, it might not have been the best idea to use your energy up on...
I don't care. You put the idea in my head. Now you have to live with the consequences.
She activated her comm, opening a line to the rest of the rejects.
Uriel, I want you and Void and Cherub to keep searching the ship. Mark the Asura you find, but don't harm them. Aye, Queenie,
Jakun said.
I want all hands on the bridge in 2 hours.
Abby added.
Have we even found the bridge yet?
Ben Hill asked.
I'm on the bridge,
Erlan replied.
Check your map,
Abby said.
Last one there has to kiss Keeper,
Gant said.
I am so not going to be last,
Pick said. 12.
Here you are, Queenie,
Bastion said, holding Abby up as they entered her quarters. The space had belonged to the Seraphim captain of the Covenant many, many years ago. It was a simple suite, with sterile furniture made of metal and some oddly comfortable material that cradled the body in all the right places, a dining table for taking meals, and a bathroom that wouldn't have been out of place on a modern Republic Navy battleship. In fact, it was so ordinary that it hardly seemed possible that it could be the way a race of ancient universe-spanning aliens had lived on the daily. Bastion moved to let her arm go, but Abby grabbed on.
Wait,
she said.
Help me to the bed. I'm really dizzy right now.
Bastion's face started to flush. You want me to take you to the bed?
Do you have to be an asshole about it? Or can you be a gentleman for once in your life?
Sorry, Queenie, Bastion said. He shifted his grip on her, helping her stay up, careful to keep his hands clear of her hair. I'm used to the relationship where I say something obnoxious and you bite my head off for it.
I wouldn't have to bite your head off if you'd stop being so obnoxious.
Agreed. It's part of my personality.
Bullshit. You use it to cover up your insecurities.
Not too weak and dizzy to analyze me, huh?
Tell me I'm wrong.
I talk a lot to cover my insecurities. I'm obnoxious by nature. I swear.
You're saying you're incapable of being a gentleman? I'm kind of tired of being let down right now.
They reached the bedroom. Bastion guided Abby to the bed, bending to pick up her legs and then cradling her in his arms. Who else let you down?
Keeper, for one. The One, for another.
The One? As in the source of all of this bullshit?
Yeah.
What did he do?
He made promises he couldn't keep. And now we're paying for it.
What do you mean? He asked, placing her gently on the bed. No wisecracks, no stupid comments.
We'll talk about it later. Can you hang out here until Keeper comes with the food?
Sure. You want me to wait out there?
No. Just sit with me.
Okay. Bastion walked to the other side of the bed, taking a seat there. He shook slightly as the foam or gel or whatever it was settled. This is nice, he said, pushing his hand against it.
Do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Saving the life of a dragon? I don't know.
Not that. Going to the extant. Leaving Haley. I feel like a terrible mother.
What good would it do to save your kid if the entire universe exploded around her? She'd wind up miserable and then dead.
That's what I tell myself. But still...
Don't look for blame where there isn't any, Queenie. We captured the Brimstone. We destroyed dozens of Nephilim warships. We knocked the Fire out of commission. We've also killed more bad guys than I can keep track of. I think we're doing great. Besides, she's with Captain Man. You couldn't have left her in better hands.
I didn't leave her there. Thraven killed my ex and kidnapped her. It was just luck that Ola saved her.
It wasn't luck. Man has your back. End of story. He'll keep her safe. Abby fell silent. She wanted to feel like they were doing great, but the Keeper's truth was still weighing on her. Hey, I was talking to Uriel a bit while we were hunting, Bastion offered when she didn't speak again. He was telling Pick and me about the Nephilim, and about Thraven. Did you know he has no... that he's a eunuch, and he used to be an Egyptian slave?
Is that why you called him dickless?
Yeah. Apparently, it's true. Uriel told us a little about Nephilim society. It seems they've got this pseudo-feudal thing going.
You know about feudal government?
I know I'm a drop jock, but I'm not completely uneducated.
Sorry. I talk down to you a lot, don't I?
Sometimes. It's no big deal, Queenie. It's just part of who you are. You take the good with the bad, right?
Did you just call me a bitch?
Not directly. Abby reached out, putting her hand on his leg.
You know, I like you a lot better when you aren't putting on a front.
I sort of called you a bitch, and you liked it?
It's honest. It's real. I appreciate that. Even more so right now.
In that case, I'm being completely honest when I say that at this moment I want to be with you in the worst way. She took her hand away, looking up at him. What?
Seriously? I can barely see straight, and you want to have sex?
No. I mean, that isn't what I meant. I just meant you're beautiful, and you're smart, and I'm attracted to you. I have been since we were on Hell, and the monster change you almost went through, I think it made you more exotic. The silver, spiky hair and all that. Sorry, Queenie. I talk a big game, but I kinda suck at this.
Obviously.
I should probably go.
No, I still need the food, and I don't trust Keeper well enough to have it in here alone with me when it knows I'm weak.
You think it'll do something to you?
I didn't like the way it looked at me when I told it to shut up.
It hates the Asura.
It's a machine. It can't hate.
Then maybe you should listen to it? It must have a reason to be wary of them.
It was your idea to spare them. Did you change your mind?
I don't know. They don't even fight back when we confront them.
We'll deal with them later, then. Just stay, and forget about being with me. At least, not until all of this shit is over with and Haley is safe.
So, maybe after we kill Thraven and restore order to the galaxy?
Your chances are better than they were the last time you asked. As long as you can rein in the asshole a little more.
I'll work on it. A tone signaled that Keeper was at the door. Bastion slid off the bed and went to answer it. Keeper entered a moment later, carrying a plate of something that smelled less than appetizing.
What is that?
Bastion asked, holding his nose.
It's a proper assembly of the nutrients required by a human host to the blood of the shard,
Keeper said. It held the plate out toward Abby.
This will help you recover your strength more quickly.
Abby looked at the meal. It had an odd, gelatin-like consistency, though it was closer to dark brown in color.
Looks delicious,
she said sarcastically.
Bastion, would you like some?
No thanks, Queenie, Bastion said. She took the plate from Keeper.
You're dismissed,
she said. Keeper hesitated a moment, as though it wanted to say something. Then it turned and left the suite.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I didn't get the feeling there was any malice, but it does seem like it's got something on its mind.
I'm going to try to eat this, and then I'm going to get some sleep. You're welcome to stay or go.
I'll be out there. I can't take the smell of that crap.
Shut up,
she said, smiling. He smiled back, exiting the bedroom and closing the hatch behind him. She stared at the door for a second. She rarely needed anyone. but she was glad to have someone looking out for her when she did. 13.
"You're last," Ben Hill said, as Abby made her way onto the bridge. "You have to kiss Keeper."
I'm the boss,
Abby replied.
I don't have to kiss anybody.
You're saying you weren't kissing Imp in your quarters?
Pick said.
No, I was eating. And then I was sleeping. Grow up.
Yeah, grow up,
Bastion said.
you ugly mug.
Pick laughed.
Did you name the dragon yet?
Abby asked.
Not yet. I'm still thinking about it. I want it to be unique.
"Don't hurt yourself,"
Ben Hill said.
"How are you feeling, Queenie?"
Gant asked.
Much better.
Abby said. Whatever Keeper had given her, it smelled and tasted awful, but it had restored her energy and the gift. She paused to take a good look at the bridge. It was buried inside part of the Covenant, away from the hull. Instead of a transparent viewport, a system of ultra-high-resolution cameras beamed space in and projected it around them. Not that there was much to look at while they were in FTL. Keeper had disabled the view, replacing it with a cool blue light that radiated around them, washing the different control stations in a relaxing tone. The stations themselves reminded her of relaxation pods that were common on Republic warships, self-contained units that provided a range of media and entertainment, as well as a heavy dose of overall comfort. The seats of the bridge stations were well padded with the Seraphim gel material and heavily adjustable. Each station also had a set of augmented reality goggles to provide enhanced data appropriate to the task, along with a holographic control system that made it easy to update the myriad onboard systems. Or at least, Abby assumed it would make it easy. So far, Keeper was controlling everything, to the extent that she wasn't sure if they would need the bridge at all. Still, it was good for them to know where to find it and how to use it, which was why she had gathered them all there.
I know we've had our share of challenges over the last few days,
Abby said, passing her eyes over each of them as they gathered in front of her.
I want you all to know that I'm proud of you for your parts in all of this. Every one of us is a piece of something bigger, and we succeed or fail as a team.
Hell yeah!
Pick said.
Rejects!
Rejects!
The others said.
I'd like to tell you that things are going to get easier. They aren't. My decision to lead us to the Extant was based on the belief that the Covenant was more than the Shard's flagship, that the real Covenant, the promise the One made to the Seraphim, could be a valuable tool in the mission ahead. It won't. At least, not on its own.
Fragging hell,
Pick said.
That's what I said. I had my 30 seconds of despair, and then I remembered who we are and why we're here. I remembered what we're fighting for. We didn't wind up in hell because we were rotten or evil. We were in hell because we broke the rules to do what needed to be done to help the ones we loved.
"I was never in hell," Erland said.
Shut up, nerd,
Bastion replied.
that's not the point.
"I know. I'm just saying."
Most of you were never in hell. But you all have your reasons for being here, and I think they all line up. The point is that we know better than to believe there's only one way to get the job done. That some rules need to be broken.
You can take that to the bank and deposit it.
And we will. I lost hope, and for that, I'm sorry. But I also found new hope in my belief in all of you, and in our ability to get the job done.
damn right.
Pick said.
"Hell yeah!"
Ben Hill agreed.
This is our fight to win or lose. Our galaxy to save or see destroyed. I don't know about you, but I intend to save it.
"We're with you, Queenie,"
Gant said.
I know, and I'm grateful for that. I know I can be demanding at times. I know I can be a bitch at times. Don't ever think I don't appreciate all of you.
Even me, Uriel said. I haven't done anything yet.
You will. I still intend to blow the shit out of Thraven's gate.
She shifted her attention to Keeper.
Keeper, I need to know what you and this ship's capabilities are.
How do you mean, Queenie?
Keeper replied.
You said the Covenant has no weapon systems to speak of. That's a problem, especially considering how big this thing is.
The Seraphim had no use for weapons. There had been no conflict in Elysium for thousands of years. The One also shunned violent conflict.
I prefer peace, too. But that isn't what we've got. Considering this ship is nearly a planet unto itself, I assume you have manufacturing facilities of some kind on board?
The Covenant has facilities to produce whatever is needed. given suitable raw materials,
Keeper replied.
But I am not capable of creating weapons.
Why not?
I don't possess the technical diagrams necessary to build them.
I can provide diagrams,
Ruby said.
at least to the weapons available on the Faust.
Even so, my directives will not allow me to produce anything that would directly harm another living creature. There is a reason the Asura remained on the Covenant for all of these years.
Wait a second, Bastion said. I saw you kill a bunch of them after the power came back on.
Yeah, you're like an iron ninja,
Pick said.
I cannot produce additional weapons,
Keeper said.
This physical extension was altered by the Arch-Chancellors and directed to protect the shard ship. That is what I did.
Then you're saying that your programming can be altered? Gant said. Keeper didn't respond.
Where's the interface to your systems?
Abby asked. Keeper didn't want to tell her. That much was clear.
Keeper?
She said again.
Inside the core.
It said reluctantly.
Queenie, I don't think altering my directives is the optimal course of action.
I don't care. The Seraphim should have updated you years ago.
Queenie, Uriel said. No offense, but yesterday you were mad that the Seraphim did too much to try to fight back against the Nephilim, and now you're saying they didn't do enough.
I was wrong,
Abby admitted.
I blamed your kind for screwing up the Nanny-8s, but the One didn't leave you any other options. He assumed that greed and selfishness had evolved out of you. But he was wrong. Once the shard ships went through the gate and were on their own, the true nature of at least some of your kind began to resurface.
I don't get it,
Pick said.
The Nephilim were never supposed to happen. The One believed the shard would maintain complete control, and that by providing the means to connect the Seraphim spread out across the distant universes, they would remain content in their mission. The story about the conversation Lucifer had with the shard? The one where the shard said they couldn't go home? It was bullshit. I don't know how it became so pervasive that even those loyal to the shard came to believe it. But it was a lie. How do you know?
Jakun asked.
Keeper? Tell her.
Where do you think Lucifer obtained the plans to the Elysium Gate?
Keeper said. You mean we could have gone home? Uriel asked.
It was always an option. The Seraphim weren't slaves, even if Lucifer wanted you to believe you were.
Why didn't you do anything about it?
There was nothing that could be done.
I don't believe this,
Jakun said, shaking her head.
How could Lucifer convince so many to follow him? To kill for him?
Is that so hard to believe? Ben Hill asked. The same thing has been happening through most of human history.
The same thing is happening right now with Thraven,
Flannel said.
The point is, we have to find a way to put an end to it. We can't undo the past, but we can change the future. The One didn't want the Seraphim to return to violence. He did what he could to steer them away from it. But it wasn't enough. I appreciate the idea. But in my opinion, he was fragged from the start.
And now we're fragged, Bastion said.
It seems like we should have left the focus contaminated,
Trinity said.
No. The focus was nearly depleted because it couldn't recycle properly. It needed to be cleansed and restored. Maybe the shard didn't want me. Maybe he wanted someone less volatile. Maybe he wanted someone who was more likely to follow the rules and more willing to take commands. I don't know. What I do know is I'm what he's got, and you're what I've got, and together, we're going to do our best to end this cycle and get some kind of order back in the universe. And to do that, we need help. Starting with some weapons.
Big ones,
Pick said.
Queenie.
Keeper said. Abby put up her hand to stop him.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes violence does solve things. You said I'm the chosen? Then stop arguing with me and start falling into line.
I'm only trying to protect you.
You can't. Nobody can. We have to protect ourselves.
I'm not permitted to alter the directives myself.
But you can give me access to your systems?
I can provide access to anyone you permit.
Good. I'm assuming your interface is written in Seraphim?
Aye, Queenie.
Gant, I want you and Cherub to look into updating Keeper's programming. Keeper, assist them however you can. Ruby, get whatever data you can provide from the Faust. I expect the Covenant to carry some level of offensive capability by the time we get back to the Republic, if not sooner. Yes, Queenie,
Ruby said. Queenie, Gant said. I don't know if I can...
I wasn't asking,
Abby replied. She wasn't going to let him keep doubting himself.
Aye, Queenie,
Gant said.
Uriel, Imp told me you have some intel on the Nephilim that could be useful. Both of you meet me back in my quarters for a debriefing.
Aye, Queenie, Uriel said.
Okay, Void, Joker, Pudding, you're on Asura patrol. Split into 2 teams and see how much ground you can cover. Tag their locations, but don't engage.
What do you want me to do? Erlan asked.
See if you can figure out how to fly this thing. Ruby, help Nerd out when you're done retrieving the data.
Aye, Queenie.
You all have a job to do. Let's get to it.
Rejects!
Pick said again.
Rejects!
The others called back. 14.
Queenie,
Keeper said as she walked onto the bridge of the Covenant.
we have arrived.
Abby looked out at the view of space being projected into the room. For a moment, she felt almost as if she were floating alone in the center of it, until the corner of one of the crew stations caught her eye.
I guess it's true,
She said, staring out into the black.
Space all looks the same.
Keeper responded by raising his hand and calling up a secondary projection, showing a small star map.
These are the planets we're aware of,
He said.
I'm certain there are more, but the data that's been gathered is extrapolated from the Shard's initial scan of the universe, and intel scrubbed from Nephilim sources.
Nephilim sources?
Captured mainframes, mostly. There haven't been many, or the map would be more complete.
So these are the planets you know the Nephilim have settled?
Aye, Queenie.
What about the ones that will support life, but you aren't sure of?
A second dusting of worlds appeared on the map.
It's been a long time. What are the odds most of those planets are occupied?
Relatively high.
Any sign that we're being scanned?
Negative, Queenie. We are still some distance away from the nearest occupied or potentially occupied planet. It would not be wise to approach in the Covenant.
You can say that again. Start scanning for transmissions. See if you can pinpoint anyone else out here.
Aye, Queenie.
The hours aboard the Covenant had passed in a blur, especially once Abby set each of the rejects to a specific task. She had expected them all to approach their jobs like professionals, but she was amazed by the enthusiasm with which all of them had taken up their roles, including Keeper. Gant and Uriel managed to unlock the AI's directives within a few hours, again proving to her that her friend wasn't losing his mind at nearly the rate he believed. Either that, or he was a lot smarter than he realized. What they had found in Keeper's programming had been a blend of surprising and expected, and Gant had called her down to the core to take a look at it herself. She quickly discovered that her interaction with the Focus had left her with the ability to read and understand the language, which consequently allowed her to decipher at least a few of the algorithms that made the AI tick. The code itself was simple and well-organized, following similar principles of order that she had been trained on. The directives were equally simple. Keep all systems of the Covenant in working order, obey the Chosen, create nothing that could be used to kill. There were others, of course. Acceptable power levels, system prioritization, general functional specifications, and guidelines. They were subdirectives to the main orders, all of them rolled into a package that the system referred to as TCM. Abby didn't know what TCM meant, and she didn't worry about it when she deleted the no weapons order and asked Ruby to pass the designs for the Faust's plasma cannons to Keeper. The Covenant had started to change almost immediately afterward. The pulses within the core accelerated, the dispersal of energy intensifying. At first, Abby wondered if she had made a mistake to give Keeper the new freedom. It sensed her apprehension and calmed her fears.
Do not be alarmed. I am beginning to reconfigure the Covenant with the systems you have provided. You have seen for yourself that I am incapable of harming you.
It was another 20 hours or so before she learned what reconfiguring meant. Erlan had called her to the bridge, excitedly pointing at the internal diagnostic system he had discovered at the main command station. It displayed a 3-dimensional projection of the Covenant that could be manipulated and zoomed into, allowing a complete fly-through of the starship. Even as they watched, parts of the outer shell of the shard ship were changing. Dozens of thick metallic lines reached out to the tall spires of apartments, breaking them down and seeming to absorb them, removing large chunks of surface and reconstituting them elsewhere along the hull. In the hour she had stood with Erlan, she had seen a residential spire vanish, replaced with 4 plasma cannons that were 5 times the size of what the Faust carried. She asked Keeper about the new development, and it shared a completed model of the Covenant. The ship remained spherical in shape, but the outer hull of that shape was nearly unrecognizable from its current form. The total volume of living space was cut, countered with hundreds of weapons, batteries, and shield generators that bristled from all angles.
"Are you sure we have the energy to power all of these systems?"
she had asked Keeper.
"More than enough,"
he replied. Of course, the transformation wasn't the only activity on the ship. 2 groups of rejects had spent a majority of their time tracking down the remaining Asura, scouring the Covenant for the wayward creatures. The amount of ground they were able to cover was impressive, allowing them to get a good handle on the situation. The Asura hadn't strayed far from the transversal, and 90% of the stragglers had been marked within a straight-line kilometer from the Seraphim device. There were more of them than Abby expected, with nearly 1,000 of the creatures discovered hiding in a single secondary access shaft, the frog-like beings curled into a fetal position and hardly moving. Conserving their energy, according to Keeper. It was the reason they had all become so listless with the death of King. The Asura general provided more than leadership. They were also dependent on him for sustenance. Abby had found a new level of respect for Bastion once she had gone to see them, one that made up for his nerves on the way to the shard ship. She had looked into the shaft, her head only inches away from one of the creatures. It had shifted only slightly, enough that it could look on her with a large, round eye. It had shivered and shied away, the furthest thing she could imagine from a threat, and an action that had only led her to feel sorry for the things. Bastion had been right to question the slaughter, and she was glad he had given her reason to stop it. She knew Keeper didn't approve. The Arch-Chancellors had programmed it to despise the Asura and to see them as nothing more than pests or parasites. They bore no purpose to it, no reason for living. They were like mosquitoes back on Earth. Good for nothing. She didn't agree, and had considered searching out that part of its code and deleting it as well. She had seen the directive. She knew it had to follow her orders, no matter what opposing logic it might want to adhere to. The Asura were safe, as long as she said they were.
"I've picked up a Dysterium plume 16 AU from our current position,"
Keeper said.
Dysterium plume? I thought you said the Nephilim didn't use Dysterium.
"Nephilim shipbuilding resources are limited and tightly controlled,"
Keeper replied.
"and centuries of war have diminished those resources even further. Most of the starcraft you will see have origins in the Seraphinium."
Seraphinium?
"What they call your galaxy."
I hate it.
"As do I."
Good. Call it the Republic while we're here.
"Aye, Queenie."
How recent is the plume?
1 Earth Standard Hour.
Can you track the ship that made it?
"We will need to get closer."
Do it. No, wait. Nerd?
Queenie, Erland said, turning from his place at the command station.
Can you set a course for the Dysterium plume and get us in motion?
Let me see. He turned back to the station, his hands moving in front of him as he manipulated the projections there. A few seconds later, she felt the slight sense of a momentum change as the Covenant got back underway.
I'm impressed,
Abby said.
You've learned the system pretty quickly.
It isn't much different than Republic controls. It also helped a lot when Keeper translated the text to our language.
"We should reach the Dysterium plume in a few minutes,"
Keeper said.
That fast? We aren't an FTL, are we?
"No. 30% light speed."
Gant?
Hi, Queenie, he replied.
What's the status on the teleportation platform?
I still don't think this is a good idea.
Does that mean you can or can't get it to work the way we discussed?
I don't know. Abby lowered her head. His lack of self-confidence was getting under her skin.
You do realize what the likely outcome will be if you aren't at least mostly certain, right?
You'll end up trapped inside the hull of a starship or floating in space. Yes, Queenie. I'm doing the best I can, but I don't know if—
Yes, you are.
Ruby would be a better choice to do the calculations. I can't be sure they're precise. She didn't want to ask Ruby or Keeper to check his math. She told him she believed in him, and she had to stick with that.
You've done great so far.
Gant grumbled something that couldn't be translated.
In that case, I'm on my way down. Imp, Ruby, prep the Faust. We need to be quick and clean with this.
Aye, Queenie, Bastion replied.
Yes, Queenie,
Ruby said.
Nerd, you have the bridge. Keeper, with me.
Queenie, Erland said. Keeper followed her off the bridge and down the corridor to one of the transport chambers inside the ship. They had restored half of the teleporters that allowed fast travel around the shard ship, replacing the spent cells with fresh fluid from the focus. Abby paused at the control console, switching the destination to the central hub on the opposite side of the Covenant's hemisphere. That area led out to the main laboratories, as well as the primary teleportation platform. According to Jakun, it was the device the Shard had used to travel instantly from the Shard ship to the Seed ships, regardless of the distance separating them. Despite having the blood of the Shard within her, she couldn't do the same. They had disconnected the link between the Covenant and its satellites to prevent Ket from trying to use the focus and risking recontamination. That didn't mean they couldn't use the device at all. Uriel had been helping Gant demystify the technology, and he was pretty certain he could adjust it to function similarly to the Seed ships, where an object could be beamed to a given destination on a one-way journey through time and space. He had mentioned something about quantum physics and chaos theory, but she hadn't really understood. The difference was that she didn't want to beam to a specific destination. She wanted to beam to a moving target. If they wanted to move freely among the Nephilim, they needed to look like Nephilim. To start, that meant gaining control of a Nephilim starship. Abby smiled at the thought. There was just something about the idea of being a pirate. She stepped into the teleporter, coming out in the hub at the other end. Keeper remained right behind her, and together they crossed the central shaft, through a pair of blast doors and into the remains of the labs. The scientific center of the Covenant had been laid to waste by the Asura, all of the equipment broken and mangled and currently inoperable. Keeper had described the place to her, though. This was where humankind had been created, along with the other races that now composed their end of the universe. It was incredible to think about and incredibly sad to look at, knowing what had happened since. Keeper wanted to repair it all. It was in its directives to want to clean it up and put it all back together. It had to wait. Preparing to return to the Republic was more important. She could tell the Order had pained it, but the imperative to obey the Chosen seemed to override the instruction to maintain the Shard ship. They passed through the area to a second set of blast doors that gave way as she approached, revealing a small room with high ceilings and a raised, round platform in the center. An access panel was open at the base of the platform, and as she entered, Gant's head appeared in it.
"Queenie," he said, "I'm not in the mood to kill you today."
You aren't going to kill me, she replied. I believe in you.
That makes one of us.
I liked you better before you got so nihilistic.
I liked me better, too.
He closed the panel, walking over to a long console to the side of the platform. Uriel was already standing there, looking down at it.
"Once we get a lock, we should be ready to go," he said.
Keeper?
Abby said.
We have nearly reached the Dysterium field,
Keeper said.
I'm sending the path estimates based on the dispersion pattern to Nerd.
Thank you. Did you pick up the target?
Not yet. Stand by.
Abby approached the teleportation platform, climbing the 4 steps to the top of it. It had the appearance of a circuit board, with a smooth surface busy with thousands of lines embedded into the surface, crossing one another in a pattern that was both chaotic and definitive. 10 smaller rings were obvious on the surface, along with one larger, overlapping ring in the center. The renewed fluid of the focus moved in channels along the outside of the rings, glowing with a soft, white light. As Abby stepped onto the platform, she could feel the naniates within her react, drawn to the system. She traversed the platform, coming to a stop in the middle of the center ring. She put her hands down, able to feel the connection between the gift inside her and the blood in the teleporter. They were one and the same, and they would all bend to her command. Gant went to stand beside Uriel, hopping onto the console for a better view of her. Keeper remained in place near the entrance, so still it was as though it had abandoned its shell. And maybe it had.
Target identified,
Keeper said after a few minutes had passed.
We're in luck, Queenie. It is a trading vessel.
Abby nodded.
Pass the positioning data to the teleportation console.
Already done, Queenie, Gant said. We're locking on now. Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Yes. Imp, is the Faust ready?
Aye, Queenie. She was tempted to tell Bastion to come and look for her if she didn't respond after the teleport, but she didn't want to give Gant any indication she didn't trust him. She did, mostly, but his lack of confidence was making it harder to keep the faith.
We have a lock, Queenie,
Uriel said. Gant stared at her with adorable, frightened eyes.
Good hunting,
he said. Abby kept her hands down to her sides, reaching out to the blood around her. It began to rise from the channels, flowing upwards, a tight web of white light connecting the trillions of naniates as they wrapped her in a blinding cocoon. Her entire body tickled, the gift within her completing the link. She couldn't feel the machines picking her body apart atom by atom. She had no sense of the time or motion as they carried her out of relative space and time, transporting her across the universe to the calculated position, where it had already been instructed to reassemble her. She felt cold, and when she looked down, she was naked, but only for an instant. The shard suit reappeared around her, the white light fading, sinking in toward her center. Her eyes regained their focus. She was in the corridor of a ship. Not the shard ship. It was much too small and dimly lit. It smelled like blood and sweat and shit. She ducked to the side, behind a narrow bulkhead.
"Gant, it's Queenie,"
she said, whispering into the comm.
"Teleport complete."
Oh, praise Gantrian,
he said.
"Imp, prepare to launch on my mark."
"Roger. Ready and waiting, Queenie." Abby leaned out from her position, her eyes tracking down the corridor. There was no sign of anyone nearby, but she could hear laughter further ahead. It was time to meet the locals. 15. Abby started walking toward the source of the laughter. Whoever or whatever was creating it, there was a certain dark quality to it. She didn't want to label it evil, but it carried a feeling of malice that immediately made her angry.
"Psst! Hey, you!"
The voice came from her left, somewhere in the shadows. The words were spoken in Seraphim, translated for her by the gift. She paused, turning her head and squinting her eyes. It was so dark she hadn't noticed she was walking amidst a row of cells, composed not of an energy field but of metal bars, spaced too tightly for more than a hand to fit through. A shape moved behind the bars, a small face emerging from a dense jungle of dirty cloth and flesh.
"You!"
the individual said again, pointing a long, narrow finger at her.
"Who are you? Where did you come from?"
Abby heard the laughter stop. A murmur rose up from the cell in front of her, and another from behind. She put a finger to her lips.
"Shh! Damn it! Don't give me away."
"Is that Melina?"
someone said.
"Did she come to take us to Abaddon?"
What's all the fragging bitching back here?
Abby looked back to the corridor. A massive shape ducked through the forward hatch and into the hold. It was easily the size of a trover, with a row of spikes on both arms and a pair of horns extruding from its forehead. Jakun had called it an executioner, a creation of the Nephilim. This one was smaller than the one she had seen in Republic space, its bony protrusions less pronounced. It was still terrifying to look at.
Who the frag are you?
It coughed when it saw her. She couldn't have stood out more, her silver hair and white shardsuit a stark contrast to the grimy darkness of the trader. She should have asked Keeper what it was trading.
"Surrender your ship," Abby said, "and I won't kill you."
The executioner laughed. Of course it did. Why would it be afraid of her?
I don't know how you managed to stow yourself on board, but now you've got two choices. You can get yourself into one of these pens with the rest of the meat, or you can go out the airlock. Which one do you want?
Abby noticed motion behind the creature. 3 more of the slavers had joined it, and she could see guns hanging from their large hands.
"You want me to go in there?"
she asked.
"Put me in there."
Gladly.
The executioner moved toward her, much faster than she was expecting. She took hold of the gift, bouncing away to avoid its grapple. She needed to end this quickly. She landed a few meters back, reaching to the shard suit and removing a pair of uin. She kept them closed as the slaver charged her again, a fast, heavy punch directed at her head. She ducked below it, sidestepping its secondary attack, bouncing sideways and spinning as she rose to the level of its head. Its eyes grew wide as the uin whipped around in her grip, flipping open, the blade slicing cleanly into its skull. She felt the weapon pause as it caught in the executioner's thick bone, and she cursed as she let it go, landing away from her opponent. The slaver bellowed in pain, reaching up and grabbing the weapon, tearing it away and tossing it aside.
Frag this,
he said, drawing an ugly sidearm from his hip.
Kill that bitch!
The other slavers followed his command, leaving her caught in the middle of them. She closed her eyes, feeling the gift flowing within her. She glanced sideways to the small face at the front of the cell. The slave looked frightened for her. She smiled. The lead slaver fired first, the sound of his gun deafening in the small space. A jagged shard of metal launched from the weapon, heading directly for her chest from only a few meters away. She saw it as though it were moving in slow motion, turning to the side to avoid it, and at the same time taking hold of it with the gift. The naniates pushed against it, changing its trajectory, and an instant later it sank into the eye of one of the enemies behind her.
Frag, my eye!
That one shouted, while the one beside him shot at her. Abby bounced forward, the makeshift rounds passing within a hair's breadth of her body as she charged the target. She didn't make the same mistake with the Uween twice, this time lining the edge of the blade with the gift and triggering it to burn. She hit the executioner in the chest with her feet, balancing there for an instant. White flame ran along the edge of the Uween as she brought it around, sinking it into the slaver's neck and easily cutting all the way through. She shifted her weight, somersaulting back, turning in the air toward the first target. The slaver had dropped the gun and replaced it with a jagged knife, and he tried to hit her with it as she came down in front of him, ducking beneath the blade before lashing out, cutting his gut open from one side to the other, digging in deep with the flaming weapon. He looked down, his hands going to the wound in an effort to keep his insides from tumbling out. Abby didn't see him collapse. She had turned again, and she raised her hand as the third slaver fired. The bullet stopped half a meter from her chest, holding in midair. Then she flicked her wrist, and it reversed course, sinking into the enemy's remaining eye, passing through and into its brain. It collapsed in front of her, joining the others. Abby straightened up, extinguishing the Uween, folding it and returning it to the shard suit. She started to rotate back to the cell when a sudden pain knocked her from her feet. She stumbled to her knees, clutching at her head. She closed her eyes, a blinding white light appearing there, angry and cold. The light of the shard. It had integrated with her, becoming a part of her. It couldn't speak, but that didn't mean it couldn't express itself. She had taken the gift it had cleansed and used it for violence. She had used it to kill. It wasn't happy.
Get off your fragging high horse,
Abby said, clenching her teeth against the pain.
If you want me to stop Thraven, then this is what needs to be done. This is what needed to be done thousands of years ago when you let that asshole Lucifer cut you down and frag up the entire universe.
The pain didn't subside. It intensified. The light was vying for control.
You chose me for a reason. Not because you wanted me, but because you knew I would do what needed to be done. That I would do what you can't. I won't let you keep me from saving Haley.
She pushed back against the pain, her body shaking as she fought to regain her hold over the gift. She had tried to do it his way. She had accepted the reduced power of his gift in exchange for stopping her from becoming a literal monster. But the gift didn't decide whether it was used for violence or not. It didn't get to pick and choose what part of her will it would respond to and what it would acquiesce to doing. She was the chosen. She was the host. It was her call. Maybe the Seraphim hadn't been made of the right stuff to understand that part of it. She was. And she did.
You gave me this, you son of a bitch!
She growled.
Now you have to deal with the consequences. So fragging deal with it!
She shouted then, howling like an animal, pushing back against the light. The pain subsided as quickly as it had come.
Hey! Hey, you!
Abby was on her hands and knees. Her entire body hurt, but she knew she had to get up. Were there more slavers on the ship? There had to be a pilot at least. Did he know what had happened back here?
Melina! Get up! Please, get up!
Abby turned her head to the small face. He wasn't a child like she had originally thought. He was humanoid, maybe even human, but smaller than a normal human.
Get up,
he said again.
You can do it. Please, Melina. The others are coming.
Abby blinked a few times, trying to clear her head. She heard the commotion now. Boots on the metal floor. She looked ahead, finding the slaver's large gun resting beside his corpse. She reached out, using the gift to bring it to her, hefting it easily with the strength of the shard suit. A slaver ducked into the corridor, freezing at the sight of the dead. He joined them an instant later, a heavy slug of metal punching through his chest. Abby sprang past him before he reached the ground, bursting into a larger room where a table had been hastily abandoned, a game of some kind spread out on it. 3 more slavers were pouring into the room, trying to get into some semblance of organization, maybe thinking the prisoners had revolted. She tore them to pieces, rounds from the gun punching into them and leaving them staggering, sudden, sharp claws reaching up and slashing across their necks. She landed on the table, spinning slowly, waiting for the slavers to get up. None of them did. Abby hopped down, continuing forward and then up a ladder to the next deck. She paused for a moment, considering the layout she had seen. She was on a Republic transport, typically used to ferry soldiers from orbiting ships to the ground for surface leave. It had clearly been modified, but she was sure the cockpit hadn't been moved. She scaled the ladder 1 more deck, reaching another short corridor that ended in an unprotected door. She reached out with the gift, grabbing it and ripping it from its moorings, pulling it away and dropping it to the side. The pilot reacted by trying to stand. He wasn't an executioner. He looked human. Nephilim? She was on him before he could finish getting to his feet, grabbing him and slamming his head against the side of the space, knocking him cold.
Nerd, I'm in control, she said. Come and get me.
Roger, Queenie,
Erlan replied. She swung into the pilot's seat, settling in and grabbing the controls. Then she cut the throttle, bringing the transport to a dead stop. She stared out into the black, watching as the Covenant grew from nothing, closing on the ship. The large landing bay expanded ahead of her like a giant mouth, continuing forward until the transport was swallowed within. Other than the bullshit with the shard, that had gone better than she had hoped. 16. Abby made her way back down to the transport's hold, stepping over the dead slavers and coming to a stop in front of one of the cells.
Melina,
the dwarf said as soon as she came into view.
You keep calling me that,
Abby replied.
Why?
Aren't you Melina, the devil of mercy? I've been praying for you to rescue me, and here you are, sent from Abaddon to save the weak.
Devil of mercy? Abby almost laughed at the reversal of terminology. Was it intentional?
I'm not Melina,
Abby said.
And I didn't come from Abaddon unless Abaddon means the universe about 10,000 light-years that way.
She pointed off in a random direction.
Abaddon isn't part of this universe, he said. It is beyond our reach during life, unless a devil comes to take us. None who attempt to deliver themselves to Abaddon will find the gate open to them.
Because then the miserable slaves would be killing themselves a lot more often.
Of course. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I didn't come from there, and I might be a devil, but I'm not the kind you're thinking of. Step back from the bars. All of you.
They did as she said without hesitation. She reached out with the gift, taking hold of the bars, bending them easily away and allowing them to escape.
Go down that corridor to the ladder. Take the ladder down 1 deck. There's a hatch at the bottom. Go out of the hatch and into the landing bay. One of mine will meet you there.
The dwarf moved to the open space and paused, putting his arms out to keep the others from leaving.
Wait. If you aren't Melina, what are your intentions? You boarded this ship. You killed the slavers. Do you intend to sell us for profit?
No. I boarded this ship because I needed a ship. I didn't know any of you were here. I have no interest in selling any of you. In fact, I came to the extant to set you free.
A murmur rose up through the ranks of slaves at the statement. She could sense their fear and trepidation. She didn't blame them for it.
Please, head down the ladder and off the ship.
She looked at the dwarf, meeting his eyes.
Please?
The dwarf smiled when she asked. He lowered his hands and moved aside. Individuals began to shuffle out of the cell. They looked at her with deference as they passed, bowing their heads before rushing away. A few paused to kick their dead captors or spit on them before continuing out of sight. Abby walked through the hold, opening the rest of the cells and repeating the exodus. She didn't count the slaves, but there had to be close to 300. They were all human, or at least human enough that she couldn't tell the difference. Most were of similar stature to her, but there was an entire group of the smaller ones as well, suggesting the dwarfism wasn't simply an aberration.
You don't need to stay,
Abby said, noticing the dwarf had remained with her while she let the others go.
My name is Helk,
the dwarf said.
Helk. You can call me Queenie.
That's an interesting name. I imagine it has an interesting origin.
It does.
You said you came because you needed a ship. But where did you come from? If you didn't have a ship, how did you reach the Carrion? And if you don't have a ship, how are we departing into a landing bay?
Abby smiled.
You ask a lot of questions.
Someone has to look after these individuals. Most are too damaged to care for themselves.
Damaged how? From what?
His face turned grim.
Now I know you aren't from around here. I'm sure we'll have time to discuss the plight of the Unders, Queenie. Do you intend to set us free?
Not all of you. I can't. My home is in danger, threatened by an individual named Thraven.
The prophet, Selvig Thraven?
Yes.
So it's happening? The Great Return?
Not if I can do something about it.
You want to stop it?
He sounded surprised. She didn't like that.
Why wouldn't I?
If the nobles go back to help their brethren, if they go home, they won't take us with them. Not all of us. They can't. We'll be free.
I don't think you understand. Thraven is attacking my part of the universe. He's got an entire galaxy under siege. Millions of individuals are going to die.
Helk surprised her again. He shrugged.
Millions of us have died already. Better you than us.
That's what you think? As long as you aren't the one dying, then it doesn't matter?
You don't know what it's like to be an Under. Don't judge what you don't know.
He paused, looking away at one of the now empty cells. Then he looked back at her.
Besides, you can't defeat him. The other prophets tried. 3 of them allied against him. They were all beaten and forced to surrender.
Why? What makes him so strong? It can't be the gift. There have to be other prophets with it.
Most of the ruling class has the gift. Some are more proficient with it than others. None are as skilled as Thraven. None can stand against him. None will stand against him. I'm sorry, Queenie. The Unders won't help you either. Even if you free them. Not against him.
She didn't accept that. She couldn't accept that. The shard from the alternate universe had told her to recover the Covenant. The light had told her to recover the Covenant. Charmaine had given her what she needed to retrieve it. For what? She knew the One's promise was at the very least ineffectual, but there had to be something she could do.
You weren't born to be slaves. You were meant to be free. The one who made you made me too. He made all of us. The Nephilim betrayed him.
You mean he betrayed the Nephilim? I've read the history of the Covenant.
No. You've read what they want you to read. Lucifer betrayed the Shard. He murdered him and fled here. He stole your ancestors from my part of the galaxy and brought you to be slaves. And to be food.
Helk's face flushed suddenly, his anger obvious.
You know about that?
He hissed.
Is it supposed to be a secret?
Most of the other Unders don't believe the stories. When their children vanish, they think they're being sold, traded, or brought to work in the factories, or sent to fight in the wars. Some are, but not all. I know. I served in the home of the prophet Cassandra. I've seen it myself.
There were tears running down his face.
You served a prophet?
I was an accountant. Numbers and math. Trained from birth to keep the books for the prophet's holdings. I lived on her estate for the first 60 years of my life.
How did you wind up here?
Competition for favor is extreme among the Unders, Queenie. We don't have much, and all that we're given comes from our masters. A younger rival altered the records and framed me for embezzlement. Even though they found no proof that I had taken anything, the prophet sold me to these slavers. She wasn't willing to risk my dishonesty. If she were a less kind master, she would have had me killed. I'm fortunate in that regard.
So am I, it seems. You know a lot about the Nephilim and the prophets.
Helk stared at her, shaking his head.
I know what you're thinking, Queenie. It doesn't matter who you are, or the gift you have. It doesn't matter if your intentions are good. If you're looking for help against Thraven, if you're looking for help to fight your war, you've come to the wrong place.
Bullshit,
Abby said. She refused to believe it. She refused to accept it. She had left Haley behind to find the Covenant. She had left the Republic behind to come here. She didn't care what anyone said. She was going to bring an army back with her, or she was going to die trying.
What does dung have to do with it?
It's an expression. It means I don't believe you. You may have been living with a prophet, and maybe her slaves are satisfied to fight for scraps, but I know there are 12 of those assholes. Take out Thraven and his 3 subordinates, and that still leaves 7 more whose unders, as you call yourself, may be a lot more willing to fight for their freedom.
It's the same everywhere, Queenie.
Again, bullshit. Follow me.
She led him from the transport out to the Covenant's landing bay. She heard him gasp behind her at the sight of the massive space.
This isn't Gehenna. It can't be.
Gehenna?
The Devil's starship. Are you sure you aren't Melina?
No, I'm not Melina. I don't know what this ship is in your legends, but the truth is that it was brought to this universe by a shard of the One, who came to create all of us.
Why would he seek to make us? Why would anyone create anything to live in the misery the Unders know?
My point exactly. He didn't.
The other slaves were waiting further away, slumped together, their heads down. They looked frightened, and Abby understood why. Pick had met them on their way out. It wasn't the smartest decision on their part.
Cherub, Uriel, I need you in the landing bay immediately.
Aye, Queenie,
Jakun replied.
Okay, you're dismissed.
Dismissed? Did I do something wrong?
Pick replied.
No, but the slavers were executioners. They look kind of like you.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Queenie. Keeper sent me to meet them.
Abby raised her eyebrow. Had Keeper known about the slavers? Was this some bullshit passive-aggressive maneuver because of the Asura? She hoped not. For its sake.
It's not your fault. Tell Keeper to help you prepare beds and meals for them.
Aye, Queenie.
Meals?
Helk said.
Beds?
I told you I came to set you free.
No. You came to get us killed fighting in your war.
She turned to face him.
I won't lie to you. Yes, some of you will die. And no, I don't want to waste the space I have on this ship on individuals who aren't willing to do their part. But it isn't up to you to decide for them. Choose for yourself, and I'll do what I can to accommodate you.
What about the Unders who are left behind? The ones you won't, don't, or can't take?
I don't know yet. Am I supposed to be your savior? One war at a time.
You were going to show me something?
Abby brought him over to the gathered slaves. They looked up when she approached, half of the faces brightening as she neared, the other half lowering further. Some were hopeful she wasn't going to hurt them. Others were so hurt they believed it was the only possible outcome.
My name is Abigail Cage, Blood of the Light, Chosen of the Shard, Demon Queen of the Rejects. You can call me Queenie.
The slaves stared at her without responding. A few of them picked their heads up slightly.
You're on board my ship, the Covenant. I came from beyond the extant seeking recruits. The Prophet, Glortant Selvig Thraven, is attacking my galaxy. Our resources are stretched thin, our situation growing more desperate by the day. I'm looking for individuals who are done with being the dirt under the nobles' feet. I'm looking for individuals who want to fight and who want to be free. Are you one of those individuals?
She looked at one of the slaves, who was holding her head high. She turned away at the suggestion.
Are you?
Abby asked, pointing at another, who also diverted their gaze.
I told you, Queenie,
Helk said.
they don't want to fight.
It's better to live as a slave than die free.
They've never known anything else. None of us have. You offer freedom, but it's only a word without meaning, without weight or strength or emotion.
Abby looked at him, and then back at the slaves. She clenched her teeth. How was she going to do this? Jakun and Uriel entered the landing bay, joining her in front of the others.
This is Jakun and Uriel. They'll show you to your temporary quarters, and see to it that you're given food, water, and new clothing. I understand if you don't know what to make of any of this. I'll speak to you again about my needs and yours, and see what we can do to take care of you.
She glanced at her rejects, who nodded to her. Then she turned to Helk.
You, come with me.
Am I a free Lalian?
Helk asked. She assumed Lalian was his race. She nodded.
Yes.
If I refuse to come with you?
You can join the others if you'd like.
What if I'd like to go back onto the carrion?
The carrion is mine now. You don't have my permission.
What if I'd like to explore this ship on my own?
I recommend against it. There are dangers on board the Covenant, some of which even I haven't tripped over yet.
But I can.
If you want.
She knew Helk was testing her. To what end? She wasn't sure. She stood and waited while he glanced around the landing bay as if he were trying to find something else to threaten to do.
Fine. I'll come with you,
he said at last.
Thank you. This way.
17.
Helk, this is Imp, Joker, Void, Pudding, Gant, and Keeper,
Abby said, introducing the Lalian to the rejects she had assembled in one of the rooms near the bridge. She wanted him to see the variety of life forms that served with her, to show him that it wasn't only her and those who looked like her that were threatened by Thraven and the Nephilim. She needed to find a way to win the former slave over if she was going to have a chance of winning any others to her cause. She shouldn't have come here. That was the thought that kept repeating as she led Helk through the corridors of the Covenant. She had made a mistake and wasted valuable time. But how could they defeat Thraven with what they had? He had half of the Republic armed services under his control and an even greater number of outworld assets. He had 4 of the Naniate-powered warships remaining, and they had only the Brimstone. They needed reinforcements from somewhere, and there wasn't anywhere else.
Interesting names,
Helk replied, holding up his hand in greeting. He pointed to Trinity.
What race are you? That looks like a Skellen exoskeleton.
I'm a human,
Trinity replied.
From the outworld beyond the Republic. I was badly injured during a battle, and my brain was transplanted to this armor. The blood of the Shard keeps me alive.
Blood of the Shard?
Helk said.
Is that like Lucifer's gift?
It's the origin of Lucifer's gift,
Abby said.
He murdered the Shard, spilled and stole his blood, and changed it into a weapon.
The history says the gift changed the Father. It mentions a shrine where the prophets worship him. I've heard he is there, suspended in time for all of eternity.
What? Bastion said. Did you just say Lucifer is alive?
The history claims he is.
Bastion looked over at Abby, who shrugged.
So what? I don't think he'll agree to help us. Thraven said he lost his mind.
Still, kind of crazy to think Satan is alive.
Agreed, Joker said. I, for one, don't want to go anywhere near him.
Helk, I was hoping you would be willing to tell us what you know about the Nephilim apostants. Anything that might help us begin recruiting soldiers to our cause.
I already told you that you're wasting your time.
Indulge me. I did save you from slavery.
Did you? I'm not convinced the days ahead will be better than the days behind.
Tell me about them, then. Tell me about the life of an Under.
Under?
Joker said.
The word for slaves,
Helk replied.
There are different castes within Nephilim society. The prophets, of course, are at the top, followed by the apostants, who are their ruling class.
What about Gloritants, Venerants, Honorants?
Flannel said through her bot, which surprised Helk.
A talking machine?
He said.
I am a talking machine.
Keeper said.
An advanced artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence? I don't understand that term.
Non-organic, yet able to think and reason.
And feel?
Within limits.
That doesn't sound very fulfilling.
I am what I am.
Right. Those titles belong to the military side of the ruling class. Like you mentioned with Prophet Thraven, he is also known by Gloritant as the leader of an army.
What are the other castes?
The lessers are below the apostants. They're citizens of the Nephiliot, born free. There are a number of races, though each serves the apostants differently. The executioners are brutes, soldiers, slavers. The Gaussian, the shape-changers, are servants in the churches of the prophets. Many of them swear allegiance to their masters and work as emissaries, spies, and recruiters. The Lalian are intellectuals. We operate businesses. We track resources.
He laughed, spreading his arms.
As you can see, we weren't designed to fight.
But you said you're an under, not a lesser.
There are free Lalians. There are enslaved Lalians. The Nephiliot has a long history of war between the prophets. When one takes the citizens of another, they become unders. That is how it's done.
So the unders are slaves, regardless of race?
Ben-Hill asked.
Yes, though the majority of unders are like you or you.
He pointed at Ben-Hill and Bastion.
There are many Lalian unders, hardly any executioners. They are rarely captured, and when they are quick to promise themselves as soldiers. They're more valuable to keep as lessers than to send to the front lines.
It sounds complicated, Bastion said.
It isn't when you've spent your life around it, but I can see how to an outsider it may seem complex.
You said the life of an under is difficult,
Abby said, leading him on the topic.
Even for one serving in the palace of a prophet. Not only from unders seeking favour, but from the whims of the apostants, and in many cases even the lessers. Unders have no rights, Queenie. None. If an apostant approached me at my desk while I was balancing ledgers and slit my throat, no question would fall to them. And yet, many would envy my former position. Many more would envy the kindness of Prophet Cassandra.
He paused, looking away from them and staring at the wall. I think we broke him, Bastion said. Abby glared at him, and he grabbed his lips with his fingers, holding his mouth closed.
Helk, I understand some of what you know may be difficult to talk about, but it could be important.
He looked back at her, his eyes moist again.
The unders are bought and sold like meat. Not everywhere, but at designated markets across the extent. There are apostants who feed on them, who drink their blood as if it were water. I've heard there are others who cook and eat the flesh, and others still who abuse it in much worse ways. Lessers are nothing to them. Unders are less than that. Before I was sold to Tilcook, the large executioner you killed, I saw an apostant cut the throat of an under before he had even paid for her, drinking away her life in public view without a care.
Human blood feeds the gift, restores it.
And that's an excuse? It's an abomination. It shouldn't be like this.
No, it shouldn't. What's happening here is going to happen beyond the extant as well if I don't stop it. How can you have compassion for what you saw, but not have compassion for that?
Helk paused.
I don't know. Maybe I do. I lived as close to being a lesser as any under can hope.
But unders can become lessers, and lessers can become apostants, and even prophets, can't they? Thraven was once a slave.
Yes. If you are smart enough. If you are savage enough. Or if you are blessed with a unique appearance and can attract the attention of an apostant. They take many unders as partners, making them into consorts. Once an under or lesser has parented an apostant child, they become an apostant. That is the law.
Maybe one of those apostants has a soft spot for unders?
Flannel said.
Has there ever been an effort to reform the system?
Not that I've heard of. When an under becomes an apostant, they leave their life as an under behind. They forget very quickly what it was like, and often become the cruelest of masters. I know that from experience.
He turned slightly, pulling down the shoulder of his stained shirt. A deep scar was etched into his flesh.
Xueting was a friend of mine, a cook in Cassandra's kitchen. He was always handsome. He looked a lot like you.
He pointed to Bastion again.
One day, he caught the eye of one of Cassandra's venerants. She brought him to her chambers, and he impregnated her. The day the child was born healthy was the last day he ever worked in the kitchen. 3 days after his son was born, he caught me glancing at another of Cassandra's retinue. He took me aside and did this to me with an anger I had never seen before, and with a warning that he had only spared my life because of our former friendship. 3 days.
He shifted his shirt again to cover the wound.
The apostancy is poison to those who aren't part of it. Lessers and unders both live in fear. Unders more so. It has been this way for thousands of years. It will always be this way.
The corruption of the gift. It changes those who possess it. It affects their minds. Lucifer did this with his lies. He betrayed the truth. He rewrote the covenant and turned it into a dictate for war. It may be too late to stop it here, but it isn't too late to stop it from spreading.
How? Ben Hill said. Queenie, I thought you had a plan.
So did I. We need a new one.
Frag! We left the Republic behind for what again?
I'm working on it,
she snapped.
I thought you might want to help, seeing as how you have experience with other cultures. If you're going to whine, you can go back to your quarters.
Ben Hill's face flushed. No. Sorry, Queenie. Don't get me wrong. I'm in. This just isn't what I was expecting.
You and me both.
You said something about unders and the military, on the front lines, Bastion said. You're saying the prophets conscript slaves?
Yes. It isn't uncommon for Glorotants to send in waves of slaves to force their opposition to expend resources killing them.
Sounds familiar, Gant said. The Asura did the same thing to us.
Asura?
Helk said.
Don't worry about it. They aren't a concern at the moment.
What about ships? Bastion asked. Do the conscripted slaves know how to fly them?
Lessers pilot the starships,
Helk said.
Well, that isn't always true. The prophet Razel.
What about him?
Her,
Helk replied.
She's the weakest of the prophets. She suffered an embarrassing loss at Thraven's hands a few years back. She went to Cassandra multiple times, looking for an ally, or at the very least a loan. She doesn't have the assets to pay for her armies, so nearly all of her soldiers are unders.
How does she keep them in line?
Her strength is in her congregation.
Congregation? Gant said.
Her apostate followers. She bears a strong resemblance to Lilith, the wife of Lucifer, and many worship her because of it. They believe she is Lilith reborn, or at the least a descendant of the father. Many apostates have left stronger prophets to praise her.
Keeper, put up the star map,
Abby said. A projection of the extant appeared above them.
Helk, are you familiar with the positioning of the Nephiliot worlds?
Abby asked. He looked up at the map.
I don't recognize this.
We should be able to get a more recent map from the ship we captured,
Keeper said.
Good thought,
Abby replied. She switched on her comm.
Ruby.
Yes, Queenie?
Have you started your diagnostic of the Nephilim ship?
Aye, Queenie. The ship is converted from a Republic Gideon-class transport. It is nearly 200 years old.
What about the Dysterium drive?
The drive and its controller are both original.
Great. I need you to build a map of where that ship has been. Helk, what does Razel call her section of the Nephiliot?
The Liliot Empire,
Helk said. Not to be confused with Lillian, Bastion said. Did Lucifer name your race after his wife, too?
Yes, I believe he did. We are said to be of her intelligence, not her beauty.
Shit, I hope not, Ben Hill said.
What do you mean?
Joker.
Sorry, Queenie.
Ruby, see if you can come up with anything that might be within the Liliad Empire.
Aye, Queenie.
What are you thinking, Queenie? Gant asked.
Isn't it obvious? We need an army. Razel has an army. It sounds like the only thing between it and us are a few shitty apostants.
I didn't get the impression it was a few, Bastion said.
However many there are,
Abby said.
You wanted a plan? That's the plan.
So we're going to steal an army now?
Ben Hill said, laughing.
In the words of our brother OK? I like it.
18.
One doesn't simply take a slaver transport into the Liliad Empire and leave with an army,
Helk said. Although it would be nice if it were that simple, Bastion said.
First things first,
Abby replied.
We aren't going to steal the army. I'm thinking a little bigger than that.
Bigger how? Ben Hill asked.
Razel's going to give us her army.
Are you crazy? Bastion said. Even Helk laughed at the comment.
You said you want to free the slaves. Slaves are all she has, Queenie. There's no chance you'll convince her to give them up.
Maybe. Maybe not. Either she'll give them to me, or I'll take them. But I'd prefer an ally on this side of the universe, and I think I can earn one. Helk, is Razel involved in any conflicts at the moment? Warring with a neighboring prophet, perhaps?
Prophet Thraven has forbidden mass conflict between the others,
Helk said.
Though that doesn't mean there aren't smaller clashes occurring throughout the Nephiliot. The prophets struggle to keep themselves from creating chaos, and if history is any guide, there are likely to be hundreds of battles across the galaxy every day. I wouldn't know what systems might be affected.
Then we need to find out. If Razel is sending her units out against another prophet, or even better, trying to defend herself from attack, that's the opening we need.
You intend to turn the outcome?
Gant said.
If we can, yes. We get on her good side, and I try to start pushing her away from Lucifer and back to the Shard.
You think that'll work? Bastion asked.
The more I think about it, the more I'm starting to believe that's why we're here. We only need to convince one prophet that they've got it all wrong, and the entire Nephiliot will start to lose the cohesion that Thraven's built. If we can turn them against one another, we might be able to get out of here with our army.
It sounds great on the surface, Queenie, Ben Hill said. I doubt it will be as easy as that.
Nothing ever is for us. But we have to try. Helk, what do you think?
I think you don't know nearly enough about Nephilim society, and I doubt your plan will work. But I respect your courage to try.
Are you interested in joining up to help us?
What's my other option?
You can join the others. We'll get everyone settled on the Covenant until we can drop you off somewhere that you won't be made back into slaves.
That might not be possible before you return to your galaxy.
It might not. At least you'll be safe here.
On a starship, going into war?
I don't intend to call on the Covenant unless we have no other choice. But even then, this starship is a pretty safe place to be.
Very well, Queenie. I'd rather be doing something than waiting for something to be done to me.
Abby smiled.
See? I told you I could get at least one slave to fight back.
Helk smirked, realizing he had been led into that trap.
I suppose you did. I'd like to join the others for a while. I can help your... what did you call them?
Rejects.
I can help your rejects get them organized. They trust me.
Thank you. They're our rejects now.
Welcome to the party, Ben Hill said.
Joker, will you take Helk down to the others?
Ah, Queenie. Follow me.
Ben Hill put his hand on Helk's shoulder as the two of them left the room. Abby overheard him as they headed away.
So, Helk, what are Lelian women like?
Ben Hill said.
Ruby,
Abby said.
Yes, Queenie.
As soon as you've got the data I requested, transfer it to Keeper and head up to the meeting space adjacent to the bridge. We'll be waiting for you there.
Yes, Queenie. It should only be a few more minutes. It would be done already, but the mainframe on this transport is quite old and slow.
Understood. We'll be here.
She closed the link to Ruby and turned her attention to Bastion.
If you can, try to talk to Helk. Get him to tell you as much as possible about the Nephiliot. He's told me a lot, but I can tell he only trusts me so far, and he's leaving some things out.
You think he'd be more likely to trust someone like me?
Your intellect is beneath his, so he might, Gant said.
What? Cheap shot, freak monkey. You know, you look a lot like a Lelian, only hairier.
The Lelian looks a lot like me, only uglier, Gant corrected. In fact, he looks a lot like you.
Enough,
Abby said, clenching her lip to keep from smiling.
He started it. What's the deal anyway? It isn't like you to shoot first.
I was just seeing if I still had my wit. I do.
Maybe, but it's looking a bit dim. Imp, Abby said, unable to keep herself from laughing. The rest of the rejects joined her, all except Keeper, who watched them with a flat expression. You can't even fake amusement, can you, Silver? Bastion asked.
I didn't find anything amusing enough to be worth expending the energy to fake,
Keeper replied. You don't think we're funny?
No. I find your banter juvenile.
In other words, funny.
Idiotic. Immature.
Funny.
And certainly beneath the stature of the Chosen.
We need to release a little tension sometimes. You know, let off some steam. Maybe it's dumb, but it helps deal with the heaviness of the shit we're stuck in.
Perhaps you should try intercourse. I understand Ruby is a synthetic designed for that purpose.
Bastion fell silent, his mouth hanging open. The other rejects froze as well. Who told you that?
The Trover, Pick. He said he would like to have intercourse with her to relieve some of the tension.
Abby closed her eyes, shaking her head.
Of course he did.
She would have a talk with him later.
How about we drop the whole subject?
She glanced at each of the rejects, who remained silent.
Good. Let's all just stay quiet until Ruby gets here. I'm here, Queenie,
Ruby said, entering the room. Perfect timing. How much of that did you catch?
All of it. I'm aware of Pick's interest in my prior functions. I'm also aware he isn't the only one on board who would like to take advantage of my alternate data set.
Take advantage of my alternate data set. That's one way of putting it.
I've passed the data to Keeper. Keeper?
Abby said. The projection of the star map changed, new points appearing within it. It rotated above their heads, lines fading into view to denote different sections of space.
These are the borders of the Prophet territories, as best I can plot them based on the data from the transport's mainframe.
One of the segments turned green. It was small, composed of no more than a dozen worlds.
I believe this is the Liliot Empire,
Keeper said.
It borders 3 other prophets, including Thraven's holdings, here.
A mass of red appeared beside the green. Frag, Bastion said at the sight of it. He's conquered half the extant.
He has, and managed to keep it while he's been across the universe, working to capture the resources he lacks.
I'm not feeling that great about our plan.
We haven't even gotten started yet. It seems the carrion has gotten around. It has,
Ruby said.
The ship's log shows nearly a dozen destinations over the last 90 days alone. They stop for a few days, buy and sell cargo, and then move on.
Where were they headed before we came along?
Trinity asked. One of the planets on the map above them turned bright yellow.
Here,
Keeper said. The world was at the edge of the border between Thraven's empire and a second prophet's holdings.
Norcall,
Keeper said.
A world in the Setian Empire.
Helk mentioned designated planets where slaves are bought and sold. Norcall must be one of them.
You know, Bastion said, it's kind of impressive.
What is?
Gant asked. In our galaxy, we've got the Republic and the Outworlds, and we don't get along. There are 12 empires in the Nephiliot, and Thraven managed to get them all working together. I mean, maybe his methods suck, and slavery definitely sucks, but you can't deny the accomplishment.
I can, and will. Joining nations through conquest is a hell of a lot easier than doing it with diplomacy. Sure, the Republic and the Outworlds have their skirmishes, but they keep the most populated worlds out of it. Thraven doesn't give a shit about innocence.
To hear Helk tell it, none of the prophets do.
All the more reason to make some trouble.
I'd say we're doing evil so nobody else has to, but I guess in this case we're the good guys.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, we're always the good guys.
So, what do we do now?
We need intel, and I know a great way to get it.
19.
What the frag was that?
Quark said, grabbing Don Polimo's shoulder. The Don reached over, taking Quark's hand in his and lifting it easily away, as though he were swatting away a gnat.
Self-preservation, Colonel,
Polimo said.
Really? Because it looked to me like you double-crossed Captain Man and Abby Cage at the same fragging time. That asshole burned your crew, Don. I don't get it.
They were in the corridors of the Asmodeus, having been transported to the ship in the company of Honorant Frake and his retinue. Quark had been forced to sit opposite Man and Cage during the ride, trying not to look at them as they looked back at him, the pain of the betrayal obvious. Cage was just like her mom, a real spitfire, kicking and clawing and cursing at the Don for his treachery. Olus? He was a professional. The captain stared at the Don, and at him. Tried to read their faces. Man had to know this wasn't any of his doing. Maybe he was a bounty hunter, but he was an honorable bounty hunter. He had thought Don Polimo was an honorable boss before today. What the hell was going on in this universe?
He knew who I was, Colonel, Polimo replied. He knew where to find me. More than that, he knew where to find my family. I have children of my own. I keep them away from me so they don't come under danger. Well, today they did. It's not something I can accept.
So you turned Cage's kid over to the guy who's been killing your employees? You can't win a battle like that, Don. He'll come back again later, ask you for something else, threaten you again if you don't comply.
What other choice did I have? Polimo asked calmly. It was her child or mine.
Shitty short-term thinking,
Quark grumbled. The whole episode made him sick to his stomach. He didn't like feeling like dirt. He had done enough of that in his life. That Polimo had cold-cocked him into screwing over a little girl that trusted in his protection. He wasn't feeling very good about that.
Can I go back to my crew now? Quark asked. I'm eager to get as far away from here as I can.
Not yet, Colonel. You're still on my payroll, and I still need protection. As you said, Glortant Thraven isn't a man that can be explicitly trusted.
Apparently neither are you,
Quark whispered under his breath.
I heard that, Colonel,
Polimo said, stopping and turning on the mercenary.
Watch your tongue. Cross me, and I can have half of the mercenaries in the galaxy on your ass instead.
I don't give a shit about your money. Consider the contract canceled, and I'll be on my way.
No, you won't. You signed an agreement. You're going to honor it.
Quark glowered. He had signed a contract, and he did have a reputation to consider. It wasn't just about him. The riders depended on him for their living, and to take care of their families. He couldn't just walk away and leave them high and dry. Splitting on a job would ruin his career and theirs. This bullshit was just one of the many risks with a job like his.
How long?
He asked.
The Asmodeus is rejoining Thraven's fleet. We'll be released before she goes into FTL. Hang tight, stay close, and you'll be on your way within the hour.
An hour. He could handle that. Couldn't he? He followed Polimo to one of the transport tubes. They boarded it, ferried down 20 decks to the belly of the warship.
Why so long? It takes less than a minute to calculate the trip.
Part of my agreement with Thraven. I sold him a contingent of drones that he intends to use to track down General Kat's wayward fleet. They're being packed and loaded as we speak.
Quark felt his chest tighten.
You fragging bastard.
I told you to watch your mouth, Colonel. I know your history. I know you're a very, very dangerous man.
He paused, staring into Quark's mechanical eyes.
So am I.
Quark felt a cold chill wash over him. He had been working for Polimo for a few years now, and he knew the man had no fear of anything. You didn't live as long as the Dawn had by being afraid.
Bad enough you sold out Man and Cage. You didn't have to profit financially. You probably have more money than you'll ever be able to spend.
I'll run my business how I see fit, Colonel. Thank you for your feedback.
They entered another corridor, a long stretch that fed toward the stern.
Where are we going, anyway?
Honorant Frake suggested I take a peek at the engines. He said someone with my expertise might be able to do amazing things with the tech if I have the stomach for it. If you have the stomach for it? What does that mean? I don't know. I guess we'll find out together.
Quark followed him down the corridor, to a room marked for engineering. The door was locked, a guard standing in front of it in a black light suit.
Honor and Frey told me to show you this,
Polimo said, holding out a medallion to the guard, who glanced at it and then opened the door.
A magic key? To the most secured areas on the ship. Trust and faith, Colonel.
Quark bit his tongue this time. Man and Cage had trust and faith, and they got fragged for it. He wanted to wring Polimo's neck. This wasn't the man he had signed up to work for. It couldn't be. He wasn't usually so wrong about anybody. He didn't know who this asshole was. They entered the engine room. A single tech was there, watching the terminal at the center of the space. He looked up as Polimo entered.
"You're Don Polimo?" he asked.
I am,
Polimo replied.
"It's an honor, sir,"
the tech said, bowing his head. Polimo raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Quark.
That's respect, Colonel. You should consider showing some sometime.
Quark felt his hands twitch, starting to curl into fists. Was Polimo taunting him on purpose? Something was wrong. Very wrong. What had Thraven done?
"Come, Don,"
the tech said, moving toward the back of the chamber, to a heavy door with a small transparency at the center.
"Take a look. The power supply inside can produce almost 10 times the amount of energy of a high-end Republic reactor, with a minimal use of fully renewable resources."
Polimo moved to the door, peering through the transparency. He whistled at the sight.
Whew. How is that even possible? He asked.
"A sample of what we can offer you, Don," the tech said. "Honor and Frey can provide the schematics."
This has to be a trick.
"It isn't a trick, Don," the tech replied. "Nephilim technology is far more advanced than our own. Think of how you've pushed what we know to the limit. Think about pushing past it."
Quark leaned to the side, trying to get a look over Polimo's shoulder. It took him a few tries, but he managed to sneak a glance at a box in the center of the space, with tubes spreading out from it, reaching across to the walls. He felt the bile rise in his throat when he saw what they were attached to.
What the frag?
He muttered, taking a step back.
Calm yourself, Colonel, Polimo said. Those are humans in there, Quark said. An interesting choice of fuel source, the Dawn said. Interesting? Have you lost your fragging mind? It makes sense. How many billions of humans are there in the galaxy? The power supply would be near limitless.
That's the idea, the tech said.
Quark couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt sick to his stomach. There was no way he could stand here and protect someone who could look at that with such monstrous interest. There was no way he could handle any of it for another second. Riders be damned. Contract be damned. He had done a lot of bad shit in his life, and he was sure he would do more in the future. Even so, he was proud of the fact that he could claim at least some small thread of humanity. He reached out, grabbing the tech by the throat. A quick twist, a broken neck, and the tech crumpled to the floor.
You're all out of your damned skulls,
he said, reaching to his hip and drawing his sidearm.
You worst of all, Dawn. Your kids don't have frag all to do with this. You're a damned psycho.
Polimo smiled grimly.
Want to know a secret, Colonel? He said.
What?
I don't have any children. They died years ago.
He lunged toward Quark, who fired 4 rounds into Polimo's chest. They made a sound like metal on metal, tearing away at cloth and revealing armor beneath.
Want to know another secret before I kill you, Colonel?
Polimo asked, slapping the gun away with barely any effort.
What? So did I,
Polimo said, his eyes flashing with blue light, revealing this version of him as a synth. Quark felt something he rarely felt, an emotion he barely even understood. Fear. 20. Something hit him in the face before he could react, striking him so hard he was thrown backward in the room to slam against the central terminal. He grunted as he hit it, ducking aside just in time to avoid a follow-up strike from Polimo's cane. He backed away, circling the synth while it unsheathed the laser cutter hidden inside its cane.
"You've been a fragging synth this whole time?"
Quark said, crouching into a defensive posture, his eyes keen to Polimo's every movement. His mechanical eyes could have told him the man was a fake if he had bothered to look. After watching the first of the fakes get destroyed in the atrium, he had made the stupid mistake of believing this one was the real deal.
"For over 100 years, Colonel," Polimo said, "a reconstruction of the original Don Polimo, coded with one primary directive. Grow the company, become the biggest,
and screw anyone you had to in the process."
"I've taken good care of my employees," Polimo said. "You can't say I haven't taken good care of you.
Until Thraven. Until Cage. What changed?"
Polimo stabbed at him with the cane. He slipped aside, using the terminal as cover.
"The galaxy changed. A new power is seizing control. I can read the stars, Colonel. I can see where this ends. Either you join the Nephilim, or you die."
"What about the bullshit with Thraven knowing who you are and where you live? Was that all a lie?"
He backed away as Polimo vaulted the terminal, stabbing at him. He tried to grab the synth from behind, but it was too fast, spinning and nearly eviscerating him. He rolled back, drawing his knife from his side. The Don moved in again, staying close.
"He knows the original Don Polimo is dead. His operatives have captured my mainframe. I can't afford to lose everything, Colonel. I've worked too hard."
Polimo attacked, his cane coming in once, twice, 3 times. Quark was able to block each maneuver, staying behind the terminal to keep space between them.
"Gamlin?"
Quark asked. Polimo's head shook slightly, causing Quark to pause. The synth was fighting him, but at the same time, he had been in enough fights to know the machine was pulling its punches. Thraven was holding the history of the Crescent Haulers, of amazing things, of Don Polimo and all that the man had ever been hostage. It was acting funny because it was acting, trying to play both sides. It wanted him to beat it, but not before it told him what he needed to know. He nearly smiled at the realization, but he held back. There was a chance Frake was watching this, or maybe even the Gloritant asshole himself. He went on the offensive, lunging at Polimo. The synth moved just a little too slowly, allowing him to get a hand on its cane. He grappled with it, both fighting for control.
"Where?"
he asked, at the same time he slammed his head into the side of Polimo's head. The synth rocked back, losing its grip on the cane. "Outworlds," Polimo mouthed. "Oberon." The location surprised him, but he didn't let it show. He wrenched the cane back, flipping it in his grip. The synth put on a good show, trying to defend itself as Quark renewed his assault. He whipped the laser cutter in and out, smacking the Dawn on the shoulders and arms, leaving deep cuts each time.
"They're coming for you, Colonel,"
Polimo said, backing up another step. The synth tripped on the dead tech, stumbling and reaching out to balance itself. It was an intentional maneuver, made to set up the kill. Quark didn't hesitate. He swung the cane, the cutter reaching into and through Polimo's neck, slicing neatly through fake flesh, metal, and wires. The head tumbled to the ground, clear liquid spilling from it. The body stayed upright for a moment, reaching for him. He backed away, turning to the exit as it fell. The guard was already there, coming at him with a nerve stick, unwilling to fire his weapon inside the room of delicate equipment. Polimo had given him the information he needed. Now it was his job to get out of this alive. Easier said than done, but he had been in tough scrapes before. He smiled as the guard approached, his eyes relaying extra input to him. Distance, angle, velocity. Every muscle that tensed was captured by his optics, giving him a near premonition of how the enemy would attack. When the guard tried to hit him with the nerve stick, he was already a step ahead, already outside the strike. He brought the laser cutter down, severing the guard's arm. The man shouted in pain, only to be silenced when Quark's fist slammed him in the face, knocking him down. Quark leaned over the man, smoothly severing his head. He had seen what these assholes could do, and he didn't want this one getting up again. He found the sheath to Polimo's cane on the floor, picking it up and sliding it back over his weapon. Then he grabbed the guard's sidearm before edging to the doorway and looking out. He switched filters on his optics, infrared picking up incoming tangos nearing the end of an adjacent corridor. He fled the opposite direction, making it to a secondary corridor before they reached engineering. He had to find Cage and Man and get all of them away from this shithole. He had less than an hour to do it. 21. Olus sat in the dark, his teeth clenched, his body stiff with anger. Damn Don Polimo for turning on them like that. And damn himself for trusting the man. Everything he had ever known of the Don was that he was a man of integrity and honor, a man whose word was his bond, in a galaxy where not enough individuals were willing to give their word. Nothing. That's what that bond was worth. Absolutely fragging nothing. Haley was gone, lost to him. Frey had brought them both down to the makeshift cells, but he had returned only a few minutes later to retrieve Abby's daughter. Thraven was eager to meet her. That's what he had said. She was taking another ship back to the Glorotant's fleet, while he was left here to rot in darkness. Only until the Asmodeus arrived back home. The Glorotant wanted to meet with him as well, probably to tear his fingers off one at a time. He had failed. That was the bottom line. He was supposed to get Haley to safety, and he hadn't. Now Thraven had control of her, and by controlling her, he would be able to manipulate Abby. All of that work to get her away from Roosh had been for nothing. Pahalaya had died for nothing. He cursed again, standing up and slapping the wall at his side. He couldn't see it. He couldn't see anything in here. It was a storage compartment of some kind, but the lighting had been removed from it. He wasn't even completely sure where in the ship he was. He had a feeling the cell might be mobile, resting on a platform that had been shifted from one location to another. For all he knew, he was in the ship's hold, stacked with the rest of the cargo. He sat back again, closing his eyes. They were useless in here anyway. He needed to calm down, to stop and think, to rest and recover. Whatever they had stabbed him with, it had weakened the gift to the point he barely felt it. It had left him weak and hungry. He didn't expect they would provide anything for him to eat. Options. What were his options? He needed to escape. How? They had stuck him in here for a reason. It was stripped down, basic. It was the perfect place to keep someone with his skill set. He put his hands against the wall, sliding them along it, feeling it out. There were a few slight ridges on the sides, small indents that bolstered his assumption they had put him in a shipping container. He kept going until his hands came up to the front, finding the nearly invisible hinges and seals at the base. If he had use of the gift, he might be able to pop them free. Now, he reached out for the gift. There was no response. Damn it. He kept running his hands along the sides. He had to find a way out. He had to think of something. Haley was gone, and unless he did something, the whole war effort would be gone with her. He knew the Glorotant wouldn't kill her. That would just make Abby angry. He would hold her hostage, use her to make Abby comply. That was worse. He took a few more minutes to explore his prison. Then he sat back again, considering, forcing himself to stay calm and think. It wasn't over until he was dead. Then again, Thraven could do things to him that would be worse than death. He forced the thought away. He wasn't going there. He stood again, returning to the front of the container. He ran his fingers into the seam at the bottom. Freyk's soldiers had taken everything from him. Everything except the gift. They could diminish it. They could distract it. They couldn't take it. He had to get it to respond. He focused on his hands, trying to will the naniates to shift from the location of the poison to the end of his fingers. He closed his eyes, concentrating. He still didn't know exactly how commands were delivered from his consciousness to the atomic machines. Chemicals? Electric impulses? Brainwaves? Did it even matter?
"Come on," he said. "Do something. I'm dead anyway if I don't get out of here."
He held his fingers in place, waiting to feel his skin tingle, a sign the gift was present and responsive. Nothing. Still fragging nothing. He drew his hands back in frustration.
"Fragging hell!"
he shouted, the sound echoing in the box. He heard another echo beyond it. A thump, then a pop. Then 3 more. Then it stopped. He waited, listening, breathing. His stomach rumbled. He put his hand on the injection site. It was still warm from the poison. He waited a few more minutes. Had he really heard something out there? He sat down, fighting to keep himself calm. The Republic was doomed. The galaxy was doomed. The gate was finished, so maybe the One was screwed too? It served the fragger right. Something knocked on the front of the container, 3 times in quick succession.
Man? Cage? You in there?
Olus hopped to his feet. Who was that?
Anybody home?
I'm here,
he shouted. It came out as a dry cough. He cleared his throat.
Here.
The container hissed as the seal was broken. The doors opened from the outside. It slid up and out of the way, revealing a bloody Colonel Quark behind it. He stared in at Olus as he licked some blood from his lip.
Where's Cage?
Quark hissed.
They took her to another ship,
Olus said.
How long? 20 minutes? Maybe they haven't left yet.
Quark tossed him a sidearm.
Let's go.
22.
What the hell is going on, Quark?
Olus asked as they ran from the small hold where he had been left. It wasn't the same place as where he had been thrown into the container, confirming that he had been moved.
Fragging chaos, Quark replied. My apologies, Captain. I didn't know what the Dawn had planned. You got me out. Forget the past. We need to get to the hangar. I like your attitude.
They reached the door to the hold. Quark threw up his hand.
4 tangos, he said. 2 and 2.
He motioned both directions.
You take port on my mark.
Roger, Olus said. He glanced down at his sidearm. It was a standard Republic pistol, simple and effective. Quark waited a few seconds, looking ahead with his augmented eyes. Then he dropped his hand. At the same time, he swung out into the corridor, facing the right. Olus was only a half-second behind him, pivoting to the left. He found the 2 black suits in an instant and squeezed off a pair of rounds at the same time he dropped to a knee. He heard Quark's reports behind him, and he didn't spare a moment to think the mercenary might miss.
Targets down,
Olus said, as the 2 black suits dropped.
Same here, Quark said. Staying that way? Stand by.
Olus watched the 2 soldiers for a few seconds. They didn't move again.
Staying that way. Clear. This way. How do you know where the hangar is on this ship?
Olus asked as they ran.
I already asked for directions on the way down. He was more than obliging with a knife to his throat.
They turned the corner. A squad of black suits was coming at them, and they froze in surprise at their sudden appearance. Quark didn't slow at all, barreling into the soldiers, his shoulder forward. He shoved them aside, knocking them against the walls with the strength of his suit, pushing past before turning on his heel. Olus didn't miss a beat, swinging his weapon right up against the head of a soldier and firing, kicking a second hard enough in the chest to drive him to the floor, ducking a hard punch and feeling warm blood hit his neck when Quark shot the black suit.
"Wee!" Quark said, laughing. "You are my kind of badass, Captain."
He returned to his run, leading Olus to a stairwell. They bounced down 2 decks, pouring out near the hangar. The doors were open, a larger starhopper facing the energy shield that kept the vacuum of space from entering.
That's probably it. Come on.
Olus followed him for a few steps before reaching out and grabbing his shoulder, bringing him up short.
It's too late. What? Bullshit! Look,
Olus said, pointing out nearly a dozen soldiers in battlesuits.
We can't get past that before...
The thrusters on the starhopper flared bright blue and white, and it rocketed forward. The shields dropped just long enough for it to exit the Asmodeus, quickly gaining distance before vanishing in a Dysterium plume a few seconds later.
Frag,
Quark said, seeing it go.
I should have checked here first.
You should have, Olus agreed, his disappointment renewed.
Damn it. Well, we still need to get ourselves off this bucket before we wind up a one-way trip to the middle of the shit pile, which means we still need to get through them.
What about your team?
The riders? What about them?
They're still cloaked out there, aren't they?
How'd you know they're cloaked?
Considering the fact that you're here trying to help me instead of back with Don Polimo, they're either cloaked or dead, and I don't think you'd let them die that easily. What happened to the Dawn, anyway?
Long story,
short on time. I've got his cane right here."
He reached behind his back, pulling the device from his belt. He stared at it for a few seconds.
I've got an idea."
He pulled back, away from the hangar. Ollis followed him. They ducked into a nearby unsecured room.
"Can you figure out how to work this thing?"
Quark asked, passing the cane to Ollis. "What do you mean?"
"I don't know. It's technical. I'm not much for technical past a certain point,"
says the merc with the bionic eyes. Ollis took the cane, looking it over. "It would be easier to decipher if I had any of my tools. Frey picked me clean."
"Are you saying you can't do it?"
Ollis examined the cane. The surface was metal, and for the most part smooth. There were a few depressions on it that could potentially serve as triggers or inputs. "It would help if I had any idea what I was looking for."
"The Dawn used the cane to control his machines, among other things. Frey is loading up a bunch of drones that Thraven was planning to use to hunt down General Kett."
He lowered his voice to a whisper.
"Only the Dawn wasn't as much of a turncoat as we thought. They're holding him hostage. The real him, I mean."
He paused to laugh.
"Whatever the real him is. Anyway, his synth pretty much handed me the cane before I destroyed it, which leads me to believe that he set up a nice surprise for these assholes.
And a distraction for us."
"Damn straight."
Ollis put his fingers on the cane's inputs. "It wouldn't make sense for him to use a complicated trigger. But it wouldn't be smart to use something too simple either. You knew the Dawn?"
"I work for the Dawn,"
Quark corrected.
"Big difference."
"True. But if you're right, the input has to be something you would guess. Something that Thraven either doesn't know or wouldn't give any thought to."
666.
"What?"
"That's the value of my contract, in millions."
666? Ollis said, raising an eyebrow.
"The number of the beast. Hell yeah. I know a lot more than most men like me should ever need to, and that's all I'm going to say about it. If you know how to put it in, put it in."
Ollis found the first 3 inputs on the side of the device and pressed them at once, 6 times each. A red light started to flash on the top of the cane. "It did something," Ollis said. Quark opened the door, leaning out.
I don't..."
A warning tone began to sound in the ship, and the lights started alternating between red and white.
"Bam!" Quark said. "Now to call in the cavalry."
He reached to his suit, withdrawing a backup communicator.
"Mullet, you copy?"
"Roger that, Colonel. Where are you? I've been trying to—"
"Yeah, whatever. You been keeping tabs on the big-ass warship orbiting the planet?"
"Of course, sir.
"What do you see?"
Looks like drones, sir. They're swarming near the battleship's hangar."
"Perfect. I want the Quasar inside that same hangar in T-minus 30 seconds.
"Sir?"
"Don't ask questions, Mullet. Just do it."
"Roger."
"Time to go, Captain,"
Quark said, dropping the comm. They moved back into the corridor, running toward the hangar. The sound of fire was obvious now, and when they got in view of the landing space, they could see the soldiers in battlesuits engaged with the drones, which had broken away from storage and were firing small lasers. They were simple things, wedge-shaped and half the size of a starfighter. They were just large enough to mount small thrusters and a deuterium drive, though the range on them had to be fairly limited based on the available storage space.
"I could stand here and watch this all day,"
Quark said. "Come on," Ollis said. They charged into the hangar, taking the soldiers by surprise. The sidearm Ollis was carrying didn't have enough punch to get through a battlesuit, but he did, the Seraph suit providing enough strength for him to grab the armored soldier and throw him to the floor. He ripped the weapon from the soldier's hands and turned it around, firing it point blank into the solid chest piece of the suit at close enough range that the round was able to penetrate. He turned his head, catching a second soldier tracking him. He dove away, rolling along the floor as bullets skipped off the ground behind him, the soldier's aim catching up. He came to his feet, facing the enemy, at the same time the first of the rounds reached him. He felt one hit his shoulder, another dig into his abdomen. He fell again as the fire stopped coming, the soldier taken out by a dropship that hadn't been there a few seconds earlier. Ollis rolled over, his body racked with pain. The ship touched down in the hangar, side-mounted turrets adjusting and firing, the roar of the guns deafening in the space.
"Shit, Captain,"
Quark said, coming up beside him.
"Live long enough to get your ass on board and we can fix this."
He leaned down, helping Ollis to his feet. The gift wasn't healing him. It was too weak, and the damage was too great. He could barely breathe, and when Quark lifted him, he thought he was going to pass out.
"Hang in there,"
Quark said, holding him up and practically dragging him to the dropship. He was mildly aware of the hatch opening, the two soldiers descending the ramp to cover him as he was carried on board. Then the soldiers returned, the hatch closed, and the light faded. He could feel the dropship accelerate hard, the forces pushing him back harshly enough he cried out in pain.
"Sorry, Captain. Had to get away from the Dysterium field in a hurry. We'll be on the Quasar in a minute, and I'll hurry your ass down to medical. I've got something that'll kick you right back into high gear."
Olis grunted. Haley was gone. He wasn't sure he wanted to get back up. 23. Gloritant Selvig Thraven sat on the bridge of the Promise, a smile spread across his face. It felt good to smile. It had been so long. The dawn had never seen it coming. He, or perhaps it was more correct to call the dawn it, had no idea that the Gloritant knew the truth of his passing, or of the neural network that had taken on the dawn's identity afterward. After all, over 200 years of life was easily attainable for wealthy Terrans. In fact, the right combination of stasis and regen treatments could allow the well-to-do over 300 years in the right circumstances. But poor Don Polimo had fallen ill, stricken with an intractable brain tumor that was the result of his experiments with brain implants. What had been designed to augment neural function and open up a new realm of potential in organic and machine integration had been his death instead. Poor Don Polimo. He had come upon the Dawn's dirty secret almost accidentally. It was Trinity who had carried out his command to kill the Minister of Oberon, the outworld planet where the Dawn had stationed his artificial intelligence. It was Trinity who had examined the dead minister's brain and had come to the funeral in her search for information about his business dealings. Of course, Don Polimo hadn't been buried as Don Polimo. He had taken yet another pseudonym while his network continued to make decisions about his businesses, and shortly after started to churn out synthetic replicas of the most powerful executive in the galaxy. He had sent Honorant Frake to Gamlen to confront one of these synths without telling his officer the truth of the matter. Not right away. Not until his secondary units had captured the unmarked data center in the Oberon forest where the Dawn's artificial doppelganger had been. It was one of his smallest victories, and yet the one he was most pleased with. Captain Mann had gone to Gamlen with Haley Cage, seeking the protection of the Dawn. Only there had been no shelter to be found there. Only betrayal of the best kind. With the younger Cage under his thumb, the older Cage would follow soon enough. But where was Abigail Cage? That was the question that circumvented his thoughts. They had crossed paths, and he had nearly killed her. He had come so close, but again she had escaped. And then? She had gone to General Kett, no doubt. Was she still with the General? It was possible, but it didn't sit well with him. She would never stand on the sidelines while her daughter was threatened. So what was she doing?
"Your Eminence,"
Honorant Bane said, approaching him and bowing.
"Honorant Bane?" Thraven said. "You have news?"
"Yes, Gloritant,"
Bane said.
"I've gathered reports from our assets throughout the Republic."
The Honorant paused, waiting for permission to continue.
"Go on,"
Thraven said. He expected good news, but even setbacks in the overall effort couldn't dim his spirits. Not today. They had the numbers. They had all of the advantages. He knew it was only a matter of time.
"Kurlat has been seized by Honorant Shuren,"
Bane said.
"They are in control of the capital and have enacted a martial law on the city and the surrounding area. Small pockets of resistance continue, but she expects them to be stamped out within the week."
"Excellent,"
Thraven said.
"The fringe planets of Hulse and Boson have also been captured, Your Eminence, in conjunction with the forces provided by the governance. Chairman Swami sends his congratulations."
"Chairman Swami still believes this war is for the benefit of the Outworlds," Thraven said. "I'll enjoy killing him myself. What about Earth?"
"The Nova Battle Group has been dispatched back to the Terran homeworld to bolster the orbital defenses. As expected, the fiercest fighting is occurring there."
"It is vital to our efforts that we gain control of Earth as soon as possible," Thraven said. "The planet is a symbol of strength for the Republic and beyond.
and the longer it remains contested, the longer my will is opposed."
"Perhaps we should consider bringing the promise into the fight, Gloritant?" Bane said, slightly hesitantly. "I'm certain you could end the resistance swiftly."
"No. With Kel destroyed, we must conserve our advanced resources for our confrontation with the One. That is our true focus and goal, and the real source of the glory to come. If it takes a little longer to capture Earth, then so be it."
"Of course, Your Eminence." Thraven's head turned slightly as he noticed a small Dysterium plume appear to the port side. An armored starhopper slipped out of it, angling toward the promise.
"My guest has arrived," Thraven said, getting to his feet. "Honorant, you have the bridge."
"Yes, Gloritant."
Thraven abandoned the command station, leaving it to Honorant Bane. He strode from the bridge as the Honorant announced his exodus, causing the rest of the bridge crew to stand at attention. He ignored them, a sense of excitement rising in his chest. There had been moments when he had almost believed that Abigail Cage had the potential to disrupt the glory of the Great Return. He had been foolish for doubting the Father. His faith had been rewarded, and his victory was becoming more assured by the hour. He traveled to the hangar alone, drawing a series of surprised salutes along the way. It was rare for him to move around the ship alone, without at least an Immolant by his side. It was rare that he went anywhere other than to the bridge, his quarters, and the font. The Starhopper was setting down near the center of the hangar when he arrived. The starship techs froze at the sight of him before scrambling into ranks, standing stiff and saluting as he passed them by. The ramp of the ship lowered, Honorant Freke's guard descending first. They too came to attention at the sight of the Gloritant, positioning themselves on either side of the ramp. Thraven was standing at the base of the descent when Honorant Freke appeared, the young girl at his side. Her face was stone, her eyes burning. She was wearing a light suit that was too large for her frame. When Freke tried to place a hand on her shoulder, she yanked it away. "Your Eminence,"
Freke said, seeing Thraven waiting. He fell to his knee, bowing his head before rising and stepping forward. The younger Cage remained in place, staring at him. There was no fear in her eyes. He admired that.
"I bring you Haley Cage,"
Freke said, reaching Thraven and saluting before realizing Haley had remained at the top of the ramp. His face flushed as he turned and looked for his guards.
"All is well, Honorant," Thraven said. "I will handle things from here."
"As you wish, Your Eminence."
"What of Captain Mann?"
"He's with the Asmodeus. It is scheduled to return within the hour."
"Very good. You and your crew are dismissed. I'd like to meet with Miss Cage in private."
"Yes, Gloritant."
Freke whispered into his communicator. A moment later, the crew of the Starhopper made their way past Haley and down the ramp, saluting Thraven before clearing the area, waiting with the others behind him.
"Be cautious, Gloritant,"
Freke said.
"She is her mother's daughter."
Thraven smiled again.
"Perfect."
Freke joined the other soldiers, ordering them away from the area. Thraven ascended the ramp, coming to a stop in front of Haley and dropping to a knee to meet her at eye level.
"Haley Cage, it's a pleasure to meet you."
She stared at him, but didn't speak.
"Do you know who I am?" he asked.
She smiled.
Yeah. You're the asshole my mother's going to kill.
Thraven's smile grew even larger. Just perfect. 24.
"What makes you think your mother is going to kill me?"
Thraven asked, amused.
That's what she does to miscreants like you.
Miscreant? An interesting word from someone your age. The problem as I see it, Haley, is that your mother would never harm me as long as I have the potential to harm you.
If that's what you think, you're dead for sure.
Oh. So you think your mom would sacrifice you to get to me?
If it means saving millions of others, yes. And I would want her to. She knows that.
He had no choice but to wonder if her words were true. Would Abby let her child die to save the galaxy?
I don't suppose you know where your mother is right now?
No,
Haley said, too quickly. Of course she knew. I don't believe you.
I don't care. You're supposed to be tough. Why don't you torture it out of me?
Thraven's eyes narrowed. He didn't have the patience for these stupid games. Don't make the mistake of thinking that because you're a child, I'm opposed to hurting you. He grabbed her wrist and squeezed. She didn't cry out, but her eyes began to tear, betraying the pain he was causing. He let go a moment later. She stared at him defiantly, refusing to rub her arm. He liked her, despite himself. "Come with me," he said, standing up and walking down the ramp. As expected, Haley didn't move. "Don't be a child," he said, reaching out with the gift. Haley's eyes widened as she was lifted into the air and carried down the ramp. He put her down beside him. "You can walk, or I can carry you." He started walking again. This time, she followed.
What do you want with me anyway? I mean, so what? You have me. And maybe you can threaten my mother with my life. The way I see it, there are only two possible outcomes to that scenario.
Thraven was intrigued. Which are?
1, she tells you to go frag yourself, you kill me, and then she kills you. 2, she gives in, and eventually you either kill me or let me go, at which point she kills you.
What about the third option?
What's that?
Your mother comes for you, I kill her, and keep you.
Yeah, that might happen. If you were so sure you could stop her, you wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to get me.
That's not completely true. There was a time when I was worried her interference might be enough to delay my plans. But that time has passed. The Republic is falling, Haley. World by world, it is crumbling to my rule. My control. My fleet has tripled in size, while the Republic has been left blind and deaf and cut into pieces. I have a great deal of respect for Abigail Cage, but she doesn't stand a chance. He brought her to one of the tubes. They boarded and ascended back up to the main deck. I considered giving up on you and letting you go to Don Polimo. There were 2 problems with that. First, I needed to take the Don out of the equation. His haulers have significant resources that could be turned against me, and I'd prefer that they stay out of this. Second, I decided that I had another use for you. You see, your mother killed one of my immolents. Not only that, she managed to survive her encounter with Trinity Gaul, and somehow brought her over to her side.
Meaning what?
Your mother is incredibly strong in the gift of the Father. A skill like hers comes along once in a lifetime. He turned to face her, locking her eyes with his. Except, perhaps, in their progeny. He could see how her face paled at the suggestion. Before, I wanted to use you as leverage against your mother, a bargaining chip in case she posed a larger problem. I no longer need you as a chip, but that doesn't mean I no longer need you. What you can become may be the sweetest revenge of all. She had been defiant before. When he glanced over at her again, he knew she was terrified. Good. She had every right to be. He was going to give her the gift. He was going to turn her into his immolent, and when Abigail came for him, and for her, that was exactly what he would give her. If the sight of her child as his servant didn't drive her to insane rage, nothing would. He reached the font room, the hatch opening ahead of him. Haley entered with him, remaining at his side. He respected the child for that. She had no idea what was about to happen, but she was still moving forward, still putting one foot in front of the other.
What is that?
Haley asked at the sight of the font. She was too short to see over the edge of it, to the blood inside. Thraven began to remove his clothes, stripping off the jacket and pants and shirt of his military uniform and leaving himself in skin-tight underclothes. He would have preferred to enter the font unclothed, but not with a child.
What are you doing?
She asked, her voice getting weaker. I won't harm you, Haley. In fact, I won't touch you at all. He pointed to a shelf on the side of the room. There should be similar underclothes for you there. She walked over to the shelf and lifted the one-piece skin suit.
I don't want to wear this.
I'm not asking, I can summon a female member of my crew if you resist. He turned his back on her. Tell me when you're done.
Whatever you want to do to me. I don't want it.
I know. He heard the light suit fall to the floor. He heard her moving and shifting as she changed. Then he smiled as he heard her trying to sneak up on him. He let her raise her arm, let her prepare to bring the knife down on his back before he froze her with the gift. He turned around calmly. I love your spirit, Haley. Perhaps I won't use you as an immigrant. Perhaps there would be a place for you as my heir.
No, thank you.
He held out his hand. Shall we? The knife was pried from her fingers. Her hand lowered of its own accord, meeting his. He held it as he released the rest of her. He walked her to the font, up the 3 steps to the edge. She looked down at it, and then at him. He could feel her hand shake beneath his.
Is that...
blood? Yes.
What the frag is wrong with you?
The blood of a demigod is in this font, Haley. I'm going to share it with you. Where I came from, it is considered the highest honor.
Where I come from, it's disgusting.
He stepped down into the font, sinking to his waist in the blood. He turned and gripped her waist in both hands, lifting her and holding her over it. He glanced back at the door, finding his emolent waiting there. He nodded, and the emolent vanished. She was crying as he lowered her into the liquid, all of her defiant courage gone. The blood came up to her chest, and she looked down at it in horror.
It's moving,
she said, even more disturbed. It is thick with the gift. The power of the Nephilim. The power of the Father. I'm giving you a glory, Haley Cage. The same glory I tried to give your mother. She rejected me. But you won't. Not when you feel the power. Not when you realize what you can become. He lowered himself in the blood, opening his mouth to bring it in. He held it there, reaching out and wrapping his arms around her. She tried to pull away, of course. She did. He held tight, keeping her in place as he neared her. Receiving the gift was an honor. Receiving it directly from the herald of the Great Return was unprecedented. She would realize that one day soon. She would be grateful for what he was about to do.
Please,
she said, tears running down her cheeks.
Don't!
He ignored her, leaning in with his face. He opened his mouth, his teeth long beneath his lips. He turned his head, the pointed ends finding the soft flesh of her neck. She tried harder to wriggle away, but he locked her with his power, leaving her unable to move.
Please,
she said again. His teeth sank into her, opening the wound. He didn't draw her blood out, though. Instead, he took the naniates in his mouth and pushed them into the holes, using the gift to force it into her. Immediately, he withdrew himself from her, shifting back to the edge of the font. She remained still even after he released her. Her eyes moved back and forth. The tears stopped. Her breathing began to calm. He looked back to the door. Emerant Loke was there with a gurney, ready to take her to medical to recover. He would keep a closer eye on her than he had with her mother. He wasn't taking that chance again. She passed out a moment later, sinking into the blood. He allowed her to float on top of it for a moment, her arms spreading beside her. Then he scooped her up in his arms, climbing from the font and bringing her to the table. He placed her gently on it. If she dies, so do you, he said to the Emerant.
Yes, Your Eminence,
Loke replied. Haley Cage was guided out of his presence, down to medical where her vital signs would be monitored. He had little fear that the process would turn her into a convert. She was much too strong-willed for that. For now, there was nothing to do but wait. 25. Tell me again how this is a good idea, Bastian said, looking down at himself. He was wearing grimy, torn clothes they had taken from one of the former slaves, his face sporting 2 days of facial hair, his body unwashed for just as long. Abby had also made sure he smeared grease on himself to make the effect even more convincing.
We need information about current events in the Nephiliot, especially concerning the Liliot Empire. Getting sold to an apostant is the quickest, easiest way to do that.
Easy? You call this easy? What happens if they don't take us together?
Did you swallow the tracking device Keeper gave you?
Yes.
Then if we get split up, I'll find you.
I could be food by then.
I won't let anyone eat you.
Or suck my blood?
Or suck your blood.
Well, you can if you need to. Or if it was part of something kinky.
Don't start.
Roger. What are you going to do when they figure out your hair doesn't look like that because it's filthy?
He pointed to her head. She had greased up the silver locks and used the nanny-aids to change the color to a muddy brown. It still had an almost metallic sheen, and it was still sharp. She had smoothed the ridges on her skin, disguising herself with the gift.
I'll be in control by then.
You sound confident. What if you get bought by a prophet?
The prophets don't visit the slave markets.
A venerant, then.
I can handle a venerant.
I can't.
I told you, I'll take care of you. OK is going to sell us as a package.
Another part of the plan I strongly disagree with.
I heard that,
Pick said, making his way into the cargo hold of the carrion.
Whoa! Putting in Gant did a number on you.
You like it?
Pick asked, showing off the spikes along his arms.
It's kinda creepy wearing someone else's bones on your arm. But at the same time, it looks cool.
You look like an executioner slaver. That's the important part.
Shut up and get in your cell, slave,
Pick said. Abby raised her eyebrow.
I'm just kidding. I wanted to see how it felt to see it.
How did it feel?
Weird.
You have a direct comm line to Helk?
Aye, Queenie. I've got the little guy jibber-jabbering in my ear right now.
Good. Ruby?
Yes, Queenie?
We're ready to launch on my mark.
Of course, Queenie. Waiting for your signal.
How long is it going to take to get to Norcal from here? Bastion asked.
Less than an hour. We're on the same heading the slavers had programmed into the ship, so there shouldn't be any surprises.
I'd rather be flying this old shitbucket than hanging out back here. Why do we have to ride third class anyway?
To absorb some of the smell. Keeper?
Aye, Queenie.
Keep the Covenant out of sensor range, but be ready to come running.
Aye, Queenie.
Ruby, let's go.
Roger. Launching now.
The carrion shuddered, and they were rocked slightly in their cell as the thrusters fired, pushing them out of the landing bay and away from the Covenant. The shard ship was positioned well outside of sensor range, hiding in the corona of a small star.
Entering FTL,
Ruby announced a minute later. There were no viewports for Abby to look out of, but she could tell when they had entered FTL by the increased hum of the Dysterium reactor.
Why didn't you bring Uriel or Cherub down with you anyway? Bastion asked. How did I draw the short straw instead of pulling pilot duty?
I thought you wanted to spend more time with me.
No offense, but not like this.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Funny. Really?
Uriel is 5,000 years old, and he spent time with a venerant before. How do I know he isn't one of the Nephilim most wanted? Cherub is female.
So?
So, what if our apostant is a woman or a male who prefers male slaves? One of each gender, just like Noah.
This is nothing like Noah. Where's our ark?
Your whining is a definite turnoff.
Bastion stopped speaking, his lips fixing into a tight, thin line.
Better,
Abby said. The silence only lasted for a few minutes.
So, how is this supposed to work again?
It's like a meat market. Literally. OK, we'll buy a space to show us off. The Nephilim buyers will walk the market and pick out what they like. They'll pay for us, and we'll be on our way.
It seems so primitive. They should try putting up a storefront.
I don't think the Nephilim have a parallel to the Galnet. They've spent the last whoever knows how many years at war with one another. Besides, this way they get to test the merchandise.
I don't like the way you just said that.
Stop being such a baby. If you expect this to be a comfortable experience, I'm pretty sure it won't. But it has to be done.
I think this is the first time I've ever wished I was Gant.
Gant is working with Keeper on resource allocation and acquisition. Does that sound more exciting to you?
I'm not sure what that means, but yes.
You can't stop bitching, can you?
Sorry, Queenie. I complain when I'm nervous. I talk when I'm excited. Imagine how annoying I am when I'm both at the same time.
I've already heard the stories about your father, the botanist.
I haven't told you that much about my mother yet.
Was she a botanist?
No.
Best news I've heard today.
She was an entomologist.
Another scientist?
Yeah.
And they wound up with a drop jock?
I know, right?
I think bugs are more interesting than plants.
So did my mom. She wrote her dissertation on Plixian mating cycles.
I have a feeling we're getting into the realm of too much information.
Tell me about it. Thanks to her, I have way too intimate knowledge of how Plixians do the dirty deed.
Just don't tell me the females eat the males afterward.
Nah, they're more advanced than that. But did you know male Plixians have 3 penises? Well, it's only 1 penis, but it separates into 3 heads. And when they aren't mating, it sits behind a piece of hard shell called a—
Too much information,
Abby said, laughing. Bastian laughed with her.
You two are having a good time, considering the smell back here,
Flannel said, her bot trailing her into the space. Can you even smell anything? Bastian asked. You don't have a nose. Flannel had taken a generic humanoid form with only minimal definition, an effect that would have been unsettling if Abby hadn't become so used to her.
Each of my cells has an olfactory receptor,
Flannel said. You mean you smell with your entire body?
Yes. I can also breathe, eat, and mate with every mature cell.
Mate?
Abby said. She glanced at Bastian.
Your mother would have been incredibly interested in that.
Let's not ever bring you back to Earth, Bastian replied. How can you mate with a single cell? I mean, I know they say size doesn't matter, but—
With other Herschen,
Flannel said.
We reproduce by joining cells. In this way, all of our knowledge is carried from one generation to the next.
How do you fit your entire history in a single cell?
A single chain of our DNA can hold over 1 million petabytes of data. We are barely using 5% of that. Though I will admit, our knowledge base has increased exponentially since the Terrans arrived on our planet.
That's a lot of data.
It is. Which reminds me, I should return home once we have completed our mission so that I can share what I have experienced. It will make an excellent addition to the collective.
I'll look forward to that. Completing the mission, I mean.
Me too.
I'll be prepared for your signal, Queenie,
Flannel said.
Hopefully, we won't need you. But I'm glad to have you along.
I'm happy to help.
Abby looked at Bastian again. She could tell he knew what she was thinking. I'm happy to help, he mimicked. Fine. I can talk about my mother, or I can shut up and sit in the corner.
Can you talk about your mother without mentioning how bugs have sex?
Abby asked. He stared at her a moment. Then he smirked and retreated to the corner. Wake me up when we get there. 26.
Wake up, flyboy,
Abby said, leaning over Bastian and whispering in his ear. His eyes opened, and his head turned slightly, only inches from hers. Am I still dreaming? She grabbed his arm, pulling him to his feet.
Time to go.
I've got the chains waiting,
Pick said from the other side of the cell. He held out the thick manacles the slavers used to bind their wares together. You're enjoying this a little too much, Bastian said, wiping the grogginess off his face.
I probably won't get another chance to play a Nephilim slaver in my lifetime. I intend to live it to the fullest.
Don't live it too fully,
Abby said.
We aren't really slaves.
Pick laughed.
Ha! I know. I assume you can break out of these things?
Abby nodded.
Easily. Open the cell.
Pick did as she said, letting them out. Then he put the chains around their necks, squeezing them closed with his mechanical hand. This is pretty fraggin' primitive, too, Bastian said, grabbing the chain and shaking it. I'd rather have a shock collar.
That wouldn't be anywhere near as demeaning. The apostants want you broken and subservient.
Good point.
Okay, you're in charge from here. Follow Helk's lead.
Aye, Queenie,
Pick said.
Don't worry. I won't let anything bad happen to you.
I know.
Pick smiled, and then turned and started walking toward the front of the ship. He made sure to keep a little bit of slack on the chains.
Don't be afraid to tug a little. We don't want to look suspicious.
Roger,
he replied. Helk, Flannel, and Ruby were waiting for them at the ladder to the lower deck.
Be careful out there, Queenie,
Ruby said.
I will. You know what to do if anyone tries to board the ship? I don't think it will be a problem, but yes. We're only one of nearly 200 slave ships here, and there were 8 larger ships orbiting the planet.
They belong to the nobles,
Helk said.
It's a solid turnout. You may need to pay extra to get a good spot in the market.
Can we afford it?
Pick held out a stack of paper. It had been hard for them to believe the Nephilim still used physical currency, at least in the slave markets.
This is everything we found on board. Keeper is making more, but we didn't have time to wait for it.
We'll do our best with what we've got.
You're both in excellent physical condition, which will help,
Helk said.
Most human slaves for sale are at the other end of their cycle of usefulness.
They won't question why we're being sold?
Some might, but it's not unreasonable for you to be surplus, or even stolen.
Lovely universe you've got here, Bastion said.
Which is exactly what we don't want the Republic to become,
Abby said.
Good luck to you all,
Helk said. Pick descended first, going slowly enough that they could stay grouped without getting choked. Then he led them from the starship out into the midst of a number of beaten and worn spacecraft of various ages and designs.
This looks like a Republic junkyard, Bastion said, looking at the ships.
Stop talking,
Abby replied. There was another group of slavers coming out of another, larger ship, trailing at least 100 slaves. Most were human, though there were a few Lalians and a pair of some other species she had never seen before. They were incredibly thin, with green, leathery flesh and angled faces.
Scallons,
Pick said, receiving the intel from Helk.
Rare to see in bondage.
The three executioners at the head of the line glanced over at them, and then back at the carrion. One turned to another, and then all of them laughed, probably because they only had 2 slaves for sale, or maybe because their ship was smaller and more battered. Or probably both. Abby didn't need anyone to tell her to ignore them. She shouldn't have been looking in the first place. She cursed under her breath when one of them broke away from the others, storming toward them.
Who gave you permission to look at me?
The executioner bellowed. He was easily a meter taller than Pick, and probably nearly twice his weight.
These are my slaves,
Pick roared back, positioning himself in front of them.
Mind your business, Palook.
Palook? The word seemed to enrage the slaver even more. He lunged at Pick, who let go of the chains long enough to sidestep the executioner, grab his arm with his mechanical hand, and exert enough force to break the dense bone. The slaver grunted in pain, and Abby looked back to see if the others were coming to aid him. They weren't. In fact, they had continued as though they were disowning the whole episode.
Get out of my sight,
Pick said, kicking the executioner in the side of the leg. He clutched at his arm, angry and embarrassed, but he straightened up and walked away. Pick quickly grabbed the chain again before anyone noticed he had let it go.
That was interesting, Bastion said.
Shh, Abby replied.
Keep your head down.
Bastion lowered his head. Pick started them forward again without another word. They reached the market after a short walk, entering through a large, open metal gate that connected to a wall too high for any slave to climb over. There was more noise inside, where not only apostants roamed, but other slavers as well, seeking to buy low and sell high, or meet a specific demand in another part of the extant. They came to a stop at a small checkpoint near the gate, manned by a crisply dressed Nephilim.
"Only 2?"
he said, glancing at Abby and Bastion.
Yeah,
Pick replied.
They come as a pair. Good stock, though. Feeding, breeding, whatever. Huh.
He forced a laugh.
"I can see that. Where did you get them?"
None of your business, my lord,
Pick replied. Then he leaned in a little closer and lowered his voice.
Picked them up from a rival who had grabbed them from shard space. As I said, they're quality.
The apostant looked them over with increased interest.
"I can save you the trouble of paying to enter the markets. My master would have a definite interest in that one."
He pointed at Bastion, who groaned softly to be picked out.
"Why do they come together?"
I only have the 2. I'm not going through the trouble of bartering them both. Besides, they'll fetch a higher price if one of the masters is looking for a breeding pair.
Bastion glanced over at that comment. Breeding pair? Nobody had mentioned that the prophets bought slaves to have them produce more slaves.
"Very well. How much?"
200,
Pick said after a brief hesitation. Helk was doing all of the talking. He was just serving as a mouthpiece.
"That's insanity!"
How many slaves pass through these gates every day, my lord?
"At least 1,000.
How many are first-generation sharders?
Not even one each day.
But you think 200 is too much for a pair?
He hesitated, caught by his own admission. Bring them around to the back. Pick did as the apostant asked, guiding them past the gatekeeper's guards and into a room behind the main checkpoint area.
He's going to examine you,
Pick said softly.
Examine how?
Bastian asked.
You'll be asked to undress.
Bastian looked over at Abby.
How is this a good idea again? We need to find out which prophet the gatekeeper is buying for,
Abby said, ignoring him.
If it won't get us closer to Rizal, then you need to raise the price until he won't pay.
That might not be possible,
Pick said. His face blanched.
You would be risking execution to renege on an offer.
Frag, Bastian said. They all grew silent when the door opened and the gatekeeper entered the room. He eyed Bastian first, walking over to him. Take off your clothes. Bastian glanced at Abby again. Then he started to undress, all the way down to his underwear. Very nice, the apostant said. All of it? Bastian's expression was flat as he took off the rest of his clothes. The gatekeeper's eyes settled on his groin. Yes, he'll be pleased.
Who will?
Pick asked. My master, the prophet Tega. He's been looking for a Sharda stud to give to his daughter. Tega's lands bordered Rizal's. Getting inside the prophet's palace wasn't a bad way to go. And at least the gatekeeper had mentioned wanting Bastian for the prophet's child, not the prophet himself. Can I put my clothes back on now? Bastian asked. The gatekeeper slapped him before any of them could move, the sound echoing in the room. Silence! Bastian's head whipped back, eyes full of anger. Pick yanked on the chain, pulling him onto his back.
You don't speak unless told to speak,
Pick said. He looked pained to have to treat Bastian that way. Bastian stayed down. Abby could only imagine how he felt. It was her fault he was in this position. I'll give you 200 for him, the gatekeeper said. I have no use for that one. You can do whatever you want with her. Sell her in the market and make a greater profit. Pick looked stunned. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Well, do we have a deal, Lesser? Pick's eyes turned to Abby. He was confused, lost. Why are you looking at her? The gatekeeper asked.
Sorry, Queenie,
Pick said.
I can't do it.
Then he threw his metal fist at the apostant. Abby felt the gift explode out of the Nephilim, his hands darting out and catching the punch, countering it and sending the energy back up Pick's arm. He was thrown backward, knocked to the floor. The gatekeeper didn't hesitate, his hands suddenly burning with flame. You dare to attack me, Lesser? Abby drew on her gift, pushing it out in counter to the gatekeeper, sending it between him and Pick. The flames launched from his hands, only to flare out halfway to the target. His eyes darted to her in surprise. At the same time, the chain exploded from her neck. She caught the shards of metal before they could spread apart, using her gift to redirect them toward the apostant. He put his hand up, catching them between them. Who are you? He asked, eyes angry and confused.
A slave you shouldn't have fragged with,
she replied. She could feel his gift trying to counter hers. Compared to Thraven, he was a worm. She pushed back, the shards blasting through his shields and burying themselves deep into his body. He fell to the ground, and she jumped on top of him, fingertips extending into claws. One quick slash, and her hand dug through his neck, severing his head.
Damn it, okay,
she said, getting back to her feet. Pick looked dazed.
I'm sorry,
he said again.
I couldn't watch them treat him that way. It was like being back in the squad. You told me I didn't have to be that individual anymore.
She had told him that, and she had meant it. This whole thing was about to go seriously sideways. But her anger faded.
Helk, what the frag do we do now?
She asked, at the same time she moved to Bastian's side. He was on his feet, reaching for his clothes.
The prophet will know he lost one of his gifted,
Pick said.
The guards will be coming. Get back to the carrion.
He paused.
Pudding wants to know if she should drop in.
Absolutely,
she said, thinking.
We're damned if we do and damned if we don't. We might as well do.
Do what?
Bastian asked.
It's fragging time.
27.
You can't be serious,
Pick said.
I hope that you're still parroting Helk,
She said. He smiled.
I'm ready to kill some slaver assholes.
He put up his hand, pausing while Helk spoke to him.
Queenie, the entire market is thick with apostants who won't put up with any kind of uprising. Gifted apostants.
Frag them, too. There are 1,000 slaves in the market. If we can get them to fight...
They won't fight. You'll see.
1,000 slaves. 200 ships. If Plan A isn't going to work, I call that a damn good Plan B.
Except for the part where we take on dozens of Nephilim by ourselves, Bastion said, throwing his shirt back on. And I don't even have a suit. The door to the room opened. A squad of armed guards stood behind it.
I think we're already committed,
Abby said, throwing the gift out at them. They were hit hard by the invisible force, thrown back and away before they could attack. Pick charged toward them, his anger at the gatekeeper's treatment of Bastion fueling his assault. Abby was right behind him. She kept her fingers extended, and she tore through the guards like they were paper dolls, ripping right through their bone and sinew and cutting them apart. It was over in an instant. Abby felt a cold burning from the hellbrand on her neck, the light of the shard registering its disapproval of her methods. It wanted everything from her, to be its champion, to follow its desires. To unify through what? Words? There had been no words the Covenant could offer her. No words the shard or the light or the One could give her to make the Nephilim see a new, old truth. Besides, they didn't have time for that. Haley, Olis, and the Republic didn't have time for that. Jakun had told her they were on their own. Even with the light of the shard, even with the Covenant, even with the focus, that remained as true as it had been the moment she said it. A loud ringing sounded from within the market, a loudspeaker blaring an alarm. She picked up a pair of shock sticks from a fallen guard and tossed them back to Bastion. She grabbed another pair for herself. The guards didn't have guns. She doubted they ever needed them, not with all of the gifted apostants around. They were armed to deal with wayward slaves, normal slaves. Too bad they had to deal with her. They reached the exit, with Abby taking the lead as they moved out to the gate.
Where's Pudding?
Abby asked, looking back at Pick.
There,
he replied, pointing. She came into view 50 meters from the gate wearing her monster Abby skin, with long claws, horns, and sharp tail. Abby cringed at the sight of it, not wanting to be reminded of what she might have become. There was a commotion in the other direction, slavers trying to lead their wares back out of the gate and to their ships.
Queenie,
Bastion said.
what are you thinking?
She glanced at him.
I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have let him do that to you.
She felt the anger flaring inside her. Would her fury affect the purity of the shard's gift? Would the change begin anew? She didn't know. And right now, she didn't care. She had tried to do it the Breaker way. She had tried to be subtle. She had let Bastion be humiliated for it. And that only fueled her anger more. Screw subtle. She reached out with the gift, taking hold of the gate.
Queenie?
Bastion repeated, noticing when the gate started to shake, fighting against the motors that kept it in position.
I really don't...
Shut up and cover me,
Abby said, concentrating. Flannel reached the gate, leaping toward a guard that had come around the corner. She hit him hard, digging her faux claws into his chest as he fell back.
Oh, shit!
Pick said excitedly.
Did you see that?
Abby didn't look. She kept her attention on the gate. She tugged at it, pushing her anger out toward it. A moment later, it started to move.
This is nuts,
Bastion said, ducking as a guard came at him, knocking the soldier's shock stick aside and jabbing his own into the guard's neck. The guard shuddered and fell to the ground.
This is awesome,
Pick said, grabbing another guard and throwing him into a nearby wall.
Keep an eye on the executioners, and watch out for venerants.
Venerants, Bastion said. Plural? Abby yanked again, and the gates increased velocity, coming back together as the slavers tried to hurry out. Once everyone was trapped inside, they were going to become prime targets.
Okay, have Ruby radio keeper. Get the Covenant inbound.
Aye, Queenie,
Pick replied. She turned her attention away from the gate as she felt a warm tingle on her left. She put her left hand up, pushing out with the gift as a heavy metal crate launched toward her. It hit the sudden barrier, denting in and falling to the ground.
I'm still going with bad idea,
Bastion said, jumping out of the way as an executioner charged toward him. Flannel landed between them, silent as she caught the larger individual's hands with hers, whipping her tail around and stabbing him in the eye. He grunted and reached for a sidearm, but she was faster, using his weight as leverage to lift herself up and over and raking her claws down his back. He fell over, blood pouring from the wounds. The ground shook as the gate slammed closed. Abby drew the gift back into her, spreading her hands into sharp claws, turning and facing the oncoming horde. There was at least one gifted nearby, probably more. The Covenant would take some time to get here. This was her idea. She had to hold the line. She heard the sharp report of rounds being fired and felt a few of them strike her, piercing the shard suit and sinking into her flesh. She clenched her teeth, resisting the pain, using the gift to push the shards of metal back out. She brought up her hands, catching the subsequent rounds, blocking them before they could hit her. She caught sight of the Venerant now, on the top of one of the stalls 50 meters away, hands lighting with flame.
"A little help!"
Bastian cried out. Abby looked his way, finding him caught between two executioners. The creatures towered over him, with large knives in hand. 100 slaves stood nearby, their chains discarded, the slavers dropping them to attack.
"Fight back!"
Abby shouted, throwing the gift into the back of one of the slavers, lifting him and carrying him to the other, getting Bastian out of trouble.
"Fight for your freedom!"
The slaves looked at her. They were frightened, trapped. They felt powerless. There were so many of them here, so many more than there were guards or apostants or slavers.
"Imp, get them free!"
she said. At the same time, she felt a burning heat on her back. She dove out of the way, narrowly avoiding the gout of flame that launched from the Venerant. She rolled onto her back, finding the gifted Nephilim in the air, coming down toward her. She pushed herself up, leaping skyward to meet them. Their gifts pushed together, creating a thunderclap of sound as they met, canceling one another. Abby turned in the air, corkscrewing over the incoming opponent, slashing downward as she passed. She turned in the air, letting her momentum run out and gravity begin to pull her back down. The Venerant tumbled to the ground, hitting it hard. Flannel was on them in an instant, removing their head. She hung almost static in the air for a moment, looking down on the market below. There were slaves and slavers and guards strewn throughout the stalls that made a circle inside the gates, at the center of which was a dais where the slaves could be sent for auction. There were 3 bodies there, motionless in ragged clothes. Slaves. Humans, who had been treated so poorly they had died in this place. Her anger blossomed, and she spread her arms, her entire body alighting in bright, white flame. The gift pulsed through her, so strongly that she could feel her skin thumping, her heart racing, every nerve alive. She looked away from the center of the market, back to the gates where her rejects were standing. The fighting had taken a pause, and she saw that every eye in the market was on her. She also realized that she wasn't falling. She was floating in the air, held by the gift, cold and warm and soft and hard and flowing around her like a massive, illuminated cape.
"Tell them to fight!"
Abby said. She was too far away to do it herself.
"Tell them, damn it!"
They only had one chance, one moment in time when the words and the deeds might be enough to trigger something in the Broken.
Fight for Queenie!
Pick bellowed, his voice echoing across the market.
Fight for your freedom!
Abby felt her heart lift.
"Fight for Queenie!"
Bastian shouted.
Fight for your freedom!
Pick repeated. Abby let herself go, dropping back toward the stunned crowd. She landed hard, a cloud of dust spilling away from her at the impact, clearing an instant later. A small stone hit the slaver in front of her, tapping the side of his head. It turned slowly, finding the caster, a pathetic-looking slave in dirty clothes, her hair a matted mess. He raised his gun toward her. A bullet hit him in the chest, another in the shoulder, another in the leg. His head turned again, tracking the source of the attack. Another of the slaves had picked up a fallen weapon and fired all the rounds remaining in it. The slaver took a step toward that slave. Abby bounced forward, knocking his arms aside with the gift and then slashing his neck with her claws. His head tumbled to the ground, separated from his body. Everything seemed to stop again. A second massive inhale as thousands of years of history seemed to fade in an instant. All hell broke loose in the best way possible. 28.
Master Tager will have your heads for this, all of you.
Abby stood over the apostate, one of the few she had managed to stop the slaves from killing outright. He was on the ground, his crisp clothes dirty and torn, his face smudged with blood from a cut on his forehead that had already healed. He was gifted, but not powerful, not compared to her. Still, she appreciated his spunk, if nothing else.
We'll be long gone before Tager can get his fleet here,
Abby said.
But that's beside the point. You are alive because I need information. The more freely you give me that information, the more likely it is that you'll stay that way. Do you understand?
Go frag yourself.
Pick moved toward the apostate. Abby waved him back.
Do you comprehend that all of these people here want to be the one to rip your throat out?
She asked, waving to the crowd.
The only thing stopping them is me. And I'm running short on patience.
I'm not afraid to die for the glory of the Nephilim.
Glory?
Abby said, laughing.
There's no glory in getting ripped apart by your former slaves.
Embarrassment, maybe? Bastion said.
Embarrassment. Maybe we should treat you the way you treat them?
She leaned over him, slicing his clothes with the sharp end of her pinky. His jacket and shirt fell away.
One of your parents was probably a slave once. Or your parents' parent. It's so easy to forget where you came from, isn't it?
She held her finger over his groin.
So easy to forget the humiliation?
He squirmed as the claw lowered to the top of his pants.
What do you want from me?
He shouted.
Who the frag are you, anyway?
I'm the Queen of Demons, the savior of the damned. I want to know about the Liliad Empire.
His frightened, defiant face softened in confusion.
The Liliad Empire? Why? It's nothing. Less than nothing.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm the patron saint of less than nothing, because less than nothing can become more than something in an instant. All it needs is the right catalyst.
The apostate stared back at her without speaking.
Would you prefer to do this naked?
Abby asked, lowering her pinky to the top of his pants.
We can string him up in the center of town, my lady, one of the slaves said. I've always wondered, if you cut an apostate's member off, will it grow back?
The former slaves around them murmured in agreement. Abby looked at the apostate.
You know, I never thought about that, but it is an interesting question. Would you like to know the answer?
The apostate shook his head.
Then tell me about Rizal.
I'm one of Tager's barons. I only know what I've heard through conversation. Gossip over meals and entertainment.
I can imagine what kind of entertainment, the former slave said.
Our new friends are getting restless, Queenie, Bastion said.
So am I. Tell me what you know. I'll decide how valuable it is.
Queenie, Pick said, the Covenant is here. Keeper says the apostate's ships have all gone to FTL. We're not going to be a secret for much longer.
Abby looked skyward. The shard ship was visible through the daytime haze, a nearly round ball that looked like a small moon from here. Another murmur went up through the ranks of the freed slaves as they laid eyes on the ship.
That's impossible, the apostate said, seeing the ship. Gehenna is a myth.
Afraid not, pal, Bastion said.
Tell me what you know.
Not much, the apostate said. There's a rumor that Prophet Azul has been raiding the Empire, sending unmarked ships to hit Rizal's border holdings in an effort to weaken her.
To what end?
Prophet Thraven forced us all to agree to a ceasefire before he went to shard space in search of the glory promised by the Father. We're forbidden to capture any new holdings or declare war against one another in his absence. He's promised to focus the strength of his gift on any who defy him.
But that doesn't stop you from pecking at one another?
Azul is one of Thraven's sworn disciples. He bends the rules, knowing that he has Thraven's favor. Besides, Thraven is no friend to the Liliad Empire.
Then why didn't he crush it?
I can't speak for the Prophet. I'm sure he has his reasons.
Do you know when any of these raids are going to occur?
Of course not.
Abby straightened up. She kept her eyes on the apostate, who didn't dare move.
Are any of you from Azul's territories?
Abby asked, turning and looking at the freed slaves.
Did any of you belong to the Prophet Azul?
The former slaves began talking to one another, passing the question back.
They can't tell you anything, the apostate said. Unders aren't privy to the interests of their superiors, except when they're directly serving them.
Abby ignored him, waiting while the crowd communicated. A few seconds later, a lane parted between them, allowing a group of 12 slaves to come forward.
"We were brought from Tashael,"
one of them said. He was the oldest among them, but couldn't have been more than 18.
"We were surplus from the factories there." "Were you delivered by slavers?" "No, milady. Azul's slave master delivered us directly for auction."
Abby's eyes passed over the freed slaves. Most of them were 12 or 13 years old at best. Children not much older than Haley. She couldn't imagine what the apostates or the slavers might have been waiting to do to them.
"Would you be able to pick out the ship you arrived in?" "Yes, my lady. It landed with the others outside the gate."
"I don't know what good that will do you,"
the captured apostate said.
"That's why you're laying there half naked, and I'm standing here on top of you,"
Abby said. She glanced back at the crowd around her and then backed away.
"Get up."
He stayed on the ground for a moment, looking at the same crowd. They looked back at him, a perfect target for their anger.
"I said get up,"
Abby said again. The apostate slowly got to his feet.
Take him as a slave,
one of the freed prisoners said.
Yeah, work him to the bone. Drink his blood,
Another one shouted.
String him up!
Another said.
"The exit is that way,"
Abby said, pointing at the gate. She had opened it again after the fighting ended.
"Go. Walk away."
A new murmur went up through the assembly.
What?
The loudest of the former slaves said.
You're letting him go? You can't! He's ours!
"He's unarmed. Defeated. I understand you want him dead. I understand why. But if you torture him, if you kill him, you'll never be any better than they are."
Maybe I don't want to be better,
the man said.
Maybe I want justice? Maybe I want revenge?
Do you want revenge? Or do you want to be free?
What do you mean?
You can never set yourself apart from them by being them. Forget about this one. Come with me, and we'll save millions of lives.
What if I don't want to come? What if I want him dead?
You're a free man. I can't stop you.
He took a step toward the apostate.
But keep in mind that Tega's going to hear about what happened here, and he's going to send part of his fleet in response. You don't want to be here when he arrives. None of you do.
The former slave stared at the apostate, but he stopped advancing toward him.
Okay,
he said at last.
You're right. Frag him. Whatever Tega's going to do to him for not stopping this or not dying is going to be worse than anything we can do anyway. If you're going up against the prophets, I want in.
What's your name?
Abby asked.
Herschel,
the man replied.
Herschel, gather anyone who wants to leave the planet and get them onto the ships outside.
Queenie, I don't think most of them can read. Never mind fly a starship, Bastion said.
I'm aware of that, thank you. Can you do that for me, Herschel?
Yes, my lady,
Herschel replied.
I'll get it done.
Okay, I want you and Helk to help him. We need to get these individuals on the ships and get out of here as quickly as we can. I want to avoid a confrontation with Tega if possible.
All right, Queenie,
Pick said. Abby turned back to the Nephilim apostate.
Why are you still standing here? I told you to walk away.
The Under is right,
the apostate said.
If Tega's honorant finds me here alive, he'll do worse than repeatedly cut off my manhood.
I don't know. I can't think of anything worse than that, Bastion said.
You just aren't being creative enough,
Abby said.
You're saying you want to come with us?
I'm saying my options are limited,
the apostate said.
And being your prisoner seems a lot less painful.
You just don't know Queenie that well yet, Bastion said. You should see how she treats her friends.
Imp, can you shut up?
Abby said, at the same time glad to see his sense of humor was returning. Rarely, Bastion replied.
I can be useful,
the apostate said.
I can serve you as an Under.
I don't keep slaves.
Please? I'm begging you. Don't leave me here. I never thought I would see the day,
Herschel said. He looked over at the apostate.
You've changed your tune in a hurry, haven't you? You should bring him along, my lady. I'm sure we can find something to do with him. You must have heavy things that need to be moved around at the least.
Abby smiled. Herschel had no idea.
What's your name?
Scheidel.
All right, Scheidel. I'll bring you along. Stay close, though. I don't want anyone to accidentally kill you.
He looked back at Herschel, but the freed slave had already returned to gathering the others. So, Queenie, Bastian said, how the frag are we going to get all these individuals and all those ships back to the Covenant again?
You won't believe me if I tell you.
Sure I will.
No, you won't.
Come on, Queenie. I just watched you turn into a fragging phoenix over our heads. I'm pretty sure you can do just about anything, including turning water into wine.
Let's not go that far. I'm sorry, Bastian. I should have been the one to stop things, not pick.
Wow. Dropping the handles? This is serious. Bastian smiled and waved his hand. If it makes you feel better, you're forgiven. Besides, it's only fair. I've seen you naked. Now you've seen me naked. Maybe we could try being naked together sometime?
I don't have to tell you that's an asshole comment for you to know that's an asshole comment, right?
Yep. I figured you owed me.
Then consider us square.
Aye, Queenie.
Keep an eye on things for me, will you?
Sure. Where are you going?
Back to the Covenant.
She motioned to Scheidel.
Come on.
You're leaving us here?
It's temporary. Just make sure you're on one of the ships when OK gives the word.
She could tell he was confused about her leaving. She smiled once her back was to him. What she had in mind wasn't at the level of water into wine, but it was sure to impress. 29.
Keeper, can you find somewhere to put Scheidel that's away from the slaves? He was a Nephilim apostate, one of Prophet Azul's.
Scheidel backed away a few steps as Keeper approached him.
What is he now?
Keeper asked.
I'm not sure yet,
Abby replied.
Surely this is a servant of the Dark One,
Scheidel said, clearly afraid of the intelligence.
Dark One?
The evil at the heart of the Shard. The deceiver who tricked and imprisoned the Seraphim. The one the Father asks that we destroy.
Funny that you should be worried about someone who you think enslaved your kind, Benhill said, entering the hangar. You wanted to see me, Queenie?
We're going to be bringing a lot of equipment aboard, along with a lot of former slaves. I'll need your help organizing it all.
No problem.
He has a point,
Abby said, looking at Scheidel. Scheidel laughed.
How can you even suggest they are the same thing? We created the Lessers. We created the Unders. We made them, and as such, we own them.
You aren't a pure-blooded Seraphim,
Keeper said.
Those who rise to apostate status become full-blooded by the strength of their desire.
Or by being lucky enough to be born to a slave who caught an apostate's eye,
Abby said. Scheidel's face flushed.
Did you go to school? Benhill asked. I think you need a few lessons on genetics. You can't just magically become full-blooded.
What do you know? You're a lesser.
Watch your mouth, Scheidel. Joker's part of my crew, and everyone on my crew is equal.
Well, some of us are more equal than others, Gant said, entering with Uriel and Jakun. And nobody is equal to you, Queenie.
And some of us are just more adorable, Benhill said. Right, Squirrel Man?
Gant shook his head.
Anyway, who's the shirtless wonder?
Scheidel. He was a Nephilim Baron.
What is he now? Abby rolled her eyes.
I haven't figured that out yet.
Don't let the former slaves see him, Uriel said. They'll rip him to shreds.
They already tried on Nakul.
And failed? Too bad. Uriel smiled. You said we had new tech incoming that you wanted me to take a look at, Gant said. Where is it?
I wouldn't call it new tech. Probably more like old tech that we need to make work like new. Or maybe do something else with. I want you and Keeper to figure out what's worth saving and what's better off salvaging.
Aye, Queenie. Is that before or after I finish calibrating the teleporter?
What do you mean? It worked great the first time.
Gant made a face.
I don't like that sound. I used the teleporter. I came out in one piece. Uriel, do you know what he's talking about?
Uriel remained silent. The calibration was off. It wasn't my fault, not that time. One of the crystals was out of alignment. I only discovered it while you were gone. You came about 1/10 of a millimeter from not reconstituting at the other end of the beam.
I'm glad you're telling me this now.
I wouldn't have been able to tell you if it had failed.
Well, I'm not dead, and I don't need the teleporter right now, so let's go with before.
Aye, Queenie.
If you'll excuse us.
Where are you going? Uriel asked.
Cherub and I have a miracle to work. We do,
Jakun said.
Yup. Come on.
They walked away, leaving the others standing in the landing bay trying to figure out what she meant. They made their way across to the central shaft, riding a nearby tube down to the core. Abby stripped off the remains of her slave clothes as they did, leaving herself in only the shard suit. She had used a lot of energy in the market, but she still felt strong. The nanny-aids weren't fighting her like they used to and had given in to her will.
What are we doing?
Jakun asked as they bypassed the core on the way to the shard's tomb.
You've used the focus before, through the seed ships? Yes. We're going to use the focus. But I don't know how. I need your help. Oh. I'm honored, Queenie. Your blood is tainted. You can't use it directly, but I need you to walk me through it. Oh. Anything I can do to help,
she said, clearly disappointed.
There's no way to cleanse me, the way the light cleansed you. I don't know. When I shared my blood with Uriel, he lost the gift completely. I don't know how the blood from the focus will interact with yours. I'm a little worried it could kill you. I understand.
She stopped walking, causing Abby to stop too.
I'm willing to take the chance. I know. I'm not. Not right now. I need you the way you are.
Jakun nodded.
Of course, Queenie. Maybe when this is over, the focus could save my life. Definitely.
They entered the open space that was the shard's tomb. There was a constant glow around it, coming from the energy that was pumped into the apparatus to keep the shard's body alive enough to continue feeding the nanny-aids, and from the white blood that circulated through the device. Abby approached it purposefully, walking to the side and looking down at the shard. Then she put her hands on the transparency above him, activating the focus. She felt the energy flow through her hands as the seraphim writing appeared around them. The first time, she had been unable to read the sigils and symbols. Now, the nanny-aids were translating for her, allowing her to understand the writing. It changed shape and layout, becoming Earth standard. Density levels at 30%. No anomalies detected. Extension nodes offline. Optimization 50%.
Do you know what optimization means? I've never used the focus directly,
Jakun replied.
I don't know. Whatever it means, 50% seems low,
she said. So did 30% density. How long would it take to restore the focus to full power? Was it even possible? Probably not right now. She kept her fingers pressed to the focus, staring through the writing to the face of the shard. He had looked peaceful before, but now a part of her felt like he was angry because of the way she had used his blood. Too bad.
Keeper, can you hear me?
Abby said, speaking out loud.
Aye, Queenie.
Keeper replied.
What do you need?
Contact the rejects on the surface and find out if everyone is loaded up and ready to go.
Aye, Queenie. Stand by.
She waited a few seconds for him to communicate with the others.
Queenie, Imp says that he's prepared for you to part the Red Sea, but I don't understand the meaning of the statement.
I do. Asshole. Cherub? Aye, Queenie? Tell me what to do. Right. I've only ever used the node on the seed ship before. The way we do it is to form a circle around the nodule and push our energy into it. We have to visualize what we want the focus to do, not unlike using the gift individually, except we all need to think of the same thing. Why did it take more than one of you? The energy requirements are pretty steep. Maybe you can work it on your own, but other than the shard, nobody else has ever been able to. I bet Thraven could. If he were to get his hands on the focus. Yes. So I just use it like I were using the gift? Yes and no. What's the catch? You have to link with the focus to use it. It can be disorienting, and as you might have guessed, it takes focus to control. Of course. Do you have any tips? Whatever you see, whatever you feel, remember that it isn't real. Did you come up with that rhyme? I think it only rhymes in Earth Standard.
Abby smiled.
Coincidentally, I guess. Keep an eye on me, will ya? I can't bring you back once you're in. You have to navigate the focus on your own. I should have guessed. Keeper, tell the others to stand by. And whatever happens, to stay calm.
Aye, Queenie.
Abby closed her eyes, first turning her attention to the naniates within her, spreading her attention to the tickle beneath her skin and the tingling within her blood. Then she reached outward, allowing herself to sense the pressure of the focus against her fingertips and visualize the face of the shard behind it. She felt a chill begin to rise from her hands, a vibration of energy that was similar to the gift, and yet so much more.
That's it,
Jakun said.
You're doing it.
She kept her hands on it, changing her mind's eye, moving it out of the Covenant and back to the surface. She saw the market. The bodies were strewn across it, both slavers and slaves. She swooped past it, over the wall to the ships beyond, a whole field of ships, loaded down with freed slaves and her rejects.
Queenie,
Keeper said, the sudden urgency of his voice nearly breaking her focus.
Sensors detect 12 warships have entered the system. Prophet Tega's military has arrived.
30. Focus. Abby clenched her eyes tighter. How the frag was she supposed to focus when they were about to be under attack?
Damn, they got here in a hurry,
she said.
Keeper, do whatever you have to keep them away from the ships on the surface.
Queenie, they are releasing fighters toward both us and the planet.
How many?
15 to the planet, 38 toward us.
You've got guns? Get ready to use them.
Aye, Queenie.
And tell Imp to find something he can fly. Probably something with guns. He has 30 seconds.
Aye, Queenie.
You're losing it,
Jakun said. Abby could feel the power draining away, her control of the focus beginning to wane. She redoubled her efforts, recentering her visualization on the ships arranged near the market, waiting for an exodus from the planet. She didn't know what each one looked like. She hoped she didn't need to. Instead, she pictured them all as black rectangles with no thrusters. All except one. She tried to interpose Bastion's face on that one, to tell the focus to leave his ship alone and let him fly. She could feel the power flowing through her, up one arm, along her spine, down her back and out the other arm, back into the focus. Her body ran cold, shivering as though it was absorbing ice. She kept her mind on the ships, picturing them resting in a massive hand. A face appeared in the vision. A demon face. A monster's face. It was cruel and evil and made of flame, and its mouth opened wide, sweeping toward the ships while it laughed.
You are nothing, Abigail Cage,
it said, its voice deep and harsh.
You will fail. Your daughter will die.
Whatever you see, whatever you feel, remember that it isn't real. That's what Jakun had told her. She fought to ignore the demon face. She fought to stay focused on the ships. She lifted her hand as if she were holding them all. All except one. She couldn't see it, but on the surface of Nakul, nearly 200 slave ships began to rise.
What are you fighting for, Abigail?
The demon said, its teeth digging into the edge of the line of ships, knocking 3 of them back to the surface.
The one is a lie. The shard is false. Surely you've felt it. Surely you've seen it.
She felt her heart beating, thumping so hard and fast she could hear it in her ears. It isn't real. The focus is bringing out your fears, using them against you, testing you. Everything with the shard had to be a fragging test, didn't it? She breathed in deeply, ignoring the demon. She concentrated on bringing the ships up from the surface, carrying them through the atmosphere, into orbit, and from orbit into the waiting mouth of the Covenant.
Keeper, how are we doing?
She asked.
The Prophet's ships are moving in,
Keeper replied.
We did well against the starfighters, forcing them to retreat.
That was at least partially good news.
What about Imp?
She kept her mind's eye on the ships, carrying them ever higher.
"This is her future, Abigail,"
the demon said, seizing on her momentary lapse. Behind the ships was her daughter, covered in blood, her teeth elongated, her eyes red. She was holding a dismembered arm in her hands, bringing it to her mouth. She nearly lost her focus. 2 more of the ships tumbled away, plummeting back to the ground. Was she dropping them, or were they being shot out of the sky? Where was Bastion?
He says he is doing the best he can with the ancient piece of shit he was given,
Keeper said, finally replying.
The fighters are targeting the unarmed ships.
What she was doing wasn't good enough. The former slaves were open targets, and dozens of them had been lost already.
The Prophet's ships are firing on us, Queenie,
Keeper said. Abby heaved out her breath, trying hard not to get frustrated. A breaker had to stay calm under pressure. She needed that calm now. She visualized the ships again. The focus had destroyed almost all of the life in the galaxy. It had to be able to do something to protect them.
Keeper, do you have a link to the focus?
Aye, Queenie.
Does that mean you have a link to the nanny-aids?
Aye, Queenie.
If I plant them in the systems of the ships, would you be able to connect to their control systems?
Of course.
Abby pushed her hands harder against the focus, lowering her head and concentrating. The energy was flowing through her so quickly that it seemed like one long stream, a closed loop operating at maximum efficiency. She redirected the gift, sending millions of nanny-aids through the hulls of the slave ships, visualizing their central control systems, imagining them covered with the invisible machines.
Keeper, tell me when you have them.
I am linking as quickly as I can.
Forget about flight control. I'll handle that. If they're armed, activate weapons and target the Nephilim fighters. If they have shields, power them up.
Aye, Queenie.
She kept the slave ships rising, lifting them with her invisible hand. The demon face appeared behind them, sweeping toward them.
"Your worlds will die, Abigail,"
it said.
"All that you love will be lost. You cannot stop it."
Frag you,
Abby replied. The face burned away, fading to the black. She maintained her concentration, guiding the ships to the Covenant. The seconds passed as minutes, everything happening so damn slowly. The Covenant shuddered lightly, just enough that she could feel it. She refused to open her eyes. She refused to acknowledge it. She maintained her posture, her position, her intent. She wasn't giving in to her fear. The ships drew closer to them. She knew instinctively when they were in range of the Prophet's larger warships, and she let them go, using the focus instead to put a shield around them, a massive wall of energy that would deflect whatever weapons the enemy had to offer. She could have used the focus to destroy the Nephilim craft, but she didn't want to risk the purity of the blood. Maybe one day there would be a need, but it wasn't today.
Keeper, guide them in.
Aye, Queenie. Stand by.
She did. Holding the shield as one after another, the slave ship's thrusters were ignited and they vectored smoothly to the landing bay, setting down as tightly packed as possible. It seemed like it took forever until finally, Keeper announced that they were all inside.
What about Imp?
He is also on board.
Get us out of here.
Where would you like to go, Queenie?
Anywhere but here. Just do it.
As you command.
She opened her eyes, looking down at her hands. The nanny-aids had run over them, fusing them to the focus. She tried to pull them away and couldn't. She told herself to stay calm. It was another stupid test. Abigail? She heard her name and shifted her gaze to the face of the Shard. His eyes were open. He was looking at her.
What the hell?
You're going to die, the Shard said. You aren't strong enough. You aren't clean enough.
Clean enough?
Your violent nature will be the downfall of your kind. It will be the destruction of all I have worked to achieve.
Your man started it.
You will fail. You will fall. You and all of your rejects. It wasn't real. She had almost forgotten. Fear came in all kinds of disguises.
No, we won't,
she said, looking away from him. She felt the power of the focus begin to subside. She lifted her hands from the surface. Jakun was standing beside the focus, concerned and afraid,
I think we did it,
she said, beginning to feel lightheaded.
We did,
Jaunt said.
The Covenant is in FTL. The slave ships are on board. Good. Let's get back to the landing bay. We have a lot of work.
Abby tried to take a step toward Jaunt. A wave of dizziness washed over her.
So fragging cliché,
she said, as she collapsed. 31.
Good morning, Queenie, Jaunt said. He was sitting on the floor, opposite the door to her quarters, waiting for her. He had a scrap of metal in his hands.
Jaunt,
she said.
You didn't have to wait here.
Yes, I did, he replied. Your door was locked, and I thought it would be rude to override it. She laughed.
You know, that's not what I meant. How long was I out?
Long enough. But don't worry. We've got everything under control. A noise echoed through the corridor, something that sounded like the roar of a thruster, only louder. Well, almost everything.
What is it?
Your pet. I think he's getting restless.
Pet? What are you...
She paused.
Oh. I remember now.
He's been thrashing around in the shaft and howling. I think he can smell all of the slaves we brought on board.
Former slaves.
Whatever. I'm guessing he's not opposed to eating meat.
How do you know it's a he?
I have a 50% chance of being right.
You don't know that. Look at Keeper.
Ugh. Not another one like that. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but... He held out his hands, making a face that made Abby laugh.
Where are we?
The Liliad Empire, near the border with Thraven's holdings.
Did you find out where Azul is going to strike?
He nodded. I had to stretch my memory to work out the systems on that old thing. You're lucky I've read manuals on outdated shit buckets. Of course, there was no data on the vessel itself, so I had to hack into the Prophet's network and eavesdrop on some of the traffic.
Sounds impressive. Maybe you aren't losing your smarts after all?
I appreciate the sentiment, but I couldn't remember the chemical structure of mycotoxin this morning. Besides, it wasn't all that impressive. Everything about the Nephilim is behind the curve. Their tech is shitty and old and borrowed from Republic scrap heaps. Their system of government went out of fashion 6,000 years ago, and 10% of the population rules over the other 90%.
I don't think that part has changed all that much.
Maybe not. Their weapons are also inferior. Tega's ships were firing missiles at us. Missiles! Not the torpedoes like on the Brimstone, but standard guided projectiles. If the Covenant wasn't so large, they never would have been able to hit us.
Did we take damage?
Keeper said it was minor, and apparently it's already been repaired.
How long was I out again?
14 hours or so. How are you feeling?
Like I missed a lot.
You did, but it was worth it. You saved thousands.
Not all of the ships made it.
No. You did your best.
So, you're saying the Nephilim military sucks?
Jaunt laughed loudly. That's an understatement. The only reason they've been able to own the Seraphim is because the Seraphim suck even more. Mainly because of the gift.
Which is why Thraven was building his new fleet in shard space.
And why he manipulated the idiots at our end of the universe and hardly brought any of his minions with him from this side. He knew that even with the gift, if he made a straight assault on the Republic with what he has here, he would have been completely embarrassed.
You think my plan is bad?
Jaunt hesitated, and then shrugged. I don't know. The Covenant is worth at least a dozen Republic battleships on its own. But these rust buckets we pulled in, maybe Keeper can work some magic on them and turn them into something useful. The slaves you set free? Only about a quarter of them volunteered to join the war effort, and none of them are anywhere near healthy.
Which doesn't make for the best reinforcements.
It does offer a lot more targets for Thraven's side to shoot at.
You could have let me be awake for a few more minutes before you shattered the illusion that we have a chance of winning this thing.
Jaunt put his hand on her leg, squeezing it affectionately. We do have a chance, Queenie. Like I said, the Covenant is worth its immense weight in a fight, and what you did with the focus? That was brilliant. In fact, with Thraven gone, if we could find a way to neutralize the Prophet's gift, I think we could take the entire Nephiliot. Abby considered it for a moment.
Tempting. But Haley is there, not here.
I know. So are billions of others who are counting on us and don't know it.
I wish we could reach back to the Republic. I'd love to know what's happening with Olus and Haley.
I'm sure they're doing fine, Queenie. Abby nodded.
I hope so.
Another roar echoed through the corridor.
So we know where Azul is going to strike. What else do we know?
That the Nephilim idea of a raid is equivalent to the Republic concept of an all-out ground assault. Based on the communications we intercepted, there are going to be at least 3 companies of soldiers involved. They're aiming to lead some of Razel's units into the fight, and then ambush them from behind and wipe them out. Honestly, it seems like a solid plan.
But Razel's units are all slaves.
Other than the Venerants keeping them moving forward, I'm pretty sure that's why Azul can do it without angering Thraven. The individuals he kills count for less than nothing here.
Queenie, you're awake!
Abby looked up past Gant. Bastion was jogging down the hallway, a big smile on his face.
And you're alive,
Abby said, returning the smile.
No thanks to that steaming pile of metal turd I planted myself in. If I weren't such a good pilot, I'd be dead right now.
And so modest, too.
Look who's talking, Bastion said, switching over to a bad impression of Gant.
I just solved the Birch and Swinnerton Dyer conjecture while I was taking a piss.
It took me 3 days to solve the Birch and Swinnerton Dyer conjecture. Thank you very much.
I was coming to check on you. Keeper is being impossible.
What do you mean?
He keeps asking Ruby if he can upload her operational protocols. If you ask me, that sounds way worse than having sex with her.
It's a good thing nobody's asking you.
I assume she's refusing?
Yes, but he's asked at least 20 times already. Oh, and your dragon is getting antsy.
I heard. Where's OK?
He's been hanging with the slaves we freed. Once he took off the spikes, they started clinging to him like he was some kind of celebrity or something. It's kind of cute, now that I think about it.
A third roar echoed through the corridor.
It's getting worse. He's going off every couple minutes now.
How long do we have?
Before Azul's assault? Not long.
What's our play, Queenie?
Get all of the rejects assembled in the conference room. Invite Helk and Herschel and that kid from Tagael. Oh, and Scheidel. Is he behaving?
Nobody's seen him since you brought him on board.
He probably wandered off and got himself killed by Nasura.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Abby groaned. The last thing they needed was a gifted Nephilim apostant running around loose on the Covenant.
Gant, see if Keeper can locate him. If it can, go and retrieve him.
Aye, Queenie.
I'm going to head down to the Focus for a drink, and then I'm going to see if I can calm the dragon down. Thank you both for helping keep things running smoothly while I was offline.
No problem, Queenie.
And, Gant, thank you for worrying about me and keeping me company.
You're welcome. Though I wish you would bring me with you more often. It's a strain on my genetics every time you leave me.
I know. We don't have to try to hide who and what we are anymore. Not now that the whole Nephiliot probably knows we're here.
She reached down and put her hand on the side of his furry face, enjoying the softness. He started to purr lightly. Not in public, he said. Abby pulled her hand away and looked at Bastion.
Not a word.
He put up his hands. We're all family here, right? By the way, I stopped by more than once.
Thank you,
Abby said, leaning forward and kissing his cheek.
Now get your asses moving.
Aye, Queenie.
Aye, Queenie. 32. Abby entered the Shard's tomb. Her mind was alert, her body rested. But she could tell the gift was weak in her. The transfer of power between herself and the Focus had destroyed countless naniates, and while she knew they would regenerate naturally with food and more rest, she knew they didn't have time for that. There were times in the past when she had ingested blood to survive. She had tasted it for the first time from the tip of her finger, after dipping it in the blood of Emily Egan, the venerant who had helped Thraven build the fire in the brimstone. She had drunk more freely of it in the compound on Azure when it was the only option she had for survival. She had been drawn to it both times. She had been disgusted by it both times. While the light of the Shard had cleansed her, and she had, in turn, used her purified blood to remove the stain of the Seraphim's failed experiments with the naniates from the Focus, at the heart of it, the Focus was still filled with blood. The blood of the shard, whose mind was dead but whose body was kept alive by machinery, continually producing the fuel that had the potential to save the galaxy or destroy it. The source of all of their troubles, or the origin of their salvation. Either way, it was still blood. Either way, she felt nauseous as she dipped her hand into the fountain at the head of the focus, cupping it and bringing it up toward her mouth filled with the white liquid. She didn't want to drink from it. She didn't feel as if she had a choice.
They call it the milk of the damned.
She paused before she took her first drink. Scheidel's voice was easy to recognize, his Nephilim speech patterns occupying the background behind the translated words.
They say whoever drinks from it can no longer discern truth from fiction, that the Dark One sought revenge for the death of his disciple by tempting the Seraphim in this way, that the milk corrupted the children of Elysium and prevented them from hearing the truth of the Father.
Abby tilted her hand, spilling the blood back into the fountain. She turned around, finding Scheidel coming toward her from the shadows.
"What are you doing in here?"
she asked.
"Looking for answers," he replied. "Seeking the truth."
"Did you find it?"
"I don't know. I've only ever known one truth. And then you came. At first, I hated you. And then, you spared my life. The prophets would say it is a trick. But you brought me here, and didn't lock me up. You didn't enslave me. Your keeper gave me a room, a place to sleep. He didn't lock the door. I prayed to the Father for guidance, and he told me to walk. He delivered me here."
He paused, looking past her to the focus.
"I've been sitting here for hours, praying, thinking, questioning. Before today, I thought the stories of Gehenna and the Dark One were myths my mother told me to scare me into behaving. But now here you are, and I find myself questioning all that I have known."
Abby took a few steps toward him.
"I know the feeling. I didn't seek out any of this. I'm a mother too, and all I want to do is go home to my daughter. To be honest, I don't care about the Father, the Dark One, the Great Return, the Shard, or any of this bullshit. I believe in freedom, free will, dignity. Simple things. Thraven came to my home. He's attacking those simple things. He says it's in the name of the Father, and he acts as if he's better than us when he knows damn well that he was one of us. You want answers? Figure out what you believe in, and follow that. Don't let anything get in your way. Don't let anything stop you."
"That's easy to say."
"And hard for you to do. I know why. The gift.
What about it?"
The gift was only ever intended to belong to the Shard. Lucifer stole it. He changed it. He altered the programming. It feeds on your emotions, especially your anger. It uses you to survive. It changes you into what it needs you to be."
"I control the gift."
"No, you don't. Nobody does. Even the blood of the Shard has its own agenda. You have to be strong, but you can fight it."
"How?"
"I can heal you. I can open your eyes to the plainest truth there is."
"What truth is that?"
"The one you make for yourself."
Scheidel looked intrigued, but also hesitant.
"What is your truth?"
"I already told you. Protect my family. Protect the innocent. That was why I became a soldier. That's who I've always been, and I won't let Lucifer, the Shard, the One, or any other asshole in the universe change me."
He was quiet for a moment, and then he nodded.
"I want simple things too."
"What are they?"
"I want to be important. I want to be heard. I want to be followed. I want to be remembered."
His face lowered, his expression turning dark.
"I want power. I want control. I want what I want when I want it."
His chest heaved, his breathing becoming heavy. He took a step toward Abby.
"I want revenge for my imprisonment."
The gift rose within him, flaring out. His body lit in orange flame that quickly burned through his clothing, leaving him as an effigy in the center of the tomb. Abby backed up a step, surprised at the reaction. His gift had become more powerful, multiplying in intensity. Had he taken blood from the focus? Was this the result?
I want to be free of this prison. I want to be released from these chains. I want you to die, Abigail Cage. I want all of you to die.
The flames launched from him directly toward her. She put up her hands, calling on her gift to stop the attack. It responded, forming a shield that deflected the flames, spreading them around her. Only the fire kept coming, and she was weak. It pushed back at the shield, causing her to strain to hold it in place. She clenched her teeth and planted her feet, knocked back by the force of the attack, trying to hold her ground.
I want you to die,
Scheidel repeated. Only his voice had changed. It had become darker and deeper, replicating the voice of the creature she had seen in the focus. What the hell was going on? Her shield shattered, the fire of Scheidel's gift overpowering it. She screamed as the flames reached her, eating at her flesh, burning her alive. She stumbled to the ground, curling up as the fire poured around her, destroying her flesh and leaving her in agony. She was going to die, at the most unlikely time, in the most unlikely way. Whatever was attacking her wasn't Scheidel. It was something else. Had it come from the focus? Was it another kind of Asura? She couldn't believe it was going to end like this. She had to get up. She had to fight back. The flames continued to roll over her. Somehow her eyes still worked, and she could see her hands were nothing but bone and ash. She could smell her burning skin and steaming blood. She was trapped in a never-ending inferno. The floor shook beneath her, so harshly that for a moment she thought the Covenant had crashed into something. Over the roar of the flames, she heard another roar and a loud shriek that reverberated through her. Then the flame was gone. It vanished from her as immediately as it had come. The gift began to heal her immediately, leaving her in utter agony as it flowed around her, putting her back together cell by cell. She forced herself over, trying to look back at Scheidel with damaged eyes. Everything was hazy, but there was no way not to see the massive form of the dragon as it leaned halfway into the room, its head squeezed through the opening to the tomb. Scheidel was facing it, still on fire, lashing out at the creature's face with the flame. It struck the scales to no effect, pouring against it as it opened its mouth, its head snapping down. It scooped Scheidel up into its jaws, closing its mouth in a bright flash of fire. When its mouth opened again, the Nephilim was gone. It gurgled softly, the head sweeping across the room toward her. She couldn't move. She could barely breathe. Her skin was melted, her muscles burned. The gift was trying to save her. She needed the focus now more than ever. The dragon's head was approaching her. There was no way she could get to the focus before the creature got to her. Its body was trapped behind the entrance, but its neck was more than long enough. She put out her hand, doing her best to summon the gift, to use it to defend her from the Asura beast. It was no use. She closed her eyes as the massive jaws approached, and opened them again when she felt the hard scales of the creature against her hand, nudging it gently. The dragon huffed and then whined. She looked up at it, and it looked back at her. There was no malice in those eyes. She had saved its life, and now it had returned the favor. There was no way the rejects were going to believe this. She barely believed it herself. It gave her another idea. 33.
Frag, Queenie, Gant said. I should have been with you. He couldn't have hurt me.
I never expected he would be down there,
Abby replied.
and I certainly would never have expected him to attack me like that. I fought him on Nakul. His gift was hardly worth mentioning.
Then what the hell happened? Ben Hill said.
I don't know. He changed, almost instantly. His voice changed, too. What do you mean?
Jakun asked.
When I used the focus, I saw a face. A demon's face. A real demon, I mean. A monster. It kept telling me I was going to fail, and that Haley was going to become a Nephilim, a blood-sucking, venerant bitch like Emily Egan. When Scheidel said he was going to kill me, he had the same voice.
What did it look like? Uriel asked. The demon face.
A long face. Huge, sharp teeth. Horns. It was made of fire. It reminds me of the form Pudding said I was going to take if the light hadn't stopped the change.
This can't be good, Uriel said.
What can't?
The face you saw. I think it was Lucifer.
What?
Jakun said.
That can't be possible.
I think he's right,
Helk said.
The story goes that the father's love of his people was so great the inability to free them drove him insane with rage, so much so that he became a threat to himself and his followers. The prophets, seeking to ease his pain, built a shrine to him and tricked him into entering. Once there, they forced him into stasis, where he has remained since. Their hope is that once they have returned to Elysium and defeated the One, he can be revived and freed from his grief by the glory of their victory.
That's great. Really, Bastion said. It's an awesome story. What the frag is Lucifer doing in the Focus? Or in Scheidel, for that matter?
I don't know,
Helk replied.
Does anyone want to talk about how Dog saved Abby's life?
Pick asked. Dog? Erland said. You mean the dragon?
That's what I said.
Wait a minute, Ben Hill said. I thought you didn't want its name to be simple.
I changed my mind.
Okay, but you can't name it Dog, Bastion said.
Why not? Queenie said I could name it whatever I wanted to.
Because Dog is already an animal, Ben Hill replied, and it isn't anything like a dragon.
Then I don't see the problem.
It's stupid. It's like naming Gant fish. That is stupid, Gant agreed.
I like it,
Pick said.
Its name is Dog,
Abby said.
Can we get back to the important shit, like why Lucifer was in the Focus, and how he used Scheidel to almost kill me?
It has to be related to the gift,
Keeper said.
Lucifer designed those nanny-aids.
Do you think he can remote control them?
I would be remiss to state that he couldn't with any confidence.
Dog is friendly,
Pick said.
Do you have any idea what that means?
Okay, I do.
Abby said.
I'll get to that.
Oh. All right. Sorry, Queenie.
If Lucifer can use the gift from his prison, or his lair, or his temple, or wherever the frag he is, we're in deep shit, Bastion said. Not only because of what he can do with it, Gant said. If he did attack you through Scheidel, it means he's lucid enough to understand what's happening out there, and he's trying to stop you.
Good point,
Abby said.
I thought he was supposed to be crazy with rage. A violent lunatic monster who could only think in words like kill and die.
He's had a few thousand years to cool off, Uriel said. Maybe he's calmer now. Frag, Bastion said.
Let's say he did attack me through Scheidel. That still doesn't answer how he got into the Focus. The blood of the shard is pure.
Are you certain?
Trin asked.
Yes. I was the one who did it, remember?
I'm sorry to put the question out there, Queenie, but the nanny-aids are incredibly small. A few million could have slipped through, and it would be very difficult to tell.
Optimization, 50%,
Jakun said. Abby looked at her.
No. Do you think? It has to be possible, doesn't it? The shard's nanny-aids attack the others. Why would they leave some of them alone? Unless they couldn't recognize them?
I have a feeling somebody's going to ask me to do something scientific, Gant said.
We need to know if the Focus is as pure as I thought it was. If it isn't, that means
that one of the Arch-Chancellors had the Nephilim gift, Uriel said, and poisoned the Focus with it. A traitor. Because this shit wasn't complicated enough already, Ben Hill said.
I can do the study,
Flannel said.
I have extensive experience with microscopic organisms. I would venture that I can determine the difference between a proper nanny-aid and a damaged one.
Yeah, just look for the horns, Bastion said.
Pudding? Do it,
Abby said.
Gant, provide whatever support she needs.
Aye, Queenie,
they said.
Let's move on. Keeper, how long until Azul's assault on the Liliad Empire?
6 hours, Queenie,
Keeper replied.
The Prophet Azul's Gloritant will be leading an attack on the planet Jumal. 16 battleships, including 3 brigades of ground troops.
His Gloritant will be leading the battle?
Aye, Queenie.
Is that normal?
It is nowadays, Helk said. They don't have much else to do with the ceasefire, and he's probably itching for a fight.
3 brigades. How many troops is that in Nephilim terms?
5 to 10,000.
Bastion whistled. That's a lot of bad guys.
Do we have any idea what Rizal will be throwing up in defense?
3 brigades would probably be half her military. It has to be less than that, and if she doesn't know they're coming, probably a lot less.
If you don't mind me asking, Herschel said, what's your goal in all of this, Queenie?
I want to fight off Azul's forces and free Rizal's armies.
All of them? Herschel said, laughing.
How in the name of the Dark One are you going to do that?
I'm going to ask Rizal to release them.
She hadn't mentioned that part to any of them before. The entire room fell silent. It stayed that way for what seemed like hours. Then Bastion piped up.
Queenie?
Yes, Imp?
Why would she ever agree to do that?
Because she's the weakest, and she'll always be the weakest unless she allies with someone stronger.
You mean you?
I mean us. We save her world, we promise to send resources back from Shard space and to kill Thraven, and in return she lets her slaves go. Her slaves don't know how to do anything but fight, so I'm guessing most of them will stick around if we pay them. They'll also become pretty loyal to the Free Liliad Empire, I think. Once Thraven is dead, the other prophets will start fighting over his holdings, but her former liability will quickly become her greatest asset.
Word of a free empire spreads, the other slaves start revolting, and the next thing you know, Rizal is in charge of the Nephiliot, Benhill said. And she's still allied with Queenie, Gant said.
You know, it sounds ridiculous, Helk said, but I can at least picture how it might work.
Good enough. That's the simplified version. First, we need to show Rizal that we're strong enough to be worth siding with.
And how are we going to do that?
Herschel asked.
I've got 500 good people who want to fight, but that's not even close to being enough.
We're good, Queenie, Benhill said, but we aren't that good, even with you.
I'm not convinced that's true once you factor in the Covenant and the Focus. Are you sure you want to use the Focus again?
Jakun asked.
It might be dangerous, all things considered. It might. I already drank from it, or I'd still be a burned mess on the floor of the tomb. With that said, I'd like to avoid it as much as we can, because using it also weakens it until it can regenerate. It dropped to 23% after Nakul.
So where are you going to get a few thousand soldiers from? Uriel asked.
Which brings us back to Dog.
Queenie, you cannot.
Keeper said.
I forbid it.
Every eye in the room turned to Keeper.
Forbid it? You take orders from the Chosen, remember? That's me.
Keeper turned to face her.
You don't know what you're doing.
No offense, Kay, Benhill said, but Queenie's been doing a pretty awesome job so far, while you and the Seraphim have accomplished what exactly? Besides self-genocide and utter failure?
Joker. Cool it.
Sorry, Queenie.
I don't need to know what I'm doing. I'm going to take one step after another until Thraven is dead, and I'm not going to quit until then. Whatever happens in the meantime, happens.
That's a dangerous attitude. The Asura are dangerous. If even one of them remains on Jumal, if only a single ounce of Darkstone is buried there, they will find it, and more will come.
To a Nephilim planet? Bastion said. Color me not worried.
Color me thinking about leaving one of those things behind on purpose, Uriel said.
Keeper lowered its head.
None of you take the threat they pose seriously enough. Entire galaxies have fallen to them. Countless worlds destroyed.
What choice do we have? What if I used the Focus again and it killed me? Or worse, what if Lucifer were able to use it to take control of me?
I don't think that would happen.
Do you know it wouldn't?
Keeper hesitated before shaking his head.
No.
Then we go with the lesser of two evils. I don't love the Asura either, but judging by how Dog treats me, I think I can keep them under control.
Let us hope you are right, Queenie.
Yes, let us. What about the slave ships we captured? Can we do anything with them?
I have initiated resource collection. I will have time to generate 3 new configurations using the schematics provided by your synth.
My name is Ruby,
Ruby said. Keeper didn't even look at her. He was like a jilted lover, upset because she wouldn't let him have her operating protocols.
Which schematics?
The Apocalypse Starfighter. I cannot match the design exactly, but I will come close.
Minus the software that allows Thraven to disable it, I hope, Gant said.
You will assist me with the software?
Gant looked at Abby, who nodded.
Yes.
First, Bastion said. Then he looked at Queenie. Can I? She almost laughed at his eagerness to fly one of the ships.
Yes. Pudding and Ruby, you have the other 2.
Aye,
Queenie,
they said.
This is going to be off the hook,
Pick said.
I can't wait.
You don't have to. You have 6 hours to get the Freejecks into fighting shape.
Freejecks? Bastion said. Ouch. That is lame.
It is lame, but we have to call them something, and it was the first thing that came to mind.
You're killing me, Queenie.
You should hope not. We've got 6 hours. Let's make the most of them. Cherub, Uriel, Void, you're with me. Let's see if we can sign up some new recruits.
34. Abby turned the corner, reaching the compartment where the rejects had marked the largest gathering of Asura soldiers. She scanned the room with her eyes, catching sight of a few of the frog-like creatures hiding in the dark corners, shrinking further into the darkness when they thought she could see them. Then she brought the phase blaster forward and turned it on. While there was no obvious indication the device was working, the rest of the Asura gathering slowly faded into view, unable to remain between this universe and what they called the Veil. They backed away from Abby as they appeared, docile and fearful.
I think we'll have better luck with the Freejecks, Uriel said.
They lost their general,
Abby replied.
They're frightened and hungry and trapped here without a leader. But you fought them. You know what they can do.
What I don't know is if the Asura can be controlled. What if all you accomplish is to piss them off and get them aggressive? There are too many of them on the ship to manage if they all went berserk.
I don't think that will happen. They're looking for someone to shepherd them.
That's you, Queenie.
Void said.
The shepherd of the poor and huddled masses.
Leading them right into war. Not an enviable role, but a necessary one,
Jakun said.
This isn't only about the Republic or even this universe. Let's not forget that Thraven's Elysium Gate is complete. All he needs is to power it, and he'll be able to bring his attack directly to the One.
And even if the One is an asshole, it would still mean the deaths of millions of innocent seraphim.
I haven't forgotten. That's why we have to do this. I'm with you, Queenie.
As am I,
Trinity said. Abby took a few steps toward the Asura soldiers. There were close to 200 of them gathered here, and they bumped into one another in an effort to escape her. They could sense the gift. They knew she was different. She didn't try to speak to them. She didn't know the Asura language, and she wasn't even sure they had one. King had spoken to her in her mind and her language. Instead, she held her hands forward, cupping them together as if she were offering a gift. She called on the gift, letting it flow through her, out and into her palms. A speck of light appeared there, growing quickly until it filled her hands, spreading over them and tumbling to the ground like an illuminated fountain. The soldiers reacted to the energy, stopping their retreat and remaining still. Their eyes shifted from the gift to her face and back, the fear and desire obvious.
I think they want it,
Trinity said. Abby took another step toward them. This time, they didn't back up at all.
They definitely want it,
Uriel said. One of the gray-skinned creatures sprang from the corner. Trinity moved like a bullet, on a path to intercept, blades springing from her armor.
Wait,
Abby said. The creature landed beside Trinity, hesitating until the blade vanished again. Then it crept forward, approaching Abby's hands. She remained still, watching it carefully as it came near. She knew Trinity was watching it too, ready to kill it if it turned violent. It reached out with a long finger, dipping it into the energy. Immediately, its eyes closed, and a soft hum escaped from it. It pulled its finger out a second later, backing away and looking up at her. Then it lowered itself, as if in a bow.
I think it worked, Uriel said.
The other creatures began moving past the soldiers, nearly a dozen in all. They each dipped their finger in the shower of the gift, taking in the energy and backing away to join the first, prostrating beside her.
Uriel, go back topside,
Abby said.
I want a guard put on the focus.
A guard?
Uriel said, surprised.
Keeper is terrified of these things, and I know it's for a reason, even if I don't see it. I'm giving them a taste of what the focus has to offer. I want them coming to me for it, not trying to take it for themselves.
Makes sense. I'm on it, Queenie.
Uriel left the room as the first of the soldiers came forward. It was taller than Abby, and it looked down at her with cautious eyes. It placed its hand into the stream, repeating the gesture of the other Asura, closing its eyes and humming. It remained for a longer period than the others, but then it too backed away and dropped to its knees, bowing its head. 2 more soldiers approached and did the same, and then the flood began. All of the soldiers shuffled forward at once, a few of them bumping into one another, shoving and hissing.
Void, get them in line.
Trinity moved into the group, grabbing the 2 who were fighting and knocking them both aside. When they tried to move to the energy again, she blocked their path. The action sent the right message. The soldiers spread apart, forming 4 lines that approached her in sudden, impeccable order, the biggest and strongest of the creatures moving to the front in clear ranks. They took some of the gift's energy in turn, spreading out on the floor, arranging themselves in front of her until they had all been restored. She drew the gift back into herself then, the light fading from her hands. She could tell the overall cost had been low, and she wondered how much energy was stored in the Darkstone that it had kept not only them but also Dog alive for thousands of years.
Well,
Jakun said.
Now what?
Abby stared down at the Asura spread before her. King had spoken directly to her in her mind. These creatures had fed on the gift. There were naniates inside of them now. Get up. She sent the command without speaking, pushing the thought to the gift, a visual of the gathering coming to their feet. The Asura responded, all of them rising in perfect unison, coming to attention and matching her visualization almost exactly.
One of you will lead the others.
The largest of the soldiers stepped forward, standing in front of her at stiff attention.
I name you Sergeant. You're in command of all of these. I will tell you what to do, and you will tell them.
The Asura bowed its head.
Remain here. I will call for you.
It bowed its head again. Abby stared at the Asura sergeant. It didn't flinch, keeping its eyes forward. Then she turned away from it, looking over at Jakun.
We have to hurry. We have 10 more groups to feed before we reach Drumal. It's not going to leave us a lot of extra time.
Aye, Queenie,
Jakun and Trinity said. They left the room, walking 50 meters down the corridor before stopping. Abby looked back. The Asura were still in position, waiting in complete stillness for her to give them more instructions.
You have them all under control?
Jakun asked.
For now,
Abby replied.
You don't sound confident. I feel like I'm playing with fire.
You're the demon queen of hell,
Trinity said.
Fire is your natural element.
Abby smiled.
You know, I hadn't thought of it that way. Come on.
35.
Where are we?
Olus asked. He tried to sit up and was greeted by a resounding thump in his head. He didn't let that stop him, but he did allow it to slow him down.
What the hell did you do to me?
You're high on the side effects of a cocktail meant to help clear the poisonous isotope that we introduced to your system.
The voice came from his left. He turned his head slowly, fighting the threat of dizziness. A young woman in a medic's uniform smiled at him. He found himself staring more than he intended, his eyes drawn to the tattoos that covered every visible part of her dark flesh.
You're a Kusian?
She smiled.
My name is Nibia. I'm impressed. Most Republicans have never heard of us. But then, you aren't most Republicans, are you, Killshot?
Olus clutched at his head. Kusians were outworlders, but they were also nearly a species unto themselves. They had left Earth during the original expansion, gone as far out as they could,
and settled a planet where they could live according to their beliefs and customs, one of which was the belief in witch doctors.
I suppose not,
he replied, noticing there were no medical bots in the room. Her origins helped explain that.
What did you give me?
It feels great, doesn't it?
Nibia asked.
You're kidding?
Relax, Captain. I mixed some of my traditional medicines with your modern chemicals to make a pretty potent cocktail. I've never needed it myself, but I've heard it leaves you with a pretty solid migraine.
You've heard right,
Bolus replied. He closed his eyes, his memory of the Asmodeus coming back to him. He grunted as the pain in his head intensified at the reminder that he had lost Haley.
I can give you something for the throbbing.
Why didn't you do that before I woke up?
Because I'm a Kusian man-eater,
she replied, referencing one myth about her people that suggested the women often killed and ate the fathers of their children shortly after the child's birth. She laughed and then turned serious again.
Honestly, I enjoy seeing you macho types in pain.
Olus stared at her. She laughed again, more heartily this time.
It's funny every single time.
You have problems.
I'm the ship's doctor for Quark's riders. It comes with the territory.
I'm on the Quasar, then?
You are.
We got away?
We did.
She dug into a drawer, opened a bottle of pills, and poured a pair into his hand. Then she grabbed a small bottle of water and handed it to him.
Cheers,
she said as he downed the pills.
Where's Quark?
Olus asked. Some of the pain was already starting to subside, and he was surprised to find he wasn't famished. The nanny-aides were satisfied by whatever had been in the witch doctor's cocktail.
The colonel said to send you up as soon as you were awake, so whenever you feel like taking a stroll topside, feel free. Otherwise, you can stay down here with me. I promise I won't bite, unless you ask me to.
She laughed again. Olus slid off the gurney, planting his feet on the floor. A wave of dizziness met him, but Nibia's arms were around him before he could lose his balance.
Okay, tough guy,
she said.
Take it slow.
I wasn't expecting that.
It should clear up in a few minutes. You need to get your system going again.
How long was I under?
10 hours. We could have kept you a week, but it would have hurt a lot more that way.
Thank you, then.
You're welcome. Do you want some help?
Olus shook his head, releasing himself from her. He took a couple of steps, the room spinning as he did. He reached out and grabbed her offered shoulder.
Damn it,
he said. He hated feeling this way.
Come on, Captain. I'm not that bad to touch, am I?
Nibia asked.
Not at all. You don't mind holding me up?
Look around, Captain. I'm not exactly slammed with patients at the moment.
Olus glanced around the room. The other 3 beds were all empty. The riders that had been lost had all died, cleanly at least.
I just don't understand why I'm dizzy. The gift should be helping me recover.
You mean your major? Not this time, Captain. Not after what we did to it.
What did you do to it?
Gave it a bit of a kickstart. Don't worry. I've done this sort of thing before.
The Kusians know about the gift?
The major. Yes. But it's a secret.
Why?
Most of the galaxy already thinks we're a group of anti-technology quacks. Adding magic to the mix? I think we'd lose the few trade partners we have.
Are you?
She smirked, laughed, and shrugged, all at the same time.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Anti-technology quacks,
he corrected.
Again, a matter of perspective.
Thraven has the Outworlds fighting for him.
The Kusians don't fight. We have a pacifist charter, and we don't sit on the governance.
How did you end up with Quark?
He visited Kusil. He talked me into coming with him. I was young and innocent then.
They headed out of the medical bay, walking the corridor of the Quasar. There was no one else around.
He talked you into it?
I wanted to see the galaxy. Really, Quark's not a bad guy. Rough around the edges for sure. A little dirty. A little violent. But the riders have always been good to me, and I take care of them like they're my children.
They made it to the end of the hallway, to a ladder there. Nibia positioned herself behind him as he started to climb. And it was a good thing. He lost his grip and would have fallen if she hadn't been there.
"I've got you, Captain,"
she said, holding him until he grabbed on and started climbing again, up 3 levels until she told him to stop. They came out in another long corridor, and by the time they reached the end, he was able to walk on his own.
"Ah, there he is," Quark said,
coming into view a moment later.
"Captain Man. I hope my ship's doctor was good to you, Captain. But not too good."
"She's very capable. Thank you for your help."
"Any time, Captain,"
Nibia said.
"It's about time you woke up,"
Quark said.
"We've been waiting for you to get your wits back."
"Did I miss anything important?"
"Nah, not really. Galaxy's just going to shit is all. Republic planets are collapsing one by one, and knowing what I know now, I expect the Outworlds won't be far behind."
"You should have gotten the coordinates to Ket's fleet from me before you knocked me out. It would have saved us some time."
"Oh yeah, good idea, Captain. You think this is my first time in deep space?"
He was still laughing as he guided Olis to the cockpit.
"What the frag do you think we've been doing since we escaped?"
Olis glanced over at Quark and smiled. The Quasar was sitting in the middle of a fleet of starships, with the Brimstone positioned front and center.
"Next time you doubt me, Captain, I'll leave you behind."
He laughed again. Olis wasn't sure if he was joking or not. 36.
"You lost Haley Cage?"
General Sylvan Kett said, his tone incredulous.
"To be fair, we were double-crossed,"
Olis said, returning the General's attitude.
"At least we were out there trying to do something."
"And what is it you think I've been doing, Captain?"
Sylvan said.
"There are nearly 100 Republic ships out there now. We started with less than a dozen. Considering the Milnet is still down, and we have to get to close range to pass over instructions on how to activate the Galnet workarounds, I think that's pretty damn good."
"Congratulations. It means you have a big enough fleet to start moving on the offensive."
"Directly against Thraven? That would be suicide without Cage."
"You need to consider a war that Abigail Cage isn't part of. General Thraven has her daughter. Do you think she'll do anything to risk harming her?"
"She surprised me before."
"We need another plan."
General Kett rose from his seat behind his desk, his face softening.
"Olis, we've known one another for a long time. That you're here at all only speaks to your abilities. I heard what happened on Earth. You've done a fine job. But I know Thraven, too. Without Cage, without the focus, we can't defeat him. It doesn't matter how many ships we have."
"Bullshit,"
Quark said, speaking up for the first time. Both men looked to the mercenary.
"Yeah, I know. Hard to believe, right? I've dealt with these magic assholes before. I almost had Cage. Came this close."
He spread his fingers apart a few centimeters.
"All we need to do is get close enough to hit him with some poison, and his gift won't do shit for him."
Sylvan laughed.
"Get close enough to poison him? That would never happen. Forget about the fact that he'd snap your neck from 50 meters. He has 4 warships like the Brimstone. We'd never get a shot at him."
"The Quasar has a cloaking system,"
Quark said.
"He'd never know we're coming."
"You can't stay cloaked forever," Sylvan said. "Who are you, anyway?"
"Colonel Quark of the Riders. Mercenary, bounty hunter. Currently in the employ of Don Polimo."
"Didn't you say Don Polimo is the one who double-crossed you?"
"He didn't have a choice. Thraven is holding his consciousness hostage."
"Consciousness?"
"The Don is dead," Olis said. "For years now. His assets are being controlled by a neural network designed to think like him. An artificial version of his mind, along with an army of synths."
"You're kidding."
"Do I look like I'm kidding?"
Olis nearly laughed. Quark's scarred and wrinkled face, coupled with his mechanical eyes, was impervious to appearing jovial.
"He double-crossed us, but he also helped us escape. He wants us to rescue him."
"I don't believe this. Where is this network located? And don't tell me the Outworlds."
"Oberon,"
Quark said, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth.
"Fragate,"
Sylvan said.
"Don't dismiss the idea too quickly, General,"
Olis said.
"Don Polimo has nearly 1,000 ships at his disposal, along with a number of mercenaries under contract."
Those 1,000 ships are cargo haulers, unarmed. They're also spread around the galaxy.
Yes, which makes them perfect.
For what?
I want to destroy the Galnet.
Quark laughed out loud that time. You what?
Sylvan said. You heard me. I want to destroy the Galnet. Bring down the repeaters that pass the signals around the galaxy, and cut off Thraven's ability to communicate with his forces. The Crescent Haulers are the perfect tool to do that.
We won't be able to communicate with our forces.
Not at long range, but you need to get close to pass them the workarounds anyway. Think about it. If we can cut communications between Thraven's ships, we can start hitting his battle groups and hopefully convince a few of them they're fighting for the wrong side. Either that, or he'll be forced to reactivate the Milnet, and we'll have our full communication systems back online.
General Kett tapped his fingers on his desk while he considered it. Then he nodded. It's not a bad idea, but it's still risky.
Especially because you need to put the fleet in motion before we finish the job.
We?
I'm still under contract with Polimo, Quark said. He wants me to save his digital ass? Then that's what I'm going to do.
It seems you have this all figured out, Sylvan said. Why did you even stop off here? You could have gone directly to Oberon, rescued the hostage, and proceeded to start destroying Galnet repeaters.
First, because we're in this together, and we need to coordinate. Second, I was hoping you had gotten an update from Abigail. Third, because we're going to need your help.
Charlie sent Cage to the Covenant, but she didn't tell her what was waiting there.
What do you mean?
It's a long story, Captain. One I don't have all the details to. Suffice it to say, there were some problems in the past that may have been dealt with a little too heavy-handedly. And by past, I'm talking thousands of years.
That seems to be a common case with the Seraphim, doesn't it? I spoke to Abigail on her way to the Covenant. She told me about the experiments.
I can't apologize for actions that occurred long before we had ever taken to the stars. All I can do is try to help make it right. For Charlie's sake.
Who's Charlie again?
Quark asked. My wife, Sylvan replied.
A formerly high-ranking Seraphim, Olis added. But he's right. That isn't important now. So, you're saying it's possible that Abigail is dead?
No, I'm certain she isn't.
How do you know?
Did you notice the ships out there? The ones with the blue veins?
I did,
Quark said. Those are seed ships. They came through the Elysium Gate with the Shard ship 250,000 years ago. Each contains a node, an access point to the focus on the Shard ship. The technology behind it isn't important, but what is important is that about a week ago, they lost access to the focus.
Meaning something or someone shut the focus down? Olis asked.
Or disconnected the link between it and the nodes. There's only one person who could have done it.
So you have heard from Abby?
Not in the traditional sense, but yes. If I had to guess, I would say she's in the extant by now.
The extant?
This galaxy is only a fraction of the greater universe, and this universe is only a fraction of the entire multiverse that the One created. The extant lies beyond the range of our Dysterium-based FTL technology, but not beyond the range of the Shard ship's wormhole generators.
Why would she have gone there?
Because that's where the Shard told her to go.
I'm confused,
Quark said.
What's her play then? Olis said, ignoring him.
Show the Nephilim the truth of the One, and soften the hardness of their hearts.
If that isn't the biggest mamby-pamby statement I've ever heard. You're telling me Cage would buy into that bullshit?
You're telling me you believe that bullshit? Olis said to Sylvan.
The light of the Shard has the ability to remove the corruption of the altered naniates. It isn't as mystical as all of that, but yes, I believe it is possible.
Kumbaya.
In any case, she'll return if she survives. I've been working to build the fleet in the meantime.
Even if she survives, even if she returns, she might not be of any use to us. I hate to put it that way, but with Haley under Thraven's control, we can't count on her.
Not to mention, General, the Republic is falling apart. Thraven is seizing planets while we're standing here shooting the shit.
How do you know?
Haulers have their own back channels, and the Quasar is keyed into outworld networks. We've been listening to the chatter.
He'll start sending prisoners to the gate any day now. We don't have any more time. General Kett was silent again, except for the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the desk.
We have to slow them down. If we take the Galnet offline, do you think that will help?
Yes, General, Olis said, without hesitation.
You said you would need my help. What kind of help?
Olis glanced over at Quark. Then he smiled. You aren't going to like it.
I don't like any of this. What do you need?
The brimstone. 37. Have you found them? Gloritant Thraven asked, looking at the projection of Captain Vishek, the Terran commander of the Valkyrie battle group.
No, sir,
Vishek replied.
We've been running sniffers across this whole quadrant. If they're here, they're avoiding detection somehow.
An entire fleet doesn't simply avoid detection, Thraven said. Didn't you go to officers' training? Do you have any competence at all? The captain's face flushed.
Aye, sir. What are your orders, sir?
Leave a small task force behind to monitor the area and move on to the next zone. I want General Kett and his rebels found, and I want them found now. He had to restrain himself to keep from trying to choke the Republic captain. Not that he could harm the man from here. He didn't have the gift and had never drunk of the font.
Aye, sir,
Vishek replied.
For the glory of the Great Return.
Thraven disconnected the link and looked over at Honorant Bane. These lessers are barely able to speak, let alone think, he said, forgetting that Bane was like them, only from the Outworlds instead of the Republic. A lesser all the same.
Yes, Gloritant,
Bane replied dutifully. It was the reason he hadn't been completely surprised when the Asmodeus had arrived damaged and without Captain Man on board. The captain had escaped with the help of the mercenary Colonel Quark after the colonel had killed one of Don Polimo's synths and stolen the cane the synth used to control his robotic helpers. Apparently, Man had hacked the cane to gain access to the drones Honor and Frake had been gathering and used them to create a diversion while he got away. It was clever and impressive, two traits that Thraven often associated with the former head of the OSI. It was also of little importance. He had Haley Cage. Captain Man's value was limited, as was his potential to cause further disruption to his plans. Besides, it was safe to guess that Man would be on his way to Kett, and now that everything else was back under control, finding the wayward general and the brimstone was at the top of his agenda. Find Kett, find Man, kill them both. He liked that idea. Then again, locating Kett had been harder than he expected. He had every available ship under his control, both Republic and Outworld, scouring the fringe for signs of the rogue fleet, with few results so far. He wasn't sure how the general was managing to stay hidden from him, but it did frustrate him that Kett was outmaneuvering him. There was no way he was managing that on his own. While he had killed Charmine back on Azure, perhaps there was another Seraphim Arch-Chancellor whispering in his ear. Honorant Bane, you have the bridge, Thraven said, rising from the command station. As before, Bane announced his departure, and the rest of the crew stood and saluted. As before, he ignored them on his way off the bridge. His Immolant trailed him as he made his way down to the medical bay to check on Haley. It had been nearly 2 days since he had bestowed the gift on her, long enough that he was beginning to become concerned. Emerant Loke fell to his knee and bowed his head as Thraven swept into the area. Even the medical bots paused at his appearance, offering the respect they were capable of. Rise, he said to Loke, freeing his servant and his servant's servants to continue their activities. Your Eminence, Loke said, I assume you've come to review Haley Cage's situation personally? I have. Take me to her. Loke bowed slightly and led Thraven the short distance from the lobby of the medical bay to one of the isolation rooms at the back. I've never seen anything like this, Gloritant, Loke said on the way. Normally by this time the subject is either in recovery or completely subverted by the gift. 2 days, and Cage remains in the intermediary state. He motioned to a medical bot, which inserted a key into the door and opened it for them. Thraven entered the room ahead of Loke. Haley was on a platform bed in the back of the room, a light blanket covering her. Her eyes were open, but unmoving, her body still and pale. She looked as though she were dead, but he knew better than that. He approached her, leaning over her and putting his hand on her neck where he had bitten her. He reached out with his gift, feeling for the naniates within her. They were still there, and they were trying to attack her system. 2 days, and she was still fighting them, refusing to seize control and at the same time refusing to relinquish it. He had never seen anything like it either. He could only imagine what she saw behind those flat eyes. "What is your opinion of this, Emelant?" he asked, taking his hand away and looking back at Loke. "Her mind is strong enough to keep the gift at bay, though she also has little natural affinity for it, unlike her mother. I know you wanted her to be your next Noviant, and potentially an Emelant, Your Eminence. I don't believe the father has that fate in store for her." "He continues to challenge me at every turn," Raven agreed, "as is his way. The question is, what does the father intend?" "She is dying, Your Eminence. That much is clear. Her mind will break, and she will be nothing but a corpse. I can save her, but are you willing to do what must be done?" Raven wasn't sure. "She becomes a token against Abigail Cage. I wanted her to be so much more than that. If she dies, her mother's rage may be the end of her." He looked back at Haley. "How much longer can she remain like this?" "Hours at best, Gloritant." The Raven nodded. "I will make my decision soon." "Your Eminence, you should know. Even if she wakes, her mind may already be damaged. There's no way to know what the effect of this will be on her." Thraven was about to answer when he felt a warm tickle at the base of his spine that grew in intensity over the next few seconds. "Gloritant?" Loke said. "Keep her as she is for now. I have an urgent matter to attend to." He retreated from the medical bay immediately, crossing the promise until he reached the font. He drew up to it, but did not enter, reaching out to it with the gift. The blood bubbled and churned, and then rose from the font, forming into the shape of another Nephilim.
"Your Eminence,"
the form said, saluting him. "Azul?" Thraven replied. "I expect you have good reason to contact me through the bloodline."
"I do. One of my trade markets has been attacked. The slaves taken."
"I don't have time to deal with transgressions on my writ right now. You are one of my disciples. It is on you to handle the offending prophet."
"My Lord Thraven, wait," Azul said. "This was not the typical raid from a competing prophet. My apostants who were at the scene claim that Gehenna is risen."
Thraven froze. That was impossible. "Your apostants are mistaken. The shard ship is lost and unrecoverable." There was no chance that Ket would ever reveal its location. Was there?
"My apologies, Eminence, but one does not mistakenly cite the return of the Dark One's vessel. Gehenna has entered the Nephiliot."
Thraven felt his anger spike, the fury causing his entire body to become tense. "Do you have any word from the market itself? Was a woman spotted there? Was she cloaked in light?"
"There were no survivors in the market, Your Eminence. The slaves were all taken. Everyone else was killed. I do not know."
It was Cage. It had to be. Ket had decided to reveal the location of the focus to her after all. He had entrusted her with the Seraphim's greatest secret and most powerful weapon. She had brought it to the extant. Why? "Where is it now?" Thraven asked.
"I don't know, my lord."
Why the extant? Why now? She could use the focus to challenge him. She could end everything with the blood of the shard. Why had she abandoned her galaxy? Why had she abandoned her child? "Her name is Abigail Cage. She has accepted the light of the shard. She will be interested in destabilizing the Nephiliot, as I destabilized her government. Only she doesn't have much time. This is not a threat to take lightly."
"A woman from shard space? And you say I shouldn't take it lightly? Is being away from the Nephiliot making you soft?"
Thraven knew he was joking. Even so, there wasn't another prophet in the universe he would have allowed to speak to him that way. "You were a lesser once too, Azul. I told you, She bears the light of the shard.
How did she come by it?
He wasn't about to tell his disciple how Abigail Cage had come into her power. It is the Father testing my resolve, he said instead, and perhaps yours as well. If you can find her, stop her. Use whatever means necessary. He paused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But first, tell her that Haley isn't well, and needs her mother.
I don't understand, my lord.
You don't need to understand. Simply obey.
Yes, Your Eminence. I have one other matter I need to take care of before I can hunt down the host and confront Gehenna. I have been planning it for some time.
Thraven understood what Azul was suggesting. While he had ordered a ceasefire between the prophets of the Nephiliot, there was one other thorn in his side he was willing to make exceptions for. Deal with it swiftly. She will seek to undermine my writ, and if any lesser in the universe can throw the Nephiliot into turmoil, it's her. If she's raided a slave market, then she's already begun. I was once a slave, and even I understand their value, while the Sharders do not.
As you command, my lord.
Thraven held out his hand, and the blood splashed back into the font and grew still. Only for a moment. He lifted his other hand, pushing the gift to the font and linking their power. Then he closed his eyes, imagining the dim place of stone and steel where the caretaker of the Covenant resided. A new figure formed in the blood. He was larger than Azul, but slightly stooped. Thraven knew the caretaker was old. He had been alive when the Seraphim had arrived in this galaxy. He had helped Lucifer start his war. Belial, Thraven said.
The prophet Selvig Thraven, Belial replied.
His voice was crisp and stiff.
How goes your war?
The Elysium Gate is complete. Shard space has fallen to chaos.
Then what can an old Seraphim traitor do for you, Great Uniter?
Belial was patronizing him. He made a fist the caretaker couldn't see, channeling his anger to it. There is a complication. The caretaker laughed. Of course he did. Thraven was expecting it.
There is always a complication,
Belial said at last. You told me if the need was great, you could offer some assistance.
Is the need that great, Glorotant? Is your failure imminent?
No, but
be careful what you ask for from me, Selvig,
Belial said.
You may not like the outcome.
The light of the Shard is in the Nephiliot aboard the Shard ship, Thraven said. She is a threat to the extant. There was no way to discern expressions through the bloodline, but Belial's pause indicated he understood the magnitude of the situation. It was no secret to any of them that their technology was outdated and inferior to the Sharders. The gift gave them an advantage normal Terran ships had no chance of matching. A gifted, on the other hand? Abigail was especially dangerous in their territory, even if she were vastly outnumbered.
I will consider your words, Belial said, and act accordingly.
How will I know if the time has come?
You will know. Believe me, you will know.
The bloodline dropped, the blood spilling back into the font. He had been dismissed. He shouted and pawed at the air with sudden claws, hissing with elongated teeth and cursing the caretaker until his fury began to recede. Then he straightened his uniform and ran a hand through his hair, making sure it was contained. He returned to the medical bay. Your Eminence, Emerald Loke said, dropping to his knees as he entered. Stand up, Thraven said. I want Cage alive. Do what you must to heal her. As you wish, Gloritant. There is a chance she might die anyway. Then, as I promised, so will you. Emerald Loke blanched, nodding and backing away. Keep me updated, Thraven said, turning and storming from the room. It always infuriated him how things could flip from calm to chaos so quickly. 38.
There's no way in hell that this is a good idea, Queenie, Gant said, looking at the terminal for the teleporter.
I've heard that a lot lately,
Abby replied.
Too much. We're not exactly on the winning edge of this thing. We need to be creative.
There's creative, and then there's crazy. This is crazy.
You said you took care of it.
I said I did my best. It's the same situation as before. I could wind up killing you.
Us. You're coming with me, remember?
How could I forget? This wasn't how I ever envisioned my life going, even after I woke up in hell.
Then you should be excited by the opportunity. Do you need to do anything else here?
No. Keeper said he would take care of it.
He's been much more amicable the last few hours.
I think he's eager to get the rats off the ship.
Us or the Asura?
Gant chittered.
Both.
Come on.
Abby headed away from the teleporter, with Gant beside her.
Are you sure you can manage this, Queenie? You said you need to link with the naniates from the focus to make the jump.
I feel good. Strong. Ready.
Are you nervous about Lucifer?
No. Pudding hasn't finished her study yet, but the early results were promising. No obvious signs of contamination, and I only need to use it for a few seconds.
Obvious signs. What if I fragged something up again? If I did, this is going to be the shortest battle that's never been fought.
If you did, I'm sure it was a mistake.
That's not the point.
That is the point. I need your head in the right place, Gant. You can't help protect me if you second-guess everything you do.
I wouldn't be so worried if I could at least remember Euler's number.
How many non-Terrans know Euler's number? Come to think of it, how many Terrans know Euler's number?
Gant shrugged.
I'll drop it. Muscle memory is the last thing to go.
He stretched his arms, loosening some of the hair from the edge of his light suit. Then he pulled a blade from his hip. It was freshly made, more of a short sword than a knife.
Keeper made this for me. Rodrinium. Just wait till some asshole veteran tries to cook me or something.
He chittered again.
Delta Squadron, what's your status?
Abby asked, opening a wide channel on her comm.
Ready to go, Queenie.
Bastion said.
Damn, this thing is sweet.
The Starfighter?
Hell yeah. Plush gel and leather seating, full heads-up display, enough thrust to send your brain through the back of your head. I mean, it won't be as exciting as making the drop, but it'll be a fun ride.
Just remember, we need to disable at least one of Azul's ships without destroying it, or it's going to take forever to get everyone back to the Covenant.
Roger. We'll do our best.
Okay, how are the Freejacks holding up?
I think a few of them have already wet themselves, Queenie,
Pick said with a laugh.
The rest are doing great. At least a dozen can even hit their targets when they shoot.
You aren't inspiring confidence.
They've come a long way in a short time. No armor, only a little training, and they're still going through with it. I respect that.
So do I,
Abby said. How could she not? The 200 freed slaves who made up the Freejacks had been treated like shit for their entire life and were being given their first chance to decide their own fate. They were using it by putting their lives at risk to try to help their brethren.
Nerd, how's Dog?
He's fine, I guess, Queenie,
Erlan replied.
He hasn't eaten me yet, so that's good.
Abby smiled. Her success with the Asura Legionnaires had brought her to try to communicate with the dragon the same way. While it wasn't able to respond to her visualizations, it did seem to understand them, and more importantly, follow her commands.
Sergeants!
She called out to the Asura soldiers she had placed in charge of each of their groups.
Yes, Queen?
The voices returned to her, a dozen in perfect synchronization.
Bring your legions to the landing bay.
Yes, Queen.
Okay, start leading the Freejacks up to the landing bay. Rejects, you too.
Roger, Queenie.
Trinity said.
Keeper, how are we on time?
Abby asked.
5 minutes, Queenie.
Keeper replied.
Perfect. Is the Covenant ready?
Aye, Queenie. All battle stations are online. Before you go, will you reconsider your decision to include the Asura in this assault?
Not a chance. But thanks for asking.
As you command.
Abby and Gant reached the nearest teleporter, stepping through it and coming out close to the landing bay. The corridors around it had been reconfigured over the last few hours, enlarging the space between the hangar and the central shaft. Abby had been amazed by the process, during which hundreds of metallic tendrils had slithered around the area in question, cutting through walls, conduits, pipes, and all of the other infrastructure of the shard ship and rerouting it to clear a path. It was as if they had an army of giant Rudin aboard, working tirelessly to perform the needed surgery. It wasn't the only alteration Keeper had made to the ship in the last few hours. A second corridor had been added, with a separate entrance to the landing bay. It led from another part of the shaft to a series of ladders that had been installed to allow the Asura legionnaires to travel more easily through the Covenant. Without King to levitate them, and without the climbing capabilities of the gray-skinned creatures, it was the only way to get them into position. It was a lot of effort. Hopefully the payoff would make it all worthwhile. Hopefully they wouldn't all be killed on the ingress. She glanced over at Gant again. She was putting a lot of faith in him, despite what he had told her. She had to believe. The fate of the galaxy was hanging on this.
3 minutes, Queenie,
Keeper said. Abby reached the landing bay. The slave ships they had captured were mostly gone, broken down into parts and ferried deeper into the shard ship by those same mechanical tendrils. The Faust sat dark and quiet in the corner. The Carrion and 2 other slave vessels rested beside it. Delta Squadron was right behind the energy field leading out into the emptiness of space, the 3 starfighters arranged in a wedge with Bastion at the head. Pick and Ben Hill were leading the Freejecks into the hangar, with Herschel at the head of the 200 volunteers. They had all been given standard-issue Republic rifles and 4 magazines, plus a combat knife and matching uniforms, dark red flight suits that, while unaugmented like a combat suit, would at least regulate their temperatures and give them basic ballistic protection. Herschel was wearing a matching light suit with a tactical helmet, needed to direct his soldiers during the fight.
"Attention!"
Pick roared as Abby approached them. The Freejecks snapped stiff and still, an impressive response that made her smile. She noticed a Lalian at the front of the first column.
Helk?
She said.
I didn't think you'd be going planetside.
He shrugged.
You convinced me to do more, Queenie. I hope I don't regret it.
You won't,
she replied. She looked at the rest of the soldiers.
You look like free soldiers because you are free soldiers. I'm honored to fight beside all of you.
You set us free, Queenie,
Herschel said.
We're going to help you set the rest of the Unders free. As many as we can. If you can get Rizal to go along with this,
he shook his head.
I can't even picture it. But if anyone can do it, it's you.
Free chess!
The soldiers shouted. Abby heard motion at the other side of the landing bay.
Keep calm,
she said to the Freejecks.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
A murmur went up from the assembled as the first of the Asura legions moved in through the opposite passage, a cadre of the aliens nearly 400 strong. A mix of legionnaires and what Abby had taken to calling scouts.
What in the name of the Dark One are those?
She heard one of the Freejecks say.
Allies,
she replied to all of them.
They're on our side.
Where have you been hiding them?
Herschel asked.
It's a big ship,
she replied. The legions continued to flow into the hangar, one after another until they were all present, nearly 2,000 soldiers strong. The Freejecks looked like nothing in comparison.
1 minute, Queenie,
Keeper said.
Sergeants, come to attention.
The Asura Legion snapped to attention as one, the sound of it echoing in the hangar.
Impressive,
Pick said.
I've got one more trick up my sleeve,
Abby said. She closed her eyes, visualizing the same scene and pushing it out through the gift. Then she opened them again.
Delta Squadron, prepare for launch. Keeper, I want immediate updates on everything your sensors pick up. Nothing gets onto the Covenant. If it does, you're responsible. Protect the focus at all costs.
Aye, Queenie,
Bastion said.
Aye, Queenie,
Keeper said. A few seconds passed in near silence, the Freejecks still murmuring softly to one another about the Asura.
I thought you had another trick,
Pick asked when nothing happened. Then the floor of the hangar vibrated softly. Pick looked down. The floor shook again. He looked back at Abby. Then he smiled.
No fraggin' way?
Keeper, prep the teleporter.
Aye, Queenie.
The top of the hangar began to move, hundreds of tendrils dropping from the ceiling 50 meters above them, arranging in a pattern that matched the floor of the device deeper in the Covenant, only much larger. If the Shard could have done this, Uriel said, looking up at the tendrils, how come he didn't? Abby shrugged.
Maybe he never thought of it.
Or maybe he never had a need, Gant said. I hope you're right. If not, it was nice knowing you.
Was it?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet. Hopefully, I'll have a little more time to decide. The shaking grew more violent, and echoing clangs rose from the largest opening into the space. The Freejex grew silent at the noise, while the Asura began to chant in a repetitive sound she couldn't translate. It continued like that as the minute counted down, the Asura Legion becoming louder until Dog's head appeared in the hangar. The dragon entered cautiously, short, heavy legs shifting so as not to crush the other Asura as it approached Abby.
Herschel, keep them calm,
Abby said, noticing the Freejex were on the verge of breaking rank.
It won't hurt them.
Freejex, attention! Herschel shouted. Trust the Queen!
They recovered from their fear, forming ranks again. Dog lowered his head, placing it on the ground in front of Abby. She reached out, putting her hand on its snout and pushing some of the gift's energy into it, reminding him who his life force was coming from. Then she held her hand out to Gant.
I can't believe we're about to do this, he said.
Whatever it takes,
Abby said. She lifted him onto Dog's neck before climbing up behind him. Dog raised his head, lifting them both 20 meters over the floor of the hangar. The Asura Legion grunted in what Abby took as a cheer. The black outside of the landing bay shifted as the Covenant came out of FTL. Immediately, she could see the debris flowing past the shard ship, and the dozens of ships still intact beyond.
Damn. We're late.
Queenie?
Bastion said.
That looks like a hell of a lot more than 3 companies to me.
39.
Keeper, what have we got?
Abby asked, swallowing her sudden nerves. Bastion was right. The force was much larger than she had been expecting.
64 ships in orbit around Jamul,
Keeper said.
Enough debris for another 12 warships. Only 16 of the ships do not bear the seal of the Prophet Azul.
It seems that Azul has decided he wants all of the Lilia Empire and is tired of waiting,
Helk said.
That's a full assault group.
At least they're easy to identify. What about on the ground?
The tendrils above them created a projection, a satellite view of the surface through the Covenant's optics. The enemy dropship positions were obvious, as was their movement toward a small city and the secondary position in the center of it, which appeared as a series of large structures surrounded by a wall.
The apostants live in the center of the city,
Helk said.
In the lap of luxury. The lessers live outside, working to earn their keep.
What about the unders?
They serve both in and out of the central ring,
Helk said.
As this is Razel's planet, whatever military you see is also composed of slaves.
Abby scanned the image. She found a defensive position a few kilometers ahead of the city limits, near a rocky ledge overlooking the offense. The soldiers were in simple pants and shirts, dirty and stained and torn. They held laser rifles that looked like their power supplies were overloaded and burned the soldiers' hands every time they took a shot, which was fairly often. A single apostant in a crisp uniform stood behind them out of enemy sight, their hands moving as they shouted orders. Razel's forces were badly outmatched and outnumbered. It reminded her of when she had joined the 16th and dropped onto Gruden, the mission that had started all of this. Only now, she was on the other side.
What the hell are those?
Pick said, pointing at a group of Azul's forces approaching the city. They were clad in sharp metal and carrying what looked like crossbows. Each shot from one detonated a piece of the landscape near Razel's defenses.
Skull crushers,
Helk said.
Skelligs in their battle armor. Very dangerous.
They were mixed in with a large force of executioners that was advancing toward the city, their size and strength and numbers a brute force that the defense would be hard-pressed to contain.
Keeper, I want to insert there,
Abby said, pointing to a spot inside the city, in what looked like it might be a market of some kind.
That will put us ahead of the incoming assault and behind Razel's front lines. We need to establish whose side we're on in a hurry.
Aye, Queenie. I'm running the calculations.
Delta Squadron, you're clear to launch. Imp, you're in charge up here.
Roger, Queenie,
Bastion said.
Watch your asses down there. I expect 0 casualties.
Same for you. Good hunting.
Queenie, Azul's forces are redirecting their attack towards the Covenant.
Keeper said.
As are Razel's remaining ships.
Damn it. Fire on Azul's ships only. Be careful not to hit Delta.
Aye, Queenie.
It's time to move,
Abby said as the naniates of her shard suit began climbing her face, covering it with a mask that would provide the same capabilities as the rest of the team's tactical command units.
Keeper?
Activating the main teleportation unit.
Keeper said in response. Abby closed her eyes. She could sense the sudden resonance of the crystals within the main unit as it began to power on, the blood of the focus within its channels activating. She reached out with the gift, spreading it around the entire assembled force, the Freejax and the Asura, the Rejects and Dog. She passed it into and through them, visualizing them all in a haze of naniates, and then those naniates reaching toward the tendrils above. They lowered from the ceiling at the same time, coming down to meet the gift. Dog shifted slightly, woofing at the change in the atmosphere. The Freejax looked at one another, and then at her. They had been told what was going to happen, but hearing it and being part of it were two completely different things. She continued to expand the gift, passing it through the shard ship and down to the teleportation chamber. Keeper had said even the shard had never attempted anything so bold. But why would he? There hadn't been a need. Desperate times and all that. She felt her gift connect to the blood of the focus inside the teleporter, making the link and joining them. She felt the world begin to resonate around them, in sync with the crystals below. The Asura Legionnaires howled. She wasn't sure if it was in pleasure or pain. Dog's wings shifted, the downdraft nearly knocking Uriel over. The Covenant shook slightly, the enemy attacks beginning to strike her outer hull, likely missiles that would do some damage, but not nearly enough. She was vaguely aware of Bastion's voice announcing that Delta Squadron was engaging the enemy. She clenched her eyes closed, tightening her focus. The naniates were merging now, the teleporter doing its work. The light flowed from the tendrils above like a heavy rain, growing thicker by the instant. "Wow," Gant said beside her. She opened her eyes. The process was started, and now even she couldn't stop it. She looked out at the rest of her army as the white light continued to increase in brightness, becoming nearly blinding. A face appeared in it. A demonic, evil face. It was only there for an instant, a split second, and then the light started to fade. A cold wind pushed at Abby, and she could hear the sound of battle nearby. She looked ahead, finding the Freejax nearly 3 kilometers away, disoriented as they fought to recover from the jump. She looked for the Asura, finding them even further away, closer to where she had wanted them to beam. She looked down over the side of Dog's neck. They were perched on a building near the back of the city, not far from the wall that separated the Apostants from the Lessers. Much further away than she had wanted.
"Queenie,"
Pick said.
"We're here, but we're in trouble. Requesting backup ASAP."
She looked back to the Freejax. They were taking cover behind an outcropping of rock, enemy fire coming from both sides as neither Azul or Rezel's forces knew who they belonged to.
Sergeants,
Abby said, reaching out to the Asura.
"What is your command, my queen?"
They replied. She visualized the force she had seen in the projection, the executioners and skull crushers.
find them. Kill them.
The scouts sprang away, moving quickly in the direction of the enemy, leaving the Legionnaires behind. A moment later, the soldiers vanished, phase shifting away. She put her hands on Dog's side, feeding him the gift and commanding him to take to the skies. The dragon lifted his head and roared before taking 2 steps and throwing himself from the building. 40. "Delta, stay tight," Bastion said, shifting the stick on his fighter only slightly and grinning as it responded. Piloting dropships into the shit was exciting as hell, but the craft themselves were unwieldy beasts, and the skill in flying them came from understanding their multitude of limitations and getting the absolute most out of them. Flying a faux apocalypse fighter? It didn't have any limitations. It sped up as soon as he added thrust. It altered vectors the moment he touched the stick. Its HUD tracked every object around him, which was even more impressive because there were a bucketful of them. It also painted laser blasts, giving him an indication of the direction and angle of his attacker so he could take proper evasive maneuvers. He had always wondered why starfighter pilots were such arrogant assholes. Now he knew.
Roger,
Flannel said in unison with Ruby and Trinity. They hung close to his short, aggressive wings, keeping a tight formation as they closed on Prophet Azul's ships. The ships were easy to spot. They were old, they were pieced together, and they had a big, fiery crown painted on the sides of them, marked so everyone in the Nephiliot would know who the badass with the massive fleet was. "Do you think Azul was a starfighter pilot?" Bastion asked.
What?
Ruby replied. Never mind. Rozel's ships were similar, though they looked even older and more cobbled, and were much fewer in number. They had a simpler logo on the side, a pitchfork or something, but without the handle. Both groups were angling toward the Covenant, launching ballistics at the shard ship and apparently having forgotten they had been killing one another a few seconds earlier. The Covenant was absorbing the damage with little reproach, blocking the impacts with shields or in some cases allowing it, and probably accelerating some of the conversion processes at the same time. Bastion was still amazed by Keeper's ability to make nearly real-time changes to the structure and layout of the craft, and still a little creeped out by the tendrils that seemed to appear at will, grabbing materials and making them vanish, only to replace them with something new and better not long after. Crazy, but not any crazier than Abby's pet dragon. "We're going to circle back and run through Rozel's fleet and feed them toward Azul," Bastion said. "Hopefully, they'll get the hint."
Roger,
Ruby and Flannel said. Bastion adjusted the path of the fighter and engaged the thrusters, feeling the G's as the increased velocity pushed him back. Ruby and Flannel kept pace, hanging close as they veered in toward Rozel's ships. A barrage of lasers and smaller projectiles greeted them, breaking out toward them and forcing their formation to loosen. They spread apart, taking evasive maneuvers and dipping around the attacks, HUDs giving them clear indication of the threats. Bastion had to stop himself from whooping as he rolled away from a series of lasers, swooping toward the deck of one of Rozel's corvettes. Gun batteries tried to match his flight path and failed as he buzzed the bridge, crossing the starship and heading to the rear of the fleet.
Enemy fighters are launching,
Ruby said. Bastion's HUD confirmed her comment a moment later, a series of red dots spilling from Rozel's group. Azul hadn't bothered to unleash the hounds yet, keeping his smaller craft safe while his larger ships kept peppering the Covenant. Keeper was firing back, its shots measured and careful, sure not to do too much damage to most of the enemy ships. "Go around them," Bastion said. "Do not engage."
Affirmative,
Flannel said. He adjusted his fighter's stick again, spinning the craft back toward the rear of Rozel's fleet, turning more tightly than any other ship would dare. Then he pumped the throttle again, darting forward, returning to the middle of the battle group. Starfighters were coming at them, and he recognized them as models that were at least 100 years old. They were outdated and outclassed, nearly worthless against an apocalypse with an even halfway competent pilot. He was tempted to squeeze the trigger and send a few rounds into the enemy, but in this case they weren't the enemy, even if they didn't know it yet. He threw the fighter into a series of hard evasive maneuvers, blowing through the oncoming enemy so quickly they were little more than soft blurs around him. Ruby and Flannel tightened back up on his sides as they dove across Rozel's fleet, moving perpendicular when the ships began turning to face the Covenant. "Come on, you assholes! We're on your side!" He targeted Azul's lead ship, locking it with one of the fighter's heavy ordnance, a meter-long guided missile with a penetrating tip and a nuclear payload. "I've got a lock! Here goes something, I hope!" He depressed the trigger. At first, it seemed like nothing had happened, but then the projectile's rocket motor kicked in, sending it streaking ahead toward the warship. He followed the bright flare at its rear while the targeting computer adjusted its vector, keeping it on track. His HUD began lighting up anew, more fighters launching from Azul's forces and coming their way. "Pudding, Ruby, fire at will."
Roger,
Flannel said.
firing.
A nuke launched from her fighter, the spear joining his and following on nearly the same track. His hand tightened on the stick as the nuke reached the target. He expected it to detonate against the shields, its powerful blast hopefully weakening them enough for follow-up attacks to make it through. Instead, there was no sign of detonation at all. Instead, the HUD indicated that the projectile had altered course and headed directly for the Covenant. "What the frag?" he said. Then the enemy fighters were on them, taking his eyes away from that part of the HUD. He spun the fighter to the left, locking on a target and firing, slamming it with a dozen rounds that tore through its ancient shields and ripped it apart. He vectored over it, flipping gently, targeting a second ship and firing. Another kill. His HUD beeped, indicating that his missile had hit something. He glanced out to the Covenant, to the flash created by the detonation. Debris scattered from the impact site right before a second flash joined the first.
They redirected the missiles,
Trinity said. "How?" Bastion said without thinking. Of course, he knew how. The fragging gift. Son of a bitch,
We need to get in closer.
Trinity said.
We can't give them the chance to stop our attack.
If we get closer, won't they grab us instead? I don't feel like being thrown around like a football. He jerked the fighter into a hard lift and flipped it back over, taking out another enemy fighter. He could see the other rejects around him, easily defeating the smaller craft.
It depends,
Trinity replied. I hate that answer. Depends on what?
how powerful the gifted is. Don't fly in a straight line and it will make it harder for them.
It would help if the other side would wake up.
Flannel said.
We're killing the bad guys for them, and they're still not engaging.
They've slowed their rate of fire on the Covenant,
Ruby said. Hopefully not just because they're running out of ammo. Right. We get in closer, keep changing vectors, and hope for the best. Frag. I hate flying starfighters. I hope Queenie's having better luck on the ground. 41.
Oh, frag!
Gant shouted behind her as they began to plummet toward the ground.
How do we know this thing can fly? What if gravity is lower on the other side of the veil?
Abby watched the ground rising toward them, the dragon's wings beginning to sweep up and down as they fell. It had taken 3 massive strokes before they evened out, and 3 more before they started to regain altitude, dropping close enough to the street that she could see the lessers trying to hide within their ramshackle buildings. Then they were up and away and darting toward the Freejecks, covering the air at a pace she couldn't have matched, even with her shard suit and the gift. The freed slaves were already under heavy fire from a pair of Skellig squads, their thick mechanical armor launching explosive darts up the hillside while a group of executioners began scaling the incline. She put her hand on the side of Dog's head, passing him more energy and sending her orders. The dragon adjusted course slightly, turning toward the Skelligs and diving.
I hate this! I hate this! I hate this!
Gant said, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her tight. It was all she could do not to cry out in joy at the ride. Who would have ever thought she'd find herself on the back of a creature like this, charging into a battle? It was something out of a construct simulation. In part, she wished it still was. Those were real individuals dying down there, not avatars that could come back and fight another day.
Okay, hold your fire. We're coming in,
Abby said. Dog was closing on the Nephilim, and she didn't want to risk them making him angry. She still wasn't completely sure what level of control she had over the beast.
Roger. Freejacks, hold your fire.
She noticed them duck back behind cover, Pick leading them on the retreat. She also caught sight of a segment of Rezel's slave army closing the distance from behind. The teleporter had gotten them here, but not in the positions she wanted.
Okay, watch your ass. Rezel's group is moving up behind you. Take the Freejacks lateral toward the city to avoid.
Roger.
She could see him shout and point. The Freejacks followed him immediately. She put her eyes forward as Dog slowed suddenly, the Skelligs turning at the sight of the approaching monster. He roared as he straightened and fell, hitting the ground hard almost on top of the targets.
Gant, the ride's over. Time to get to work.
She jumped from Dog's neck, landing beside the dragon. Gant was next to her a moment later, short blade in hand. The Skelligs were backing away from Dog, turning to fire up at him. Abby reached out with the gift, throwing up a shield ahead of him as their weapons discharged, bolts crossing a few meters before exploding, leaving him unharmed. His head snapped downward, and he grabbed one of the armors in his mouth, biting down and discarding it, leaving it a mangled mess. A heavy claw swept through another one, throwing it 50 meters into the side of a rock, the impact crushing it. Abby heard shouting to her left, turned and saw the executioners had given up on the hillside and were coming back their way. She released the shield, keeping the gift static until the Skelligs fired again. She caught the rockets with it, changing their direction and flinging them toward the foot soldiers. Mounds of earth exploded around the executioners, and a handful of them fell. Abby sensed the apostant before she saw him, a tingle on the back of her neck warning her of the danger. She spun to face it, slashing her hand down and away, using her gift to pull the flames of the Venerant's attack away from her. The Nephilim watched in surprise, his face twisting at his failure. He drove toward her, leaping through the air while pulling a black Uin from his hip. She was taken off guard by the weapon, not having seen the Nephilim use it before. The Venerant came down on the attack, slashing and kicking, his body a blur of motion. She reacted on instinct, smacking his hands away, turning with his momentum and letting him use all of the energy. He tumbled past, rolling to his feet and putting his hand out toward her again, a new line of flame sprouting there. She raised her hand to stop it, finding herself in sudden pain from behind. A second Venerant had come upon her there, hitting her with the gift. She grunted and fell forward, her back on fire through the shard suit. She heard Gant bark above her, rolled to see him leaping toward the Venerant behind her. He redirected the gift, trying to hit Gant with it, eyes growing wide as the flames refused to touch him, parting around him as he neared. Gant buried the sword in the Venerant's neck, yanking it through and taking his head with it. Abby got back up, rolling to her feet and extending her shard suit into claws. She pounced toward the Venerant, forcing him to bring the Uween up in defense, slashing and cutting at him faster than he could manage to block. Her left hand raked his chest, cutting open his light suit and trailing blood as she circled around him, bringing her right hand down his back. He tried to retreat, only to find himself on the wrong side of Gant's blade.
I hate these assholes,
Gant said, yanking it from the Venerant's gut and dropping back to the ground. Abby grabbed the Venerant, turning him around.
Who are you?
He gasped.
The Queen,
she replied, bringing her hand through his neck. She turned to look for more opponents. The field was littered with bodies, and she watched as a dozen Asura legionnaires flashed in and out of phase around her, seeking out the targets and dispatching them in accordance with her commands. Dog was a dozen meters away, chewing on one of the executioners.
Queenie!
Jakkun's voice pierced the calm. She had lost track of the individual rejects during the scramble to reach the freejects.
Cherub,
Abby said.
What's your status?
I'm inside the apostance part of the city with Joker and Uriel.
We've got good news and bad news,
Ben-Hill said.
What's the good news?
I think I made a new friend.
Uriel said.
A very pretty friend, actually. Very pretty.
And?
Abby said impatiently.
I convinced her that we're here to help Rezell. She sent orders to her honorants not to attack our units. She's also sending word to her fleet to stop shooting at the Covenant and start helping out.
That's great news. What's the bad?
The very pretty friend in question is apparently the Prophet Rezell. It seems the Lilia Empire only has one planet left, and we're standing on it.
Abby felt her stomach wrench.
What?
She said breathlessly.
Helk's a little out of touch with current events,
Ben-Hill said.
Thraven's allies have been picking the Liliad Empire apart for the last 6 months, chasing her from her homeworld all the way outward to the edge of Azul's holdings.
Abby could hear a female voice speaking in the background. It had to be Rezell talking to Uriel. He chimed back in a moment later.
I have worse news.
Abby groaned. The army she had envisioned wasn't going to materialize. Her entire plan had gone to hell in about 30 seconds. How were things going to get much worse?
What is it?
She asked, even though she was sure she didn't want to know.
Azul is on his way here to demand Rezell's surrender in person.
Abby glanced over at Gant. He had to be thinking what she was thinking because his cute little face split into what she could only take as a mischievous grin.
Come on,
she said, breaking for Dog with Gant right behind her. She vaulted to the dragon's back, reaching out and catching Gant's hand and pulling him up. She put her other hand on Dog's side, beckoning him into the sky.
Okay, what's your status?
She asked, seeking out the freejects.
We're clear, Queenie,
Pick replied.
We joined up with Rezell's squad, and we're fortifying the perimeter. Not that I think we need to. The other assholes that we brought to fight these assholes are doing a killer job. And I mean that literally.
Abby could see what he meant as Dog gained altitude. The Asura were spread across the battlefield, and while the scouts had mostly been killed, the Legionnaires were much harder to fight. They blinked in and out of phase around the Nephilim advance, stabbing and vanishing, cutting through the enemy lines with abandon. For a moment, she had the thought that they didn't need any additional troops. A dozen Asura Legionnaires on each of Thraven's ships could seize control within minutes. A group this size on the ground would be nearly unstoppable.
Sergeants, halt your attack.
She passed the command through the gift to the Legion sergeants on the surface below.
Regroup in the city. Remain out of phase.
We will deliver victory to you, my queen,
one of the sergeants replied.
In homage to your power.
They didn't stop attacking. They didn't follow her command.
Damn it! I said stop! Stop your attack! The battle is over.
Some of the things remain. We will destroy them for you.
You'll follow my orders. I want some of them alive. Halt your advance.
As you command.
The Asura vanished from the battlefield at once. She could only assume they would regroup as she had ordered. She remembered King, along with Keeper's warnings. The Asura were deadly, but also dangerous. She was controlling them now, but for how long? What would happen if they picked up the scent of the Darkstone? Would they follow her orders, or would they abandon her to seek its power? She had a feeling she knew the answer.
Uriel,
she said.
Aye, Queenie.
Tell Rizal to do whatever she must to stop the fighting. Call the surrender now.
She could hear him talking to her, and her response.
She won't surrender to anyone but Azul,
Uriel said. Abby sighed. She was afraid he was going to say that.
I'm on my way.
42.
Hell yeah!
Bastion shouted, nearly hitting his fist on the canopy as he pumped it.
This is more like it.
Rizel's ships had suddenly adjusted course, turning back to Azul's forces and accelerating, braking toward the Prophet's fleet. The Covenant had been keeping a steady stream of plasma firing from its new fixtures, but the number of targets and the strength of the Nephilim gift was nearly neutralizing it as a threat. Now that the Liliad Empire's gifted were joining their side of the fight, maybe they could start doing some real damage.
Queenie, if that was you, I could kiss you,
Bastion said, sweeping around one of Azul's ships. He and the other rejects had been careful maneuvering close to the enemy, never moving in a straight line. There were a few times when he had felt like something had slapped at the side of the fighter, giving it some unexpected resistance, but otherwise they had made it through the melee unharmed. So far, at least.
Like you need another reason,
Ruby said, her fighter crossing ahead of his and blasting a target approaching from the flank.
That's beside the point. Our bacon is saved.
What does that mean?
Flannel asked.
Keep shooting, and don't stop until they're all gone.
Roger,
Flannel said. The Apocalypse fighters dashed through the enemy fleet, deftly avoiding sporadic attacks from the ancient starfighters that had been launched to counter them, able to outfly them with ease, working together to cut them down. That part of the fight had been going well and allowing them to focus on the larger enemy starships. They couldn't risk firing their warheads at the ships, not at this range, and especially not if the ordnance was going to wind up redirected toward the Covenant, or now toward the oncoming Liliad ships.
Watch your six,
Trinity said, her fighter a blur over the top of his. A quick burst of fire tore apart one of the two fighters trying to get a bead on him from behind.
I see them,
Bastion said, rolling his fighter to the left and angling toward the deck of one of Azul's ships. The idiot pilot and the enemy fighter followed him in, firing lasers at his ass that were easily absorbed by the craft's shields. He added velocity, rushing toward the surface of the ship, keeping the stick shifting left and right to prevent the gifted on board from getting a solid hold on him. He felt a slight pressure as they tried to stop his dive, but it wasn't enough. He pulled up at the last second, laughing when the enemy fighter slammed into the warship's shields, unable to match his fighter's maneuverability.
Moron,
he said, changing direction and darting back.
Don't get distracted,
Ruby said.
Rizel's ships are firing.
Bastion checked his HUD, noting the position of the incoming warships and the smaller beacons of their projectiles racing in at Azul's vessels. He made sure he was clear of their path, rocketing away and getting back in formation with the other rejects. He watched the scene unfold around him, the missiles reaching out toward the enemy ships, the gifted seizing them and attempting to turn them around. The outcome defied all logic and every law of physics, the warheads seeming to come to a stop as the Venerants on either side of the conflict fought for control of the projectiles.
I think this is our chance,
Flannel said.
I think you're right. 2 by 2. I'm marking targets. Let's do this, rejects.
Roger,
the others replied. Bastion began marking ships for each of the fighters. Delta Squadron paired off, shooting away toward their marks, careful to avoid secondary fire from the warships, small arms fire from trailing fighters, and the plasma bolts still crossing the battlefield from the Covenant. It was a hot mess, and he loved it, his heart racing as he brought the Nephilim ship into his reticle, targeting its aft near the main thrusters.
On 3,
he said, putting his thumb over the trigger.
Let's hope they're distracted enough.
Roger,
Flannel said. 1, 2, 3. He hit the trigger, launching his spear. A second later, Flannel did the same. The two warheads zipped toward the ship, and Bastion held his breath while he waited for them to either strike or change course. They struck, the first detonating against the shields, its energy tearing them down and leaving the warship vulnerable. The second dug into the armored hull, burying itself deep within and then detonating. The explosion ripped through the aft of the vessel, reaching to the delicate systems stored within and pulling out all of the oxygen within. The back half of the warship broke apart, debris spilling out into the vacuum as the craft went dead, its momentum carrying the shell toward a second ship. That one tried to maneuver away, falling short and being struck by the huge mass, the impact making a large gash in its side. On the other side of the field, a second warship suffered the same fate as the first, Ruby and Trinity's missiles hitting their target.
Woo!
Bastion shouted.
That's 2. Maybe 3. Keep it coming, Delta.
He angled away from the fight, looking at the HUD again to mark 2 more targets.
Delta, this is Alpha.
Abby's voice cut through the channel. The fact that she was contacting them at all was an immediate indication that their orders were changing.
Roger, Alpha. What's up, Queenie?
Get the squadron clear. Take up defensive positions within the Liliad ranks.
Huh? Bastion said, confused by the orders.
Things are turning sideways. We're turning to adjust. Just do it.
Roger. You heard the Queen. We're bugging out.
The battle was still raging, the outnumbered Liliad ships fighting bravely against Azul's forces, the firepower of the Covenant evening out the odds. And then, just like that, it was over. The Covenant didn't only stop shooting. It began to move away from the battle, and within a few seconds had vanished altogether, leaving them behind. Next, the Liliad fleet stopped their assault, freezing in place, their offensive stance falling away. The Azulian forces responded in kind, joining the sudden ceasefire.
What the hell?
Bastion said, guiding his fighter to a position tight against the hull of one of the warships, the other rejects lining up behind him.
Are we surrendering?
I'm sure Queenie has a plan,
Flannel said. They sat in tense silence. The minutes ticked away, each one of them putting him more on edge. He wished she would have told him the plan. Whatever it was, he was pretty sure it was nuts. He noticed the change to his HUD immediately. He understood almost as quickly. A second round of warships appeared in orbit around Jamul, each bearing the mark of the Prophet Azul. A larger ship rested in the center of it. It was the newest battleship in the bunch, fresh and clean and a stark contrast to the rest of the fleet. It didn't take Gant to figure out it was the Prophet's flagship, likely carrying the Prophet himself.
Maybe we did surrender,
Trinity said. 43. The first thought Abby had as Dog touched down inside the walls of the apostant section of the city was that the Prophet Razel was very beautiful. She had long, shimmering black hair. She had a perfect physique and perfect proportions. She had a small, heart-shaped face and full lips, almond-shaped eyes and good cheekbones. She wore a thin, dark dress that flowed in the breeze like a storm cloud, its movements nearly hypnotic. Abby could feel the gift within the Prophet. It was practically oozing out of her perfect little pores and onto her pale, flawless flesh. Her second thought was that she wanted to punch the woman in the face. She jumped off Dog's back with Gant right behind her, walking quickly to Razel, who held up her hand at Abby's approach like she was expecting her to kiss it.
Queenie,
Uriel said, standing beside the Prophet.
This is Razel.
Abby ignored him. She drew back her hand and punched the Prophet in the face. She liked the second thought better. Razel tumbled backward, rolling a dozen meters to a stop.
Queenie,
Jakun said, confused by the action. Abby ignored her, too. She was pissed. She stomped toward Razel without slowing. The Prophet got to her feet, her expression changing. Her dress tightened against her body, transforming into a protective shell.
Queenie, what the hell?
Uriel said.
Call the surrender,
Abby said.
Who are you to tell me what to do?
Razel replied.
I'm the one who's going to save what's left of your empire. You're going to do what I tell you. Call the surrender. You have power. I can feel it. You have armies I have never seen before. You've acquitted yourself well here, but you're too late to save the Liliad Empire. Whatever your reasons, Light of the Shard, whatever your motives, my armies will fight until Azul arrives. Your soldiers will die." She shrugged. "What do I care? They are unders, worth nothing. Your apostants are dying too, for the glory of my name," she said, "and theirs. We have fought as well as we could, but we are defeated. All that I had is lost. When Azul comes, I will surrender to him. I will join his empire as a bride. Our children will rule the Nephiliot. That is the way the Father intends it. Sorry, that's not how this story ends. I need your ships. I need their crews. They aren't yours to have. They're mine to take." Roselle smiled. "So that is how you want it? I may be on the verge of defeat, but I'm not powerless." Abby had been planning on negotiating with Roselle, on trying diplomacy. But what was the point? The Nephilim Prophet had one planet, one city, an army of hundreds, not thousands, fewer than 20 ships. And she was still defiant? She was willing to let what was left be destroyed for her ego? The idea burned Abby more than the fact that her plan had instantly gone to shit. Bastion's worst trait was his occasional arrogance, and that was a drop in the bucket compared to this bitch. "Good," she said. "I was hoping you'd say that." She threw the gift out at the Prophet, not surprised when Roselle brought her gift forward to match it. The wave of Naniates fought their invisible war, quickly canceling one another out. "Queenie, this wasn't the plan," Uriel said behind her. "New plan," Abby replied. She charged the Prophet, her fingers extending into claws. She could feel the fury building inside her. She could feel the Naniates responding to it. The gift tingled beneath her skin. The purified blood of the Shard didn't thrive on anger. Her gift shouldn't have been reacting this way. And yet it was. She didn't give it a thought. She didn't have time to wonder about it. She leaped toward Roselle, leading with her claws. The Prophet met the attack, her own hands extending, along with her teeth. Sharp ridges sprang from her dark suit, 100 daggers ready to cut. She caught Abby's claws, turning them and kicking out. Abby caught the foot on her thigh, letting it push her back, using the force to alter her angle of attack. She drove forward again, her hands a blur as she cut and slashed in a Takaga rhythm. Either Roselle knew the martial art, or she was just that well trained. She backed away, blocking the strongest of the strikes and letting the rest fall, allowing her dark suit to be slashed and cut. Then she countered, firing back in a series of quick punches and kicks, forcing Abby onto defense. They moved across the street this way, gathering more apostant onlookers as they traded blows. The other gifted knew better than to get in the middle of a fight like this. They remained in the shadows, observing but not interfering. The rejects did the same. There was nothing most of them could do to help anyway. Abby was sure Gant wanted to get involved, but he had to know what the fight was about. He had to know why. He stayed where he was. The seconds passed as a blur. The gift was thrumming through Abby's veins, the tingling so strong she almost felt as though she were flying. She pressed the attack, using every move she knew and making a few up as she went. Roselle was a consummate fighter. She didn't waste a single movement. She blocked what had to be blocked and absorbed what she could absorb. She was conserving her energy, waiting for an opening. Abby finally found one of her own. The Prophet misstepped, giving her a split second. Her fist found Roselle's stomach, slamming her so hard she went flying backward, hitting the side of a building and flopping forward. She was up in an instant, her eyes burning red. The spikes on her dark suit broke away, launching toward Abby. She tried to put up a shield to block them, but she was too slow. The dark spikes slowed but didn't stop, a dozen of them slamming into her body and knocking her to the ground. She lay there gasping at the sudden hole in her heart. Even the weakest of the prophets was still stronger than her? The idea made her even angrier. The hellbrand burned on her neck as a reminder. The Nephilim had always been more powerful. Only the focus had saved the Seraphim, and even that had been temporary. She could feel the gift raging within her. There was a part of it that was begging to be free, a part that understood her anger, her frustration, her need and desire. It was reaching out to her past the light of the Shard, past the edge of reason and logic. It was unfettered, raw, powerful.
The light above her was blotted out as Rozelle leaped into the sky. Her dark suit had altered shape, her legs and arms bare, a black sword in her hand. Abby watched as the prophet dropped toward her, gift billowing around her like a cloak, leading her downward and seeking to pin Abby there.
"Queenie!"
she heard Gant shout from the sidelines, still hesitant to get involved. She had seen Lucifer in the focus. She had seen him when they had teleported here. He had taken control of Scheidel and tried to kill her. He seemed to be everywhere. Were the Seraphim more compromised than even Charmine knew? Or did she know about Lucifer? Did any of this have anything to do with the shard at all? The gift was there for her. It was calling to her. Not the shard's nanny-aids. Something else. Something she had tried to resist. Like anything else evil, it was subtle and secret and subversive. If she accepted, how long could she control it? She felt the pressure of Rozelle's gift on her, holding her tight to the ground. Dog roared nearby, sensing she was in danger, wanting to attack and at the same time fearful. Frag it. She had a war to win. She took hold of the nanny-aids. Lucifer's nanny-aids. A chill exploded from her, every part of her body turning cold in an instant. And then she burst into flame. Not the white light of the shard, but the blood red of the devil. She expelled the thorns from her body, pushing them back toward Rozelle, who released the rest of the gift to protect herself, folding her body tight and landing a dozen meters away. As she rose to her feet for round 3, she laughed. It had never felt right to be the chosen of the shard. She was the fragging demon queen, after all. She reached out and grabbed Rozelle with a massive hand of fire, wrapping her in it and yanking, pulling her forward while she struggled not to be burned alive. The flames surrounded them. Rozelle slumped within, falling to her knees and lowering her head.
Lilith,
she said, naming Abby the bride of Lucifer.
Kill me quickly.
Abby wanted to. The gift wanted her to. She could feel it pushing her, urging her on. Control. They would seek to seize control, now and forever onward. That was the price to pay for the power.
No,
she said, the flames subsiding as quickly as they had come. The hell brand continued to burn against her flesh, and her suit had returned to its dark red stain.
Call the surrender.
Rozelle looked up at her. She stared for a moment, eyes jealous. Then she nodded. 44. The transport landed 20 minutes later. The Prophet Azul disembarked from it, flanked by 4 Immolents in dark armor, moving in perfect precision at their leader's side. Rozelle was there waiting for him, one of her few remaining venerants to her left and her right, and nearly 400 soldiers in neat columns behind her. They were all on their knees, heads bowed to the dirt. Rozelle was on her knees as well, and she lowered her head as Azul approached. He looked resplendent in a crisp uniform with a long coat and short collar. He looked civilized, even though there was nothing civilized about any of this.
"Rise,"
Azul said, motioning to Rozelle. She did, coming easily to her feet. She was a full head shorter than the Prophet. But they made a good pair.
"I saw the field on the way down, child of Lilith," Azul said. "You've carried yourself better than I would have guessed. I commend you for your control over the Unders, and for your success on the ground."
Thank you, Lord Azul,
Rozelle said.
"I believe if you had more ships and some real soldiers at your disposal, you might have held out for days instead of hours."
Thank you, Lord Azul.
He looked down at her and smiled.
"Do not be ashamed, Rozelle. You did the best you could with what you had. But the Liliot Empire was always destined to fold. You must have known that."
Of course, Lord Azul.
"I'm prepared to accept your unconditional surrender. Let us stop this fighting and come together. Our heirs may one day rule over all of the Nephiliot."
It is an intriguing prospect, Lord Azul,
Roselle replied.
But the surrender of Drumol and that of the Liliot Empire isn't mine to agree to.
Azul's brow shifted slightly, but that was the only indication he gave that he was taken by surprise.
Do you dare to not only defy me, but to mock me?
He opened his mouth, his teeth growing as he did. He started leaning in toward her, ready to rip her throat out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Gant said, stepping out from beneath Jakun as she rose from her prostrate position with the Freejacks.
Not so fast.
Azul stopped, his eyes shifting to Gant. Now his surprise was obvious.
Who or what in the soul of the Father are you?
I'm Gant, he said. I'm the Queen's champion.
Azul's eyes turned back to Roselle.
What game are you playing, Roselle?
He asked.
It's not her game,
Abby said, her demon suit shimmering as she faded into view. She was standing right behind Roselle, who stepped aside at her appearance.
It's mine.
Azul stared at her. The anger was obvious. So was the interest.
You're the Sharda prophet Thraven told me about.
He paused.
You called the surrender then?
Nope. Roselle surrendered her forces to me.
She paused, and then smiled.
Oh, wait. I get it. You thought she was surrendering to you, didn't you? I'm so sorry. It's my mistake.
Azul glanced at Roselle, and then back at Abby. The rest of the soldiers rose from their prostrate positions, the rejects among them. A moment later, the Asura legionnaires appeared around the perimeter.
What is the meaning of this?
Azul said.
It's a game, like you said. So, you know my good friend, Gloritant Thraven. How is the old shit these days?
He's well,
Azul said, eyes still surveying the area around them.
He sends his regards.
How kind of him,
Gant said.
Very,
Abby agreed.
He also said that he's very sorry about your daughter.
Abby's face stiffened.
What did you say?
Your child, Haley. Oh, I know you thought she was safe with Captain Man.
It was Azul's turn to smile, and he did, widely and sharply.
She wasn't.
Abby started to shake. Her anger grew so quickly.
What did he do to Haley?
She managed to get out.
Nothing yet.
Queenie,
Gant said. Abby continued to shake. Her eyes began to blur, and she could sense the gift moving within her, writhing like a serpent.
What were you saying about a game?
Azul said, staring at her, enjoying her sudden discomfort.
I'd love to play.
Abby stared back at him. She couldn't focus, couldn't think, couldn't move. She was overwhelmed with fury.
It's called I'm going to kill you,
she slowly hissed.
Are you?
He backed up a step.
Very well. You've got the drop on me, I admit. We could just start fighting one another, but I propose an alternative. Let's avoid the needless damage to precious resources. What do you say? The light of the Shard against the Prophet Azul for control of Jumol?
No.
No?
I want more. Your ships. Your slaves.
You want my unders?
He shrugged.
I don't know why, but if you insist. And if I win, Gehenna is mine.
Fine.
Azul smiled.
We have a deal.
He turned to his Immolents.
See that the terms are carried out.
They bowed their heads ever so slightly.
The rest of you, step aside.
Roselle moved back with her venerants. The Immolents left Azul's side, giving him space and leaving him standing alone with Abby.
You don't know what you've just agreed to, Cage,
he said. Abby closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm herself. She had always known this could happen. She had always known Thraven might get his hands on Haley. She had done her best to prepare for it. Hearing that he had captured her was difficult, but not as difficult as she had made it seem. Haley was a tough kid. Abby was sorry her daughter had gotten caught up in this. She wished she could have made it all go away. But wishing didn't make things happen. Actions did. She opened her eyes again.
You don't know what you just agreed to,
she replied, backing away from the prophet.
What are you doing?
Azul asked. Ahem, Gant said. Azul turned his eyes toward him.
I told you, asshole. I'm the Queen's champion.
He fights in my place. Enjoy. I know I will.
You expect me to fight this rodent?
Hey, that's rude,
Pick said.
He's a freak monkey.
Squirrel Man,
Ben Hill corrected.
Do you guys mind?
Gant said, at the same time he drew his sword. He looked back at Azul.
Let's do this.
Azul sneered, a blade forming from his gift.
I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to roast you.
Gant responded by jumping at Azul, bringing his blade up into the prophet's face. Azul stumbled a step, parrying the blow. Gant flipped backward and landed smoothly, chittering in amusement.
What's funny?
Azul asked.
Knowing that you're screwed,
Gant replied. Azul put up his hand, a gout of flame launching from it toward Gant. He didn't even try to move, letting it wash over him, the nanny-8s refusing to go near him.
Uh-oh,
Gant said.
Got any other party tricks?
Then he charged for real, slipping beneath Azul's legs, slicing the prophet's left calf as he passed under, forcing Azul to a knee. He came up behind him, swinging hard to remove his head. The gift caught the blade, which wasn't immune, holding it in place a centimeter from the flesh. Azul threw his elbow back, catching Gant and knocking him away, forcing him to leave the sword behind. Azul turned around, throwing Gant's sword back at him. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. It hit one of Razel's soldiers further behind them, killing the slave.
Foul!
Pick yelled. Azul ignored him, using the gift to grab the nearby debris. Abby cringed. She'd expected Gant to finish him with one blow, not give him a chance to start throwing things. But Gant didn't seem impressed. He started walking back toward Azul in a nonchalant, dance-like stutter step that left her waiting for him to start snapping his fingers. Could Gant snap their fingers? The prophet released the stream of debris, sending it hurtling toward Gant. Gant didn't even look at it. It came near him, veering away at the last second, surrounding him but not touching him.
It won't hurt me,
Gant said.
No matter how hard you try.
How?
Azul said.
I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
He moved in, jumping at the prophet, hitting him hard in the chest with his fist, bouncing to his arm, kicking him in the face and swinging around to his back. He produced a second, smaller knife from his boot, bringing it around and putting it against Azul's neck.
It would have been a lot easier to cut your head off with the sword,
he said, dragging the blade across the prophet's flesh. Azul cried out, his body flaring into flame, which exploded outward toward the crowd. Abby lifted her hands, reaching out with the gift and driving it back, keeping it contained. She could see Gant sitting on the prophet's burning shoulders, the flames traveling across him. Azul wrenched the blade out of his hands, sending it to the ground. Gant responded by holding on and twisting his neck, cracking it. Azul fell, momentarily paralyzed by the damage. The gift would heal it quickly.
Gant!
Abby said, pushing heroine to him. Maybe it was cheating, but Azul had cheated first. He would have burned as many as he could if she hadn't stopped it. Gant caught the weapon, spreading it as Azul woke up, turning over on the ground to look up at Gant, just in time to see the blade drop on his neck, slicing cleanly through. The flames vanished. Gant jumped off him, leaning over and breathing hard for a second. Then he straightened up.
How was that, Queenie?
He asked.
Great,
she replied.
But what was with the little dance?
Dramatic effect.
Wait a minute, Ben Hill said. If you're totally immune, why don't you just kill Thraven? What the hell are we even doing here?
Thraven knows how to fight. This asshole didn't.
Abby approached him, leaning down to kiss him on the head and eliciting a soft purr. Then she knelt beside Azul. His blood was flowing onto the pavement, thick with the gift. She stared at it. There would be consequences. She knew there would. There already were. She had accepted Lucifer's gift back into her system. She had let it take control, the same way the Seraphim Arch-Chancellors had, the same way Charmine had. She understood now that they had never succeeded in creating naniates to match the ones he had made. They had used Lucifer's gift as a base, not the blood of the shard. They had tainted themselves with it. They had tainted the focus with it, beyond the ability to cleanse it completely. That was why she had seen Lucifer's face in it. That was why she could use it now. The shard was dead. Gone. Useless. The light was ineffective, the dying ember of a lost demigod. There was only one power in this universe. Lucifer's power. The only difference was in the soul of the gifted. Good, evil, in between. Some could control it. Some could resist it, at least for a while. And some, like Azul or Thraven, gave in completely. If that was the case, were they really running the show? She had her ships, thanks to Roselle and Azul. She had her crew in the Freejacks, and whichever soon-to-be-released slaves would agree to join them. She had the Covenant and the Focus, and she knew how she wanted to use them. There was only one more thing she needed. "Queenie," Gant said, noticing her lingering gaze at the blood.
"He has Haley,"
she said, looking at him. "I know."
"I have to do something."
"I know."
"It will make me stronger."
"It will make you into a monster."
"If you can't beat them, join them,"
she said, smiling weakly. She didn't want to become what Flannel had shown her. But knowing what she knew now, what choice did she have? "I'm with you," Gant said. "Forever." She felt the tears run from her eyes and down her cheeks. These were decisions no one should have to make. These were days no one should have to live through. She leaned down over Azul's body. Then she drank. 45. Belial felt the change the moment the Prophet Azul was killed. He didn't need to see it to know it was so. He had been connected to the naniates for longer than any other Seraphim alive, save for one. He had been there when the Shard had tried to speak to them of the glory of their mission and the sanctity of the Covenant. He had heard the words. He had witnessed the actions. He knew it all for the lie it was. It was a shame so many of his brothers and sisters had been unable to see the truth. It was a shame they had been forced to manipulate the data to prove their point. Yes, there had been plans to build a new Elysium gate and return home. But what the Seraphim didn't know, and couldn't know, was that the One wouldn't welcome them home if they should ever return. He would destroy them. They had taken the design for the gate not to trick their people, but to save them. There would be time to build the gate later, and when they did, they would be sure to have enough of an army, enough control of the naniates, enough of everything that the One would be the one to fall, and the Seraphim would finally be free. Millions of humans would die. It was true. So what? Humans were the One's design, as were the others. The Plixians, the Atmo, the Rudin. They were tools and had always been intended as tools. First for the One, and now for the Nephilim. For the Seraphim. They were the true race, not the unbelievers who still thought the One would raise them to a new understanding of the universe. There was no higher understanding. There was only life and death, and in creating new life, the One had sought their eventual death. How was that fair, or right, or just? It wasn't. Belial knew the time had come. The Father had made many promises long ago, and they were promises the Father intended to keep. The pieces had all been set into motion, the long game coming, not to an end, but to a beginning. This was where it all started, not where it concluded. The war against the One. The war to regain Elysium, and from Elysium the rest of the multiverses where the Seraphim had been sent, where the Seraphim had gone to live as slaves to the shards and eventually fade away into obscurity. Lost. Forgotten. Alone. He bowed his head at the thought, holding his hands over his eyes to catch his tears. So many had fallen. There had been too much time for weeping. That time was ending, too. The Covenant was here, and there were promises to keep. Belial wiped his eyes, and then rose and walked the length of the shrine. Smooth rock and flickering candles flanked him on each side in decidedly low-tech reverence. The Father had asked that it be so, that they remember the basest of who and what they were, without the trappings of ease that came with ever-increasing knowledge. It reminded them to look inward, to seek the truth within themselves. It bolstered their resolve. He wasn't without compassion. It wasn't the fault of the humans and the rest their creator had betrayed his original chosen race. The One had come to the Seraphim not out of benevolence, but to use them, manipulate them, and enslave them so subtly that most of them couldn't see it. The tool wasn't to blame for the actions of its handler. Not that it changed the fate of the tool. He reached the end of the shrine, coming upon a long, raised box. A dozen opaque tubes ran in and out of it, and while their contents were invisible, Belial knew what each one was for. The top of the box was nearly as opaque, but a close enough inspection revealed the outline of a face beneath a frosted-over transparency. He placed his hands on top of the device, which responded by displaying an interface beneath his palms. His eyes scanned it quickly. Once this was done, there would be no turning back. There was already no turning back. The time had come. His days as caretaker were about to end. He tapped on the surface, initiating the release sequence. Text streamed across the surface of the device as all of the protocols were run one after another, ensuring a successful exit. Then the device began to rumble, deep and low as the temperature inside started to rise. Belial watched the system for a few minutes, and then stepped back, retreating nearly halfway down the shrine, joining his hands and bowing his head. His heart pounded, his excitement building. It had been so long since he had spoken to his oldest friend, and his oldest friend had been able to speak back. The device continued to operate, the tubes around it suddenly filling with thick red liquid. It was delivered to the internal cavity, filling the capsule and enveloping the figure inside. Belial's skin started to tingle, his gift responding to the sudden flood of naniates within the chamber. As he had known when Azul was killed, he was acutely aware of when his friend was brought back to life, lifted from the stasis that had held him for so long. And then, suddenly, the rumble subsided, and the shrine was silent once more. Belial didn't move. He remained fixed, head bowed, hands clasped in front of him across his dark red robes. He couldn't see the top of the capsule slide apart. He couldn't see the hands that gripped the sides for leverage. He wanted to look, but he didn't. To do so would prove a complete lack of faith. And he had always been the most faithful.
"Belial,"
the voice said. It was deep and strong, the voice of a leader. Only when he was called did he look up. He felt the lightest touch of fear at his friend's appearance. In the years that had passed, he had forgotten the toll the naniates had taken and the way they had changed him.
"Father,"
Belial replied, smiling.
"it is time."